both teams if they're to make it through to the semi-finals. It's quite a breezy morning here, a little bit cooler than yesterday. Those are some of our young reporters from the CAF Young Reporters Programme, 20 Zimbabweans getting a great chance to mix and mingle and learn from international journalists, one of the many amazing aspects of this competition. So at the moment a little bit coolish, temperatures will go up to the mid-20s, little bit of breeze at the leafy Gateway High School. We got the technical study group here as well. There's a coaching course level D that is still on until Thursday. For Zambia, it's their first appearance at this competition. They beat South Africa 2-1 in the CAF playoffs, in the CAF qualifiers in the final. And we know that they're a side that's always been good with youth. Zambia in the copper, orangish and black, Benin in all white. The games are 20 minutes each way. And for Benin, they were quite good yesterday. Lost 1-0 to Senegal, but actually they could easily have got something out of that game. Senegal 6 points in this group, already through to the semi-finals. And then for Zambia, 1-1 draw with Tanzania. That leaves them very much alive, but needing to get something from this game. So most of the teams are playing twice today. Yesterday, Senegal played twice in this group. So it's going to be a very, very interesting day today. Boys and girls competitions, group stages will conclude. Tomorrow we go into placement matches for the 5th to 8th place. It's the semi-finals on Thursday, and then the finals are at Ngoni Stadium in Norton. They gave us fast, exciting football yesterday, fearless as some of the teams as well. The pitch is good. It's going to have to withstand a lot of football this week, and did indeed withstand it well yesterday. The pulsating sounds of the CAF anthem, Zambia against Benin. It's a Group B boys contest here. Benin in the white, Zambia in the copper and black colours. Our referee is from Uganda. Our volunteers doing a great job at the competition as well. And partly sunny conditions, but it will be warming up during the course of the day. This match kicks off at 9 a.m. local time. Very early start, and going through until 4 o'clock this afternoon. Then in some tall, strong players. Expect physicality from them. And we're going to have the national anthems of the two teams here at Gateway High School here in Harare, Zimbabwe. Day 2 of the CAF African Schools Football Championship. So one of these teams at least can make it through to the semi-finals. Senegal have booked their place already in this group. So this is a very big contest here with Tanzania also in the mix. Zambia against Benin. For Zambia, watch out for their number 17. That's Simuko, who is the captain. And he was the top scorer in qualifying. He's quite a hot shot. He's playing as the centre forward today. Goalkeeper for Zambia is Wamundila. For Benin, we were impressed with the number 10, Asigbe, in yesterday's game against Senegal, where they lost by a goal to nil. He was playing out on the right side of attack. Zambia playing in a 4-2-3-1 with Maxine Msimuko as the main hitman up front there. Emmanuel Mpongo is captaining the side. He's a centre-back. For Benin, they're going 4-3-3. They were not hesitant to attack yesterday, coached by Philippe Agbalika. As I say, watch out for Ozias Sigbe, also Gerard, the number 4 at right back. He had a good game, and Benoit captaining the side. He's playing in midfield. And quite a few tall, strong boys in there, some agile, shorter ones as well. Referee Isaac Sentongo from Uganda.
I remind you about the long throws from Benin. But at the same time, I'm looking at Zambia, and I thought the 17 and the 13 played in the midfield yesterday, did they not? And now they've changed them around. The one has gone up front as a striker, and the 13 has gone out wide. So they've changed their two centre midfields. For me, it's a bit strange because they were able to dominate the midfield yesterday, if I'm correct, Steve.
So that's going to be interesting. Going for goals then. Referee Isaac Sentongo from Uganda. Assistance from Zimbabwe and Egypt. And Kenyan fourth official Ramadan Mayamba. 20 minutes each way this game. So Benin kick us off in the all-white colours. Zambia in the famous orange and black. Officially the home team for this Group B boys encounter. And yeah, it does look there, as Kevin was saying, it looks as though Zambia are probably going a little bit more attack-minded here. But Benin, we saw plenty of a decent attacking play from them. As Sigbe not able to latch on to that one. So Kevin Johnson with me in the commentary box on the pitch side as well. Coach of Kaizer Chiefs in the coaching setups of so many teams in South Africa and beyond, including Al Ahly in Egypt, and a bronze medal finish at the FIFA Club World Cup in the side that had Pitso Mosimane as the head coach. So Kevin's got so much experience, and it's just been so exciting so far this tournament, Kevin.
Very, very exciting for the youngsters, and a lot of yesterday was a little bit of nervy, some moments, especially for the boys, but the girls gave us a real good stand-in for themselves yesterday, and now probably nerves are settled. They know where they are, they know how they have to play. So let's see what happens, Steve, going forward in this particular game. And yes, Benin, as usual, we said they will go for the long ball, and the game started off with a long ball to the goalkeeper of Zambia. And let's see the number 17 and number 13, how influential they will be today in the Zambian game.
There's a decent long throw as well. That's put away by Mpongo. But Benin in these opening couple of minutes, certainly we're seeing a lot of attacking play from them. Benoit, their captain. So the number 17s on both sides actually are worth keeping an eye on. Benoit, right wing. And then Simuko, Maxon, hasn't had a touch yet, but he's going to be the hitman. And it's a game where both teams have got to go for 3 points, really, because Senegal already qualifying with 2 wins from 2, looking very impressive. Benin were 4th at the last edition of this tournament, so we've got to treat them with at the 2024 edition, I should say. So we've got to treat them with a lot of respect. They're the Wafubi champions. That is Benoit, the captain. cloudy conditions at the moment with a gentle breeze as we slowly heading towards winter here in Zimbabwe.
You say gentle breeze, Steve, we all have jackets on. So
well, yeah. we'll be taking it off by the time we get to game 2, though. It will warm up pretty quickly here. Zambia struggling to get the ball into the Benin half, but here comes Vitola. Speculative, getting it into the right area at least, and there's Alassane, one of the centre backs. Benin can come again. Referee's given a free kick there. Zambia number 8 is Sindwa, playing in midfield. So we had 2 games with 6 goals yesterday. Can get some high-scoring ones, even over the course of 40 minutes, having to be punched away by Zambia keeper Wamundila. It's all been in 4 minutes into this game. They're not getting the ball up to the number 17, Maxim Simuko, the centre forward, Kevin.
Yes. I know they're struggling, and it looks like Benin is able to maintain the attack of Zambia.
Nyondo, the tall centre back for Zambia. The young Chipolopola. Abel coming in today for Benin. Evaristo Mukandawere is the coach for Zambia. Now that's a nice ball. See if they can work some of the hit. Chilapa. Corner kick given to Zambia. So this is their first attack of the game. Chilapa, jersey 15, playing as a winger. I say Zambia, we know they're really good at youth development, but it's their first time at the finals here. They take it short. It's on target. The keeper has spilled, and that was a big opportunity. Blasted over. Needed to keep it down. But they'll draw some encouragement there. Benin with Benoit. They are speedy when they move forward. This is a Bachiru. It's a Bachiru still on target. Clever play.
Yes, I thought the build-up was very good from the back. They came right from the back, but like you say, Steve, very, 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 very speedy, and they get their first corner.
So the pitch is a little shorter, so it's easy to move the ball forward. That's Bachiru, yeah, turns his man inside out and decides to have a pop himself. About 80 metres this pitch as they swing that one over. So another save, and it's an opening goal. Benin in the 6th minute are ahead. Benoit, the captain. Big celebrations, a step towards possibly a semi-final place. Yep, Wamundila not happy at all in goal, but he has had a lot to deal with. It's a Benoit with the goal. Coming out of that set piece. They deserved it. He didn't actually take it that cleanly, Kevin.
If I have to say something, it's a different corner to what they did yesterday.
Right.
This was a flat corner. A different tactic approach to their corners. It was more a flat corner to the near post, and the captain attacks the ball.
Not the prettiest of finishes, but it got the job done. It is Zambia 0, Benin 1 in this Group B boys encounter. Now this looks much better from Zambia. Again, though, they squander a good opportunity. Well over that from Chinambu, who's playing in behind the main striker, Maxim Simuko. So what's the response going to be here then? They'll certainly have to, it's still fairly early days, but they'll have to push for goals if it gets into the second half like this.
It all depends on the time now, and they have to manage this time because it's not long. It's 20 minutes, Steve. and the Zambians have to come out. They have to change something immediately. I feel that's what happens in these games.
Because they've got to play Senegal later on today, and this is the more winnable of the two games for Zambia. Benin playing the ball around with some confidence. Here's Mukubesa, fouled. That's the right back for Zambia. So if you are in Harare or around, you can come and watch the games for free here, but wow, that's up in the air again from Zambia. You can watch the games for free, but please note you need to pick up a free ticket first at the Total Energy service station at Emerald Hill, which is just a few hundred meters away from where we are at Gateway High School. So you can't get in directly at the gate. You've got to get a free ticket first. And the final day on Friday is going to be at Ngoni Stadium in Norton. So can Zambia get themselves back into this game? Whistle went there. Our Young Referees program, 5 days. You can read about it on the CAF online website, led by Felix Tangowarima, Zimbabwe's refereeing legend, FIFA instructor, CASAFA head of refereeing. Him and his team had a 5-day workshop with the referees aged 15 to 20, and they are officiating all of the games. And no controversies thus far in terms of the refereeing. It's a probing ball, big opportunity here for Zambia. Can they get something this time? Vitola couldn't get a sight at goal though, Kevin.
No, not yet, Steve, and I think they need to drop the top striker, the 13, back into the midfield and put someone else up front. No, the 17, and move the 13 back into the midfield so that Zambia can have some form of combination play going up, and that way they're able to break that defense of Benin.
Yeah.
Which is very, very, very stable. Just it's easy for the three guys to mark one man, but I think it's difficult if they can open them up, go to the side and get something going.
Sure. I mean, the stats are that Maxim Simuko got 4 goals in qualifying, so that's the expectation, but he hasn't got into the game at all today. Benoit scored for Benin in the 6th minute, coming from a corner kick. And Zambia try to work their way into this contest. So we're going to get another probing long throw from Benin. Not as far this time. Sampa heads it away. Anything on the break here? There's a Maxin. Zambia attack. Chinambu. Chinambu playing in behind the striker in the initial formation. Sampa, but there's a foul. The whistle has gone.
No, sorry, the whistle on the other side.
Oh, was it? Of course, we got 2 games on at the same time here. Thanks, Kevin. So we got Guinea's girls against Burkina Faso. That's where the whistle was coming from. Asigbe getting a knock there. Also, we got Zimbabwe's boys against the DRC. Host nation alive in the boys and the girls as they both drew yesterday. Zimbabwe's girls a really good 2-2 draw with Morocco. Here's a bit of pace. What can he do here? Vitola. Vitola puts it over. Back towards Vitola. Now Hamza. Gaining a little bit of impetus are the young Chipolo Polo. Mukubesa. Max in there, getting it into the right area at least. That's a good challenge. Sampa, the left back. Zambia coming with some intent here. Couldn't get it over to Vitola. But that's better, eh?
Yes, better from Zambia holding the ball. But if you look at the number 13, again, he was on the right-hand side with the ball, Steve. I think if he has support quicker on the pitch, the same with the number 17, if they have support quicker from his other players, they will do better. Even the right back of Zambia is moving very, very, very good with the ball. But he doesn't get support quick enough.
So Sampa gets a yellow card, hearing a roar over to our right. I suspect that means that Zimbabwe's boys have scored against the DRC.
We need to get our guys, give us some information. Where are they?
We'll check that for you. We'll keep you across everything that's happening here on day 2, the conclusion of the group stage at the CAF African Schools Football Championship. So Senegal and Ghana, Senegal's boys, Ghana's girls are already through. Burkina Faso, Guinea, 0-0, a score update from the other game, and Zimbabwe's boys playing the DRC. Sounds like they've gone a goal up. So 13 minutes in here, Benin leading Zambia by a goal to 0. Benoit scored on 6 minutes, but Zambia looking much better now.
Have a free kick.
What can they do from this set piece then? Vitola, Simuko among the key strikers. That's Benoit who got the goal. Clustered there in the box. But they've just been so off target, some of these efforts, Kevin.
Very, very, very poor technique being used for a team that's a little bit under pressure. I think they need to, instead of playing the long ball, try and do something else. Zambia, because in all respect, the Benin boys are very, very tall at the back.
Zimbabwe won, DRC 0 in that boys game, so yes, we were correct there, that there was a big roar as Zimbabwe scored. Opportunities. Benin doing enough to control at the back with Alassane. So they're happy to sit back much of the time at the moment. Here's Josu. Benoit, he's got pace. Just ran away from him there. The number 10, Asigbe, looks to be a very promising youngster.
That's the right wing of Benin, right, Steve?
Yeah.
Yes, he has got a pace, but we need to see a little bit more on the technical side of what he's all about.
Sure, that's part of the really good aspects of this tournament, all the exposure. Legends are here as well to interact with the teams. Too much on that. Have you caught up with some of the legends, Kevin? I saw Chimunya Muitwa from Zambia. He's among the 10 legends here at the competition.
I met some of the legends from Senegal yesterday, and I told them about Mama Nyang, who I coached at Supersport. He's also a legend of Senegal.
Yes.
I don't know, you remember Mama Nyang? Yeah.
Absolutely. I saw Ezrom Nyandoro, the former Zimbabwe national team midfielder, Kevin worked with him and groomed him at Mamelodi Sundowns into one of the best midfielders that Zimbabwe have ever had. Spiwe Chabalala's coming, but he's not here yet. Yeah, but you did so well.
I believe Tinashe is also coming.
Negomasha?
Yes.
Oh, great.
Think he will be, as a Zimbabwean legend, he should be around.
I mean, you walk around here, you will bump into legends, former players, former coaches from Zimbabwe and from all over. It's a great occasion here. So we got 4 minutes to half-time. Benin with the 6th minute goal from Benoit. Zambia trying. Sigbe, that number 10. That's an outlet, isn't it? He's the outlet for Benin.
Benin, yes. They tend to go left, and then they switch the ball to the right. And he's the speedy guy that's going down the right.
Mukubesa with a long ball in, causing some havoc there. There was a collision. Mukubesa, the right back. That was a teasing ball in. But off target that from Chinambu. It's the precision that's been the problem for Zambia. Other games, Zimbabwe's boys leading DRC 1-0, and it's goalless Guinea, Burkina Faso in girls Group B. This looks dangerous potentially. There he is again, Sigbe. blocked by Sampa. That's the player who got the yellow card earlier on. Sun is coming out now here at Gateway High School in Harare. This was the location for the 2023 qualifiers for this tournament, the CAF qualifiers. Just over 2 years, nearly 2.5 years ago, and Zimbabwe did a great job there. That's well taken by Awamundila. Chinambu with a decent cross, headed away by the centre-back, Gontunu. They go for Asigbe again down that flank, and winning the challenges at the moment is Sampa, the Zambia left-back.
Yeah, he's got the better of the right winger, who they keep on probing through Benin, Steve, and yeah, I think Zambia needs to put the ball on the floor a little bit more so they can get their confidence and then get into the box, because they only have the number 17 up front, so there's not enough numbers to score goals for Zambia.
Sure. So that the foul there brought down was a Josu. Final minute of the first half. Benin will be very happy with the way that things have gone. Asigbe was back there to try and collect. Still Maxim Simuko, not much of a contribution from him for Zambia thus far. See if they can get a shot in this time. This is Mukubesa. Being locked out rather there. Mukubesa gets it over. Alassane, tall centre-back. Few seconds short of the 20, but half-time it is. Benin with a lead, Cabin.
Yes, but when you look at the last action of the Zambians now, you see that there's only one striker up front all the time, and the Benin defense is very solid in cutting out long balls and high balls. So the Zambians need to build up better to get more numbers in the box in order to give them a chance to score.
Somewhat disappointing, really, Zambia.
From the last game to today's first half of the game, yes.
Half-time here, Zambia 0, Benin 1. So we're going to catch up with Chico
Coach. Yes.
For half-time analysis. Benin scoring in the 6th minute through Benoit Asugbu. Zambia certainly will need to do something differently in the second half. Defeat here would leave them in a very precarious position. Up front, Maxim Simuko didn't really deliver much. I'm going to give you some half-time analysis now with Chico.
Me? Am I fine? Am I fine?
But right now, they're far from celebrating. They are 1-0 down to a team that is stubborn to get past. Benin, 1-0 was enough for Senegal, and they fought hard to get that one for them to win. But now Benin have decided to take the lead, and the lead they've taken, can they hold on to it from what we've seen in their first game? Then this is possibly going to be the reason. All right, so there we go.
Apologies if you didn't hear us clearly. That could have been my mistake, so I apologize for that. But now we can hear each other, and you can hear once again that Zambia will be looking to this particular game with a lot of hope and confidence, considering their first half display. Names like Fashion Sakala will come to mind, a boy who was actually discovered in inter-schools competition in Zambia, so they know the importance of this tournament, and they're showing it. I'm joined, of course, here by Coach Rosemary and Coach Kevin, both of whom have been keeping an eye on this first half, and they've seen a Zambia side battle against more physically dominant Benin side. But are you impressed with the scoreline, or should I say, is the scoreline a good definition of how you think this first half went, Coach Rosemary?
Yeah, sure, Chico. As I've said earlier on, that the team that wants it more will utilize the chance. And Benin came in with a very tactical mind. And as you can see that they're building up from the back, and they've got their two wingers, Osis, the number 10, being the player maker in this team, and their captain as well. And from the look of things, Benin wanted more, and Zambia are not trying to build from the back, which is the biggest problem that they're having. They must be patient in their build-up for them to make sure that they utilize whatever chance is going to come their way.
Looking, Chico, looking at yesterday's game, when we watched Benin, we knew they would have some long balls, but they came differently today. Their goal was scored from a set piece, but not a high ball set piece. It was scored from a low, and the captain just sneaked in and scored the goal. For Zambia, I thought they made changes, but not positive changes. And going into the game, they need to get players more in the box in order to unsettle the Benin defense. Because when you look, yesterday the number 13 and the number 17 were very dominant in their midfield. Today they need to build up through them again and put someone else there. But the biggest thing I think they need to do is put more numbers in the box in order to break the problematic Benin defense.
We'll get to the numbers in just a moment, but how about we take a look at the action on the pitch following what was an interesting first half of 20 minutes. In case you've not noticed by now, it is 20 minutes a half. This is still young players playing some football. You may not be able to tell it during the course of play, but they are still young, and we don't want to push them too hard. It's a learning process, and that defender has learned how to turn very quickly against teams who are really good running down that flank, which is something we're seeing then, yes. Coach Gavin.
Benin, their number 10 is...
And there's your goal, actually.
The number 10, yes. Like I said, a different tactical approach to the game. They, instead of putting it high, they put it low. And the 10 sneaks in and he puts a goal in, the captain.
Well, the captain, fantastic, tapping in. And we were told yesterday ahead of the kickoff between Benin and Senegal, as I was chatting to the technical team from Benin, that this is one of the key players, and he is proving to be so. What do you think Zambia now have to do, Coach Rosemary?
I think going into the second half, they must be patient enough. As you can see, the ball position, Benin is ahead of Zambia with 54 and Zambia with 46. Total targets for Zambia, they're 5, and total attempts for Benin, they're 4 on target. It's 1 versus 3 in favor of Benin. Total passes, Benin also, they are dominating with 49 versus 39. Pass rate, Benin also is dominating with 54% versus 48. Corner kicks at
the numbers. The numbers really are seemingly telling one-way traffic, as is the most important statistic there. Not to mention the fouls committed, more coming from Zambia, albeit slightly more, with only 1 yellow card. In fact, if you haven't known, CAF is dealing with not just the action on the pitch in terms of the championship, but also in capacity building. And this is where journalists or the reporters of the future are being trained on how to tell the African story and, of course, have merit and credibility while doing so. And including young referees. Isaac, the young boy who is at the center of this match, just 19 years of age, going on to 20. All referees 15 to 20, Rev. And this is a really good aspect you touched upon during build-up.
For me, this is one of the pluses that CAF are doing. These are the future of football in Africa at the highest level, when the players really have to go and play for their pockets and play for their families. And this is what we're preparing. And what I like is that we're not only preparing football players, we're we prepared in everything around.
All right, there we go. Time to get back to the pitch. Here we go. Kickoff next. Back to commentary.
So we are ready for the second half. The break just 10 minutes. Zambia are making a substitution at the start of the second half. Vitola is off for Charles Sitali. And there's going to be another sub as well, double substitution. Yeah, they certainly do need to do one or two things differently to Zambia. So in the orange copper colours are Zambia, Benin in the white. And Zambia must score in this second half to have any chance of progressing. But Benin, interesting the stats there. Zambia had more goal attempts, but Benin were much more precise with theirs. So it's a double substitution. Sigbe is on target as well from the hard-working Sigbe. Bachiru, he's had a couple of opportunities as well. So 2 changes for Zambia, none for Benin. The cabin's in favour of coaches using as much of their squad as they can, although it's quite a high-stakes encounter, this one as well, so you don't want to take too many chances.
Numbers?
There's Benoit.
Zambia.
So number 7 Sitale came on for 13 Vitola. Just confirm the other substitution for you. 2 players down for Benin. And that's Nureni, another member of the strike force in their 4-3-3. So stoppage early on in this second half. Zambia still with Maxen Msimuko up front. Sitala there as well, but they haven't given him the service. So let's have a look at that. Yeah,
I think it's 2 Zambian players that actually clash.
right.
But it's the Benin player that's down.
Yeah.
What I notice, Zambia have to come out guns blazing, and they have to change the mentality going forward. They have to put more players up front, and it looks like they've done that now. When I see it's 1, 2, 3, 4, they have to go with better.
So number 10 Alan Chinambu also came on as a sub. He's left side of attack. So attack-minded changes from coach Evaristo Mukanda-Wire. The sun is out now here at Gateway High in Harare. That's launched by Gondunu. And the player who continues to impress us, Asigbe, out on that right wing. Tried to turn his man inside out. It didn't work that time. Sampa. Sampa has been in quite a battle with that man, Sigbe. I think it's been one of the key battles in the contest. He gets a touch, does Maxen Msimuko. But what can they do in the final third? Msimuko wants to get the ball back. It comes to Maxen Msimuko. Opportunity, a half chance at least for Zambia. Not able to get his body in the right position though. Now they're in a hurry. Mukubesa. Good range on that one. Headed away though by Hamza. Benin might have to do quite a bit of defending in this second half.
They have come out a little bit more feisty now, Steve. They throwing bodies forward, which is a little bit putting the, but they still don't have possession for me.
Sure. There's Sitali. Got a bit of height as Maxen Msimuko as he flicked that one forward. Benin scored on 6 minutes. Benoit Dosu, their captain. It came from a corner kick. Benin lost 1-0 to Senegal in their opener, and they were 4th in the 2024 edition, so we know they're a strong team. But still plenty of time for Zambia. So Michael Chilinda is the number 11 who came on. Finding it difficult to break down that defence, I think, aren't they?
Yes, Benin for sure, Steve. They've actually packed the defence and looked at keeping this 1-0 for the whole 20 minutes. But like I said at halftime, Zambia have to come out and hold the ball better, because then they can break down the defence.
Number 10 there is Chilandu. He's got a big role there. In behind the striker, Maxim Simuko. Hasn't really sparkled as yet. As Nyondo, one of the centre-backs. Certainly Benin are sitting back much more now. We've seen fast moves forward from them in the first half and in their opening game against Senegal. Other games, Guinea's girls lead Burkina Faso by 1-0. And Zimbabwe's boys lead the DRC 1-0. Rising high there, Chilinda. Sitali. Now, this is where Benin are really dangerous. Asigbe still goes. Still Asigbe. What a great run. Just shut out in the end of the ball. Is still in play. Didn't earn a corner. But he's pacey. It's quite easy for the goalkeeper to go direct as well, because the pitch is a little shorter. That was the plan there from Wamundila. 14 is Nureni. Hasn't had as many attempts as the other two forwards. Referee from Uganda.
The scoreline in pitch 1, it's Zambia 0, Benin 1 in pitch 1.
Right, here they come again with Nureni. Nureni gets it over, and the keeper spilled that and was rather fortunate that nothing untoward came out of that, Kevin.
Yes, for sure. And the game is stopped for a while. There's one Benin player down. But like you said earlier on, Steve, Zambia have to be careful of the counter-attacks. And they're always going down to the number 10, which is very, very confident on the ball. And they almost broke through 10 seconds ago. So now we're looking at what Zambia have really, really in their pocket. And again, I reiterate that they need to get numbers up front and build up with more confidence.
Yeah, they do. Going direct again. Keeper putting these long balls forward. Now there's Maxin. That's a good ball. This is much better from Zambia. Once again they deal with it. Alassane will clear. And now they committed a lot of boys forward there. And they need to watch Benin on the break. So it's a bit of a dangerous situation that they are in. That's Nyondo, the number 4. It's interesting, the goalkeepers at this age group, Kevin, of course they do make mistakes. It's harder to hang on to the ball, and even more so with the girls. Yeah. Yes,
they not technically sound like most goalkeepers are, but at this age there's a lot of mistakes that a lot of them make.
Mpongo with the clearance. Maxon is there, he's lurking. Frustration again though, as it's put out by Argon Tunu. Zambia still with possession. Getting towards the halfway point in this second half. They'll need a big performance against Senegal to have a chance of progressing if it stays like this, will Zambia. Here's Mukubesa. Good communication there at the back there, Kevin. We could hear them shouting at each other.
Yes, leave this okay, it's for the goalkeeper.
Here's Gondonu, one of the Benin centre-backs. That was scuffed at. Now here's Maxim Simuko. They're clustered around him. Going to have a second yellow card of the game.
And a handball, deliberate handball from one of the Benin defenders. But you could actually see they worried about the number 17 of Zambia. There was two players around him immediately when the ball was coming long. And that's why I say, Steve, Zambia have to bring the ball and put more numbers in attack so that 17 can move out and free himself in order to try and score against this tough defense of Benin.
That was a blatant handball, that was indeed, and the plan, is to make it difficult for Maxim Simuko. But here's a big opportunity. Chilinda and Chinambu are the two players next to the ball. And certainly they might go direct from here. Chinambu now.
The setup says direct. I say.
Yeah. So 22 yards out. We're going to have substitution before this is taken.
Noreni Barleman comes out. He's replaced by jersey number 5. No Faton. The scoreline in pitch 1. Zambia 0. Benin 1.
So Noreni coming off for Benin.
Number 5, Novo Fatin in Benin.
And we are into the final 9 minutes of this game now, as they were not able to capitalize on that. So Faton on for Noureni, one of the 3 strikers for Benin. I was saying he wasn't actually the most effective of them. Guinea leading Burkina Faso 1-0 in the girls' game, and Zimbabwe's boys 1-0 up over the DRC. Now that's a bit better from Simuko.
Touch.
It's a corner for Zambia, playing with urgency. They know they've got to do something pretty fast if they're to stay alive in this tournament. Lots of boys committed forward, but that one deflected. Can they break here, maybe? Oh, yes, look at that from Asigbe. Asigbe, he still goes. Their danger man lays it on well. Abel, it's Abel, and it's 2. What a great goal on the counter-attack that is. Yeah, well, that's what happens when you're pressing for a goal and you commit men forward. But because Asigbe is so fast, he opened up avenues of space there. It's Bachiru who's the scorer, and it's now Zambia 0, Benin 2.
But the goal, like you say always, when you have a corner for yourself, and you have to always prepare.
So from a Zambia corner, look at that! Oh good. Wow! I mean, this is like Sadio Mane at Liverpool kind of stuff, isn't it? The pace of that. I don't know if that was a lay-on or a shot. I'm not sure, but it was finished off so well there by Bachiru.
I think it was a lay-on. But the number 10, as we said, he scores the goal, right?
Well, that may well have wrapped up 3 points as Zambia. Now with Maxen, there's an offside. There is an offside. Benin 2-0 up here with 7 minutes to go. And it's going to be very difficult for Zambia to come back from here. It really was a classic counter-attack. But then when you get those deflections, sometimes luck is not with you as well, isn't it?
Exactly, Steve. And this is what happened with Zambia now, with the counter-attack. But that's football. Those are moments that you can put into a coaching drill and fix your players up for the future.
The corner deflected to the man you don't want to get it, Asigbe. Now here they will come again. Abel, who's played pretty well as a sub. Touch there from Chinambu. Throw in to Benin, 6 minutes away. So Benin are going to be playing Tanzania at midday, and Zambia are back to play Senegal at 1:30. Defenders continue to get the job done for Benin. Captain launches it forward. Then there's Amwa. Can they get something back here? What an opportunity. Chilinda fluffed that one somewhat. The keeper has been hurt.
Wow, that was a very, very, very good opportunity for Zambia to score one and maybe make the last 5 minutes of this game very interesting. He missed it.
Substitution for Zambia. Jersey number 8, Tabo Sindwa comes out, replaced by jersey number 5, Mastano Mulega.
So Nyirenda coming on
The scoreline in pitch 1,
for Chinambu.
Zambia 0, Benin 2.
Nyirenda was playing up front. So Zambia make a change. 5 minutes to go. As it stands, they're likely to find themselves in the placement matches tomorrow. Still injured is keeper Raimi.
Sorry, not feeding as in feeding, broadcasting, feeding as in eating.
There's Sindwa
Yeah, just out there.
is taken off. Mulenga on for him. He's a midfielder. There's a lot to like about this Benin side, Kevin.
Yeah.
Goals from Benoit Dossou in the 6th minute, Bachiru with the second. And effort from Benoit, the captain, but that's scuffed somewhat wide. Warming up a little bit now here at Gateway High. The sun is out. It will become a hot day fairly shortly after a bit of a chilly start. Again, if you are in Harare or around, if you want to come and watch the action, admission is free here. Zimbabwe's first time ever to host a CAF Continental Finals, so it's a huge thing for the country. But you can't get in at the gate without a ticket. You need to collect a free ticket from Total Energies Emerald Hill, close by the venue, Gateway High School. Again, the defenders do what they need to do for Benin. They've been really efficient there. Alassane and Gandonu, their centre backs. Zimbabwe 1, DRC 1 in the boys' game on one of the pitches next to us. And Guinea still lead Burkina Faso by a 1-0 in the closing minutes. So if you're joining us, these are 40-minute matches, so there's only 2 minutes to go here in the second half. And you can see why Benin managed to finish 4th 2 years ago, Kevin, yeah?
Their defense is always looks very strong. And today, they brought this number 10, who is very, very good on the ball. And like I said earlier on, for Zambia to get back into this game, they need to put more numbers and put the ball on the floor. Because by playing the long balls when they get into the last third, it's just an advantage for Benin.
Because then you're coming up against those two tall centre-backs. Yeah.
Coming up against tall centre-backs, and they don't give the number 17 no chance against those guys.
They've been shutting out Maxen Simuko. The danger man has not been dangerous in this contest. There he is, Simuko, just sliding down there. Minute to play. That's Gerard, the right back for Benin. Benoit, who got the opening goal. Number 17, Asigbe, has been really good in both games so far for Benin. As Benoit, they can play it along the floor nicely. still goes as well. That was Abel, the substitute, who's been good since he came on in the second half. A run there from Sitali. Sitali still fancied his chances of going all the way there.
The wall is there. You got to break the wall.
All right.
And those balls are not good balls because they just easy cut off by the Benin defenders.
Well, fair to say Zambia have run out of ideas. They've tried everything, but Benin definitely will be deserved winners here. As the 40 minutes are up. We had 2 yellow cards in the game. I think that's more than any other contest that we've had so far. Way up there towards Simuko. But they have shut down the main striker.
Simuko.
They've done it very convincingly.
That's it.
Way out of the park, that from Hamza. And that is it. Benin have beaten Zambia by 2-0. Goals from Benoit Dosu and by Bachiru in either half. They get their first points of the competition, 3 points, and they will be back at midday to play Tanzania, where a draw will most likely put them through. For Zambia, that's 1 point from 2 games, and they've got to play already qualified Senegal at 1:30 in their last group game. They will need a mighty performance there. They're technically still in the competition, but although Senegal already qualified, maybe they'll make some changes there. Maybe Zambia still could pull off something there. But Benin, worthy winners. Outstanding was their number 10, Asikbe. Benoit Dosu, the captain, very solid as well. It ends here. Zambia 0 and Benin 2. Other games, Burkina Faso 1, Guinea 2. Some more goals in that game. Guinea are in front. Zimbabwe 1, DRC 1. That game is still in progress on field number 3. But Benin have given themselves a really good chance of qualifying for the semi-finals with a thoroughly deserved 2-0 victory over Zambia here. Coming up, Zambia, Morocco in the girls, Zimbabwe, DRC in the girls as well, with 14 matches on. Let's go and join Chico on the touchline with the team.
Well, there we go. On their knees, gratitude and prayer as this Benin side has just secured a vital victory over Zambia. And boy, what a victory it was, especially that second goal. We'll be walking you through that particular one. What a sensational display of football from these young players who are looking to make a name for themselves, not just at the Africa Schools Football Championships, but ultimately as they look to the future. Final score in this particular game, it is 2-0 advantage Benin. We'll be letting you know what other games are looking like, and ultimately can't wait to know how this stands. But here we go. Let's talk about this. This is one of those games that you sit back and you say, now this is African football flair. Coach Rosemary.
It's very true, Chico. As you have seen, the number 10 Osis, she's been the influential player in this Guinea side. As you saw, the second goal that they scored, it was a counter-attack from a corner kick which Zambia had won. But the counter-attack from the number 10, the Osis, he just went down the line, and he managed to play the number 17 who was supporting him. And the third man running, now, that was the biggest thing that made sure that they managed to score this goal. The third man running from this Guinean team, what a finish it was. And when you counter-attack and you don't come back quickly, you are bound to lose the game. And this was superb counter-attack from the Benin side.
And here's an opportunity, the one we were talking about, that counter-attack, Coach Kevin. Zambia didn't really have a choice, did they, conceding that second goal? Because they needed to chase the game. They were 1 goal down and ultimately opened themselves up. But what a goal to concede.
Yes, Chico, but for the future, I think, as coaches of young teams like this, you got to prepare beforehand for those type of counter-attacks.
Yeah.
Like, for example, Zambia had to go up and try and score the 1-1 in order to get this game, or in order to get themselves into a better position for the next draw. But leaving the number 10 and knowing how good he was the instrumental part initially in the first goal as well. And now you have him on his own, and you know what technique he has, what speed he has, and he just breaks you on the counter-attack. But I don't think Zambia did enough as far as that is concerned. I don't think Zambia put enough numbers up front. Their number 17 was isolated amongst 3 Benin players, and every time the ball came, it came high, and he was not able to win it.
Well, when you look at the passing, 75 to 76, is it 76? It's relatively even. The problem is, for Zambia, they'll feel like their passes didn't lead to much. Possession, all Benin. Football championship. It's more about capacity building and everything, but also on the pitch, learning lessons and developing players. Coach Rosemary, Coach Kevin, I'm wondering, between the two of you, what lessons do you feel the team from Zambia will be taking looking at these numbers and looking at the game overall?
I think from a Zambian point of view, you got to look at how much possession we had, how much passes we had, but in the same time, look at the history of Zambia, and they like to keep the ball on the floor, and they left the 17 alone up front, and their numbers getting into the box was also too few, so they need to build up better. And yesterday when we watched them, the 13 and the 17, I think they played in the midfield, and they looked a lot better. So the build up, and then of course you got to look at the time. You've got 20 minutes. What do you do to try and get back in the game? Those are lessons that Zambia have to learn. The lessons from Senegal is that from Benin, excuse me, is that you have a player like a number 10, and yes, the first half they used him a lot, but second half they needed to bring him more in the game and use that speed of his in order to make sure that the goal they scored against Benin, against Zambia, the counter-attack, they need to have more moments like that in the game.
All right, because Zambia do like to put the ball on the turf. In fact, speaking to their contingent just yesterday ahead of the entire competition kicking off the championship, they said they are not a they're well aware of that. They know that's their weakness. So they train their players from school age to under 15, under 17, under 20, and that's only then you go into the national team scope to play the game using your strengths on the pitch. That didn't pay off today. What changes?
I think they made a very changes in terms of their formation today. They were playing the 1-4-5-1, which maybe let them down, especially in the middle of the park when you see Benin was very dominant, and Benin were quick in terms of recovering and regaining possession. And with the Zambian team, they were not comfortable even building up from the back. I think this is what was the biggest letdown on them today. They mustn't have kept possession for them, at least to have the combination play going forward to unsettle the defense of the Benin, which they never did the entire 40 minutes because of they were one-man short, because they were using a lone striker, and the other guys were not very quick in terms of joining the attack when they were attacking. And this is what let them down today. And I hope they will revert to their normal playing game, which they are used to. We know Zambia, they keep possession, they like to play it, and they're very quick and fast on their counter break attacks. And also having their wing backs, which are very quick and fast, they need to feed them more with the football in going into the last game, which they're playing today.
All right, absolutely. Listen, we have two of these coaches who've under 15 setup, and hence why we need to develop football all round, and their expert advice can fight that with the technical teams that are working so hard to teach these kids how to play the game the way. We will be having quite the contingent going into World Cups and big tournaments and even the Africa Cup of Nations in years to come. However, the results stand this way. Benin opening the day, unlike the way they started yesterday, this time with a 2-0 win over Zambia. Can the Zambia girls put a smile on that South African nation? Morocco will have a say. Remember, Morocco were absolutely brilliant to watch. Will they be slightly ruthless today against Zambia? Or will this Zambia side who also, because I told you, this is the setup they have for the national team. They love to play the ball on the ground. Lucky for us, we're in it for a very good game because Morocco are quite interested to do the same. Tanzania will be up against Benin later on, and from what they've seen today, they'll have a lot of work to do, but they're also quite a physical side, and the final game will see Morocco up against the DR Congo. The DR Congo girls have not had the best of tournaments so far. They'll be up against the rather.
So with a very, very busy day, 14 matches altogether that we have. Coming up, we've got Zambia's girls against Morocco. Morocco held to a 2-2 draw by Zimbabwe yesterday. And we'll be keeping you across all of the action. Also, we've got Benin's boys back here playing Tanzania. It's a busy day here, day 2 of the CAF African Schools Football Championship.
she's grown a bit. She's gone a little bit more physical. But like Rosemary has said, the advancement that Morocco has made as a country in developing their football across the board, male and female, it stands to see that in this tournament they do very well. Zambia, I expect them to come. Yes, they look physical, but I want to see what type of football they play, because as far as I know, from a Zambian perspective, they got to put the ball on the floor and they got to play nice football. So for today's encounter, I think it's going to be a nice spectacle for women football.
And you can share the news that spectacle will be live to you via CAF TV. Make sure that you catch all the action of this entire championship till the very final day on the 10th, when we'll be having the finals that will be at the stadium. Right now, though, just a quick reminder of what you can expect today. We have this big game coming up. It is Morocco and Zambia taking to the pitch, but from the two games that are being played right now, it's Zambia and Morocco live on CAF TV. Zambia boys having already lost at the hands of Benin in that 2-0 game, 2-goal game right there. Zambia girls will be hoping to do something slightly different. There's so many games back to back that it kind of just leaves you at a loss of words. What we cannot lose focus on or fail to talk about is the development of girls football. Coach, this is something you're looking forward to as we anticipate kickoff. What do you make of CAF's move to ensure that not only just the girls playing the game on the pitch, but in terms of reporters and female referees, the girls who are here between the age of 15 and 20 also leading the game?
It's a very good aspect that FIFA is, that CAF has introduced in terms of developing football as a whole, in terms of having the young reporters, the young referees, and also coaching courses has been done here in Harare. All the aspects being the doctors, it's a plus to women football as a whole in terms of the development that was been lacking behind the previous years. And we thank the CAF president, Dr. Patrice Motsepe, and the entire executive and everyone at CAF for making sure that Africa, we develop ourselves and make sure we compete at the highest level, which is the World Cup, both men and women, so that we can, at one time, we can win the World Cup. And this is what we are looking forward as women and as boys in Africa.
Live game coming your way. Live pictures right there of this Morocco side as they prepare to head to the makeshift tunnel and walk onto the pitch. The interesting part about this is that it is quite interesting that the walk onto the pitch is short. Depending on the result, the walk off could be extremely long. What are you expecting here finally in terms of the play and possibly the results, Kevin Johnson and of course Rosemary?
I expect a good game of football, a good brand of football, and like Rosemary said, I expect to see the future of African football as far as ladies are concerned, because when I look at the development and what CAF and what Dr. Patrice is doing, yes, I can see in the near future one of the teams, either the senior ladies or the senior men's, will dominate and maybe win a World Cup, but I see the ladies going at a faster pace than our men. But today's game, I'm not putting my head on the block for any close result. Chico, I think I'm just here today to watch this game and enjoy the ladies' football.
Absolutely. How can we hear Johnson talk about the ladies' football and finish with that? No chance. We'll hear from a lady who's been through the system and knows exactly what that means.
I'm hoping for a very entertaining match from both teams, and I'm hoping that Zambia will come tops, because at least we need one team from the Southern Africa to be in the finals or semi-finals, because we are hosting in Southern region, and it will be a plus on us in terms of how are we developing our players so that we can measure ourselves. And Morocco is not going to be pushovers, as we have seen yesterday that they came from behind to draw with Zimbabwe, and it's a team that has got a fighting spirit, a team that has got the technical ability is above each and every country that I've seen so far in the ladies, and we are hoping that we are going to watch an exciting and entertaining match between Zambia and Morocco today.
That match is coming live to you courtesy of CAF TV. Make sure you catch all the action. 20 minutes each half as we anticipate what the future of Africa looks like. Our commentary team will be, of course, analyzed by Rosemary herself. She'll be joining our commentator, our lead commentator, Tinashe, in just a moment as we see the two extremities of Africa from the north and the south walk and meet in the middle, not of Africa, but the middle of this pitch. Fans anticipating. You and I ready. The players about to entertain. Welcome to the Africa Schools Football Championships.
These jerseys aren't 100% polyester. They are 30% lessons learned the hard way, 50% hope, turning threads into memories, 20% triumphs trained and prayed for. This is Africa, 100% made of us.
Rooted in culture, driven by connection. These stories flow between continents, leading a new generation of talent and opportunity. Africa and Europe, together we rise.
Zimbabwe, this is the DRC here at Gateway High School in Harare. And as we await for kickoff, we'll just slight change in plans. We are now giving you Zimbabwe versus the DRC instead of Zambia versus Morocco. And so we can see some of the faces and people who are out here to enjoy the beautiful game and cheering on the two teams. It'll be, you can see, out in full voice and color, supporting the future stars of African football. And the weather looks to be obliging this morning rather, and the two teams, Zimbabwe and DRC, will be ready to get us underway anytime now. Yeah. So some of the DRC fans that you can see in the stands, they are waiting to cheer on their team, who were yesterday, of course, in their opening match. They lost 3-1 to Zambia, but today they'll be looking to pick up form and maybe cause an upset on the Zimbabwean team. And you can see the fans just as expectant as we are to see how things will pan out. bright and sunny morning. So the team's lining up, just about to get onto pitch 1 for the lot riding on this one. Remember, today is when we wrap up the group stages, but yesterday was another explosive day. Remember, Zimbabwe playing out an entertaining 2-2 draw against Morocco. Zambia edging DRC 3-1. So now these two teams meet this morning, hoping to collect maximum points. So Zimbabwe, the host nation, have got quite a few notable players who are out to make sure that things are up and running here. You can see it's been a really colorful tournament so far. As you can see, not only in the flags draped around people's shoulders, but the quality of football has been great as well. And it is no doubt, Rose, that some of these players we're seeing out here today will be raising the flag as well as their individual profiles in the very near future as well.
Morning, everyone. Good morning, Zimbabwe. Good morning, Africa. Good morning, the world. It's very good, Tinashe, that CAF introduced this CAF Schools Championship, especially in terms of development. This is what have been lacking in the past years. But I would like to thank CAF for what they've done. And this is a plus to all our national teams having a development side, starting it under 15, which makes sure that you have got an under 17 in waiting. In the next 2 years, they will be promoted to the under 17, and the conveying belt, it will be always smooth and running. And this is a plus to the African nations for us to take this CAF Schools Championship very seriously, and to make sure that we invest more in terms of in terms of the capacitation to the players, their technical ability and the tactical aspects of the game, and to make sure that they grow up knowing exactly the 3 moments in football, and making sure that they are well versed at this early age.
So the two teams are lining out now, Zimbabwe and the DRC, are ready to get the ball rolling here on pitch 1 at Gateway for the CAF African Schools Football Championship. And you know, Rose, apart from the exposure and technical abilities we get, this platform also keeps the players, the kids, away from social ills, so a really full house experience in terms of the development. And now those are the teams lining up now. Zimbabwe in yellow. You can see the DRC there, their white kit with trimmings of blue.
Please stand for the national anthem of the Democratic Republic of Congo.
So all is set now. The two teams going through their pre-match greetings. It is Zimbabwe versus DRC. And you can see ready for the battle, the two teams. The Zimbabwe, of course, sitting on a point after playing out a 2-2 draw against Morocco yesterday. The DRC are still looking for their first win after falling 3-1 to Zambia yesterday. And so let's see how this will be panning out. And you can see the DRC captain there, Voldi Kanenda. And they're about to decide how things will be going there. Winnie Mapua, the Zimbabwe captain, possibly the standout star of the young mighty Warriors, on whom a lot will be expected of this morning.
It's almost constant. I think it's low right now.
We are hoping to see a very entertaining match at Tinashe this morning. And I hope the two teams will play as much as entertaining football as possible. And we are hoping that one team from the southern part of Africa would maybe qualify for the finals and maybe win it, as you know that Ghana last year won it when they were in their home soil. And we are hoping that one of our southern countries will do that.
The team sheets how Zimbabwe will be lining up. Winnie Mapua, the captain, number 17, on target yesterday against Morocco, and Danotida Ishekatia. And we can see Natasha Chiwuti there. So this is how the opponents DRC will be lining up. Their head coach, of course, Cindy Zangani. And we've got Foldi Bungu leading her charges this afternoon, who include the exciting Raisa Mvutu and Elise Okito. That means. So the two teams are now about to go through their paces and deciding the toss. See who will take what side. And I think, Rose, once we go through all the pre-match modalities, it'll be time for end-to-end action as we expect. And they are our referees, Eduardo Mounts from Angola, who will be taking us through. So Kaninda and Mapua in conversation with the referees to decide how things will be going. The DRC look ready for battle. I think for a team that is searching for their first points, they really look eager to get things going. And Zimbabwe know they will not be having it easy. So it will be Zimbabwe who take us underway at kickoff. And I think they made an electric start yesterday. 2 early goals before eventually being pulled back. And a match that ended in a 2-2 draw. So those are some of the things the coaches will be making sure they corrected in today's game. And I think the DRC will be very wary of that early threat posed by Zimbabwe.
Very true. As you've seen, yesterday we conceded an early goal, but the Zimbabwean girls managed to pick themselves up, and they did very well to. At one point, they were leading Morocco 2-1, but it's unfortunate that they failed to defend the last 5 minutes of the game, and Morocco equalized. And about today's game, we are hoping that both teams will have corrected the mistakes that they did yesterday, and we are hoping to have an exciting game between the two teams. As you know that one of the two teams should at least win today for them to be in the semi-finals or the best losers during the tournament.
Yeah, so plenty at stake, but it is Zimbabwe now who are pushing the charge forward, trying to make the early inroads down that Rhine channel. And there's a nice inviting cross that comes in, but is easily collected by Diane Bubu for Zambia. So settling the early nerves for DRC rather, who get the ball all the way palmed into the Zimbabwean box, but a bit of a miscue there from Zunoira, who manages to escape that one unscathed. And the offside flag finally goes up, so Zimbabwe having to be very careful with that high line. But seems to be a free kick awarded to DRC in the 2nd minute.
And as you can see that Zimbabwe is playing against the wind, so 3/4 of the time they have to put the ball on the ground for them to pump it up front. And this is an advantage to DRC Congo, because they are in favor of the field or of the wind, so they can play those long balls. And let's hope the Zimbabwean defense and the midfield are intact in terms of closing those gaps.
Yeah, so the work cut out for the Zimbabwean defense. A bit of a... It's really difficult, of course, this early on to pick who might be the favorites. But the DRC are pushing forward now, still trying to poke some holes in the Zimbabwean backline. And let's see if Zimbabwe can work their way out of this one. That is DRC trying to work it on the right wing with Jela. So this might be an opportunity to see one of those long offensive throws, which has become a critical aspect of the modern game. Zimbabwe failing to clear their lines, and that will be a free kick to the DRC for a foul on Kiswamu. She carries the danger for the DRC, and it's always refreshing to see a player who's not afraid to take on defenders as they come.
At this tender edge, you let them enjoy and be the players that they need to learn certain things, certain skills, how to dribble, how to shoot, how to turn. And if you see one of your players doing exactly what she's done, you know that you are doing something when you are teaching them. And she's one player who's I think one of the influential players in this Congo team. As you can see, she also taken this long shot at goal.
Yeah, probably not the best decision to take there, but you have to have the confidence to at least attempt and maybe take it on. So Zimbabwe still trying to get a grip on things and maybe playing the ball too aerially, but we're seeing DRC really comfortable with the ball at their feet. And so far, Zimbabwe has been having to do a bit of defending. But that one knocked out by Promise Tangani.
To know Promise Tangana, she's a daughter to Nomali Mandimandi, formerly of Cyclone, and currently she's playing for Harare City Queens. And it's a plus that we are seeing our mothers and our kids playing the same game that we love most.
Yeah, great football heritage on display. It's Zimbabwe with a skipper now, Winnie Mapua, who decided to go it alone on this one. But really smart defensive work there from Pele, Raisa Pele. They'll be keeping their eyes on her. She's but just as quickly, the DRC end-to-end stuff looking more threatening going forward than Zimbabwe so far in these opening exchanges, with Kaninda still on the ball, looking for some support. But none was forthcoming, so it will be a free kick to Zimbabwe.
I think the DRC team has managed to be composed in the first half, and they've taken on Zimbabwe, and Zimbabwe has been on the track backpedaling, and the Zimbabwean team needs to keep possession for them to make sure that they can surpass the midfield of the Tanzanian team, of the Congo team.
Absolutely. So maybe Zimbabwe still looking to find their feet on this one as we head into the 6th minute with a long throw. More promising now. The cross is sent in really early, and the chance just a little too high. And the DRC throwing in everything to clear the danger. You can see Zimbabwe was swarming there with the Matenga and Mativiri looking to raid the goal area. None of the goalkeepers have been made to work yet. And the boys' teams were on earlier, playing out a 1-1 draw, Zimbabwe and DRC. So let's see if the girls will take this one a notch higher. And it is still that exciting. Kiswamu still pretty much in the thick of things, proving to be a bit of a handful for the Zimbabwean midfield there.
I think what's needed to be done now is to be more composed and to have interchange at the combination play and move forward as a team, as a unity. As you can see that we have got gaps in between our teams, which we need to see that compactness in the middle of the park.
Very neat carousel of passes there with Jela and Luzolo dancing around the Zimbabwean defense, and DRC enjoying a lion's share of the possession. This could be a really promising opening, but an easy collection for Lilian Zondia in the end. Promising stuff from DRC, and maybe some early warning signs for Zimbabwe to just tidy things up a bit and have more polished patterns of play. Back in possession, Elise Jela. Composed footwork on the edge of the area, and there could be a shot in there, and the first goal, the opener. It's a fantastic take. The defense caught napping on that one, and celebrations, of course, for DRC. Frustration for Lilian Zonde. So in the 8th minute, DRC find the breakthrough through their number 11, Priscilla Luzolo.
Tinashe, as I was saying, that the Zimbabwean team need to be compact in terms of defending, and as you can see, they were in 6s and 7s because they were all standing and watching, and none of the players managed to go and press the Congo team, and this is why the Congolese had this chance to shoot without any pressure put on them. So the girls of Zimbabwe needs to be more active and to be mobile in terms of marking and pressing.
And it was also about that build up to that goal, really intentional and neat passage of play there. There was nothing lucky about it. A well-crafted goal, but Zimbabwe might have a chance at a response. Fortunately, that cross from Nyakadzino goes straight into the hands of the goalkeeper. So yesterday, Zimbabwe, of course, were the ones early off the mark, and today they have to do it the hard way, coming from behind. Maybe this goal might spark some life into the young mighty Warriors, but so far DRC are on top of the situation as they fly down the left wing again with Kaninda. She's got 1 or 2 bodies in the box. But this time the defense does just enough.
I think that the Congo settled early, and they've seen where the loopholes in the Zimbabwean defense. As you can see, they're using both the right and the left flanks in terms of going forward. And the Zimbabwean team needs to be very careful when they go forward to come back and defend as a unit and as a team.
You did talk about Congo playing to the advantage of the wind direction, Rose, and I think maybe that's something the technical team picked up on as well. They are not scared to take shots from distance. And so I think maybe Zimbabwe need to shut down their ranks early on, because a bit of a clatter on the ball. And just like that, it's so easy for DRC to pick up the loose balls every time there's an interception. The chance to go forward, easily dealt with by Mayengo.
As you can see that the defense and the midfield of Zimbabwe is very slow in terms of pushing forward. They need to push forward and cover all the gaps within the field of play, so that they can at least be, they mustn't leave too much gap between the midfield and the defense and the strikers.
And Zimbabwe lose out again. Another chance on the break for the DRC. Another miscue there from Anotida Noira. But she's got support in the form of Chutsi. And it's knocked back all the way to the goalkeeper. A chance for a restart now, as Zimbabwe chase the game and looking for some stability. A bit static in midfield, and the movement from DRC is causing all sorts of problems.
My worry, Tinashe, with the Zimbabwean team, if we look at the formation that they're using today, they've got more numbers in the middle of the park. And this is where they need to control the game, because they're outclassed the Congo team in terms of the midfield.
Promising work from Zimbabwe. The cross just failing to get squeezed through, but they do earn a corner kick for their effort, so a bit more fight in terms of response, Rose. Something you were asking for, but how solid has Mayengo been in making sure that the goalkeeper is not troubled at all?
The time they started to knock it around, or to do the combination play to keep the possession, they've managed to go and attempt at goal, and unfortunately we are failing to utilize our chances, and are we having the equal numbers in the box in terms of in terms of our attack.
So yeah, still plenty of work to do for Zimbabwe. If they had to get back on level terms, they seem to be getting a bit more set pieces this time around. They do have a specialist in their ranks. We know Mapua, if it's a bit closer to goal, perhaps can take a pop. But this one seems a fair bit of way out, and also shooting against the wind. So she has to pick some runners in the box, obviously.
I think these are the kinds of drills that as coaches we should be teaching our players when we are playing against the wind. What type of a free kick are we going to use? Are we going to have two? And then we can have a disguised person, then you can play, than to shoot all the free kicks direct to the goalkeeper.
There was some pace on the ball, but really straightforward for the goalkeeper, Diane Lukau-Bubu. And the distribution goes all the way into the attacking third. DRC have got all the numbers swarming and camped in the Zimbabwean half. The press is not quite coming off. A bit of patience might be required. And there on the break for Zimbabwe with Melody Nyikadzino, Memory Nyikadzino, failing to capitalize on a race sleep from the DRC backline.
I think the first touch let her down because to put it up front, it was the first touch that let her down. But at least now they are trying very hard to play it and to be patient. But also they need to defend as a team and make sure to know where they are in terms of defending and attacking.
Yeah, we need to be seeing more of that special awareness from the Zimbabwean defense. It doesn't really help when you're pumping all those balls forward and they keep coming back into your own area. You need to be deliberate, and definitely this throw-in doesn't help their matters at the moment. A bit jittery at the back, Natasha Chutsu. Can't blame them. They've had to deal with the really tricky wingers, Rose, right from the very first whistle, alternating between Luzolo and Kaninda. So it's been really busy on that right flank of attack for DRC. So maybe time to switch up the approach to the game.
I think the biggest letdown in the Zim team is that we have got our five defenders that we have. The 5 defenders, they must be communicating with who's covering who and who's giving up the cover. And also our midfield, Matenga, Matibini and Nyikadzino should be dropping to help the defense. And the moment they get the possession, they need to start to play and move and join the attack as well.
Yeah, so it seems like Zimbabwe not wasting any time, a double substitution. As we see Bridget Tauro and Lakevia Jaravani, who was on target, of course, against Morocco, enter the field of play. Maybe a sign of intent on this one. But like you were saying, it all comes down to how they line up and shape up in terms of their formation going forward. Losing possession to the DRC again, who are keeping it really tight, but something promising for Zimbabwe, and nicely threaded through ball for Mapua. Great intervention from Raisa Pele. Every question that Zimbabwe have asked, DRC have been up to the task at the back. But now, something to start with, Jaravani. Nicely done from DRC. Zimbabwe are putting in a shift in defense, and that makes your job really hard when you have to put in a defensive show of your life and you're also chasing the game. It really complicates things. I think the DRC have been more composed and showing really, really great chemistry in stringing their passes forward.
My biggest challenge, Tinashe, is that you see Katea. She's playing too deep. The libero, when we used to play during our days, we used to have that kind of a sweeper. But the modern football now, the libero or the sweeper should be the keeper. So she mustn't. She has to push forward and be closer to the other defenders. And one other aspect is that she's covering the offside. So she needs to move a little bit closer to the other girls and to make sure there's compactness within the defense and the midfield.
Absolutely agree. That will allow them to build it from the back. And you can see now,
As you can see,
on the ball. Really difficult. You can't pass it around like that. But in terms of going forward, you can clearly see Matibini is trying to thread those passes to the wide area and find Mapua. So there might be a hint of a bit of an over-reliance on their star player there, but they have to find a way to make sure everyone else is fused into the plan, because DRC have been reading that pass throughout 3 attempts so far, and only 1 has gone through.
As you can see, the defense of DRC, they're having at least 2 or 3 around Mapuya. They also have a sweeper who's covering all the loose balls. So it's up to the Zimbabwean team to add more numbers in the box to unsettle the defense of the Congo.
So Yema committing that foul on Bridget Tauro, introduced in the first half. So it's a free kick for Zimbabwe. And you get a feeling that maybe this might be one of their more promising chances if there is a right whip on the cross into the box. But it's really curious, Rose, when you see how the DRC are defending these free kicks, employing a really high line, just keeping in touch with their wall. That gives the goalkeeper a very clear view of the ball. So 3 players on the wall. Descending order according to height, it seems.
It is, Tinashe, because the highest player should always cover the near or the far post, and this is why exactly it's very good that these kids are being taught how to stand in a wall.
Yeah, the basics of the game on full display. Another decent free kick from Mapua, but still nothing to trouble Bubu in goals for the DRC. So plenty of work still to be done as far as the attacking play is concerned for Zimbabwe, but DRC have been defending their lead pretty well, and every time they go forward they look really dangerous, hoping to capitalize on any slip up and double the advantage. So that's the second goal of the tournament.
As you can see on the setup right now, we've got 1-2 defenders of Congo, and no one is picking them up. And the Zimbabwean side team is going behind the ball, but one of the strikers should be marking one of the center defenders so that they cannot play her and she cannot start the play from the back.
Yeah, so there seems to be some discomfort there. There's a DRC player who's down. Of course, it's the Maverick Kiswamu. Hope it's nothing serious in that coming together. And yes, the number 11 is the goal scorer, the one who has made the difference so far in this game, Priscilla Mantobo Luzolo. It was a well-taken strike right on the edge of the box after a really, really neat passage of play involving 4 players from the DRC. And since then, Zimbabwe have been trying to get back on terms with very little success.
Half-time.
And that will be all. Half-time here. It's DRC 1 and Zimbabwe 0. Plenty of work to be done in the second half. Priscilla Luzolo, the goal scorer, who's made the difference. And you can see the huddle there from the DRC. I think it's been a perfect game plan, executed well in the first half. They got the early goal they were looking for in the 8th minute. And Zimbabwe will be looking to see how they can dig themselves out of this hole. Yesterday, they were pegged back by Morocco after taking a 2-0 lead. Today, they're the ones who have to stage a comeback in this game. And DRC are firmly in control at the halfway stage as we get ready for the halftime analysis.
These aren't 100% polyester. They are 30% lessons learned the hard way, 50% hope, turning threads into memories, 20% triumphs dreamed and prayed for. This is Africa, 100% made of us.
Rooted in culture, driven by connection. These stories flow between continents, leading a new generation of talent and opportunity. Africa and Europe, together we rise.
Out. The fans are out in the sun and hopeful that their nation can do something. What can they do? Well, considering what we've seen in the first half, we definitely have to get the thoughts of the two coaches, one of whom was in commentary, walking or talking us through that first half. Close game, tough result. Zimbabwe, the host nation, struggling to find their footing. DR Congo, a team that we didn't expect to start off stronger, doing exactly that in the first 20 minutes. What will happen? That is the question. Coach Rosemary is by my side. Coach, looking at the game from your vantage point and considering your commentary, and what did you see?
Thank you, Chico. I think the DRC Congo settled early in the game, and they were exchanging passes, being patient, going forward. As you know that the first 20 minutes, the advantage of the wind is the kickoff started, they had a long shot to test the goalkeeper. And they've done well in terms of keeping possession. They've done well in terms of defending. And in terms of the midfield, they are so compact and they're eager to regain possession as quickly as possible. And unlike Zimbabwe today, they're a bit low in terms of moving forward and coming to defend as a team, as a unity. As you have seen, that Kateya is being the last person in defense, and she's leaving a lot of gaps between her and the other 4 defenders. And the change of Mapuya being on the right side yesterday and being the center forward today has let them down, and they started the number 20 who scored first yesterday on the bench, maybe because of the injury, and they had to bring her in. We are hoping that the Zimbabwe team will regroup and make sure they are compact in every department of the game.
There's a lot for Coach Rosemary to say, obviously, considering she's watching her homegrown girls suffer at halftime. Coach Kevin, walk us through these highlights and what you see.
Oh, I can't say sorry, Chico, but from what I saw sitting next to you and looking at Zimbabwe, maybe their recovery was not too good last night, because today they came out with a different formation. They placed a few players in different positions, and it showed. The midfielder, the number 17, their captain, is very influential in the game. I hope second half they're able to bring her on and keep the number 20 as the striker, because then they can build up from the back and they can get through the number 17 in order to get the goal they need. Benin has looked a lot more composed, even though, yes, the Zimbabwean defense is very not the Benin defense is very compact, so it's difficult for the Zimbabweans to get through. But let's hope the Zimbabweans are able to come back and Benin is able to keep the defense. But
they've had possession, no question about that. They can do something with it. That's a possibility. Will they do anything with it? That's the question. Attempts on relatively equal, apart from the most important statistic right there at the top, where DRC are currently leading.
Yes.
Well, we're about to get into it because they are back on the pitch. Zambia, Zimbabwe, and of course the DRC second half. Will the fans have something to celebrate? We'll be finding out. Go from Bantobo, an opportunity for the game. Commentary.
Second half action about to get underway. It's Zimbabwe versus the DRC. It is DRC leading by a goal to nil, and Zimbabwe chasing the game now, forced to make 2 early substitutions. with Bridget Tauro coming in and Lakivia Jaravani in a bid to spruce up their attack and try to spark some life into this one. But after the first half, it was the DRC who were firmly in control of things, despite Zimbabwe enjoying a bit more possession, 54% of the ball they saw, but nothing really telling on the scoreboard. So a big second half awaits them.
And from the look of things, Tinashe, yesterday Winnie was playing on the right flank, and today they've shifted her to be the first center striker. But right now, as we look at the formation now, they've taken her to the right flank, and they've given the number 20 to come in as the center striker as they were playing yesterday. I think this is going to help the Zimbabwe team in terms of going forward and in terms of the creativity.
Yeah, I think we saw that as well in the last 5 minutes of the first half. Zimbabwe finding a bit more joy going forward. Most of their forward play, of course, trying to pick out Mapua, which can easily make it an easy game to defend if you don't employ some variation in your attacks. But they seem to have a lot of trust in their forward players. So let's see if Tauro and Jaravari and Mapua can conjure something for Zimbabwe, who will be desperately looking at the clock if it goes on like this for 10 minutes longer, Rose.
The only thing that the Zimbabwe team needs to do now is to put it on the ground and play the combination pass and be patient in their build-up going forward. And they hope they will join and move as a block and move as a team for them to create more chances, as well as to unsettle the defense of the DRC.
So this is the platform then for a savior to rise for Zimbabwe. Precise passing from the DRC. But now a bit of a ping pong in the middle of the park. No one really asserting control there. But look at that pace from Jela. Eventually failing to keep it in, but you have to love the energy and eagerness to get involved in anything. No loose balls allowed to just be rolling about, and that hunger and passion is probably what has seen them find the breakthrough in this game. Another ball easily dealt with. Angela sticks on you like a plague when she's hunting down for that ball.
I think both teams, the Congo and Zimbabwe, have got the sweeper players, and it's going to take one coach to understand and to see that they should employ one person to go and stand as the sweeper person, the last person in defense, to unsettle her and to make sure she's not comfortable.
Absolutely, too much time on the ball gives them all sorts of ideas. So a free kick now awarded to the DRC. Zimbabwe at the moment looking just in need for some leadership, but DRC looking for that second. Miscued by Luzolo. After the goal she scored, you would assume that should have been an easy tap in for her to double her tally and put DRC slightly out of reach. But Zimbabwe survived this one, but it's still a very uncomfortable ride out there for that back line.
At times, the goalkeeper should be communicating with their defense to tell them the scenarios that they're facing, and maybe to cool a little bit, not to be quick. They need to be composed and make sure that they're talking. They need a lot of communication between the players themselves. As you can see, they are not even talking to one another. They're not giving one another any messages.
Absolutely, it is part of the game. Communication is what really makes sure the plan comes together on top of footballing ability. DRC still looking threatening with their captain, Kaninda, encouraged yet again to take shots from distance.
She's been getting all the room that she wants in terms of controlling and in terms of thinking, but when you're playing football, we talk of making sure you reduce the space, the options. You are very quick in terms of pressing as well. And as Zimbabwe, we need to be pressing. They need to be pressing the player with the ball.
Another ball from Zimbabwe, easily given out. To get a throw in has to be better. And they are passing, but now a 10 of acceleration on the left channel, set up nicely. Goalkeeper Bubu comes out to collect. Maybe not enough pace on the ball in the end, but you have to understand and appreciate the intention behind that pass from Tauro.
The pass was okay. Everything was perfect. Tinashe, as coaches, we always tell our kids, you have to have one player at the near post, one player at the far post, and other player on the blind side, other player on the penalty, and outside the D arc. It's unfortunate that Winnie didn't complete her run. If she had completed that run, she was going to get that ball and maybe score it.
Yeah, that could have been a different story on the scoreline. But so far, DRC continue unbothered. Encouraging thing for Zimbabwe with a bit of skill there, driving forward. The final pass, maybe not as perfect as you would have preferred. But just see the support play from the DRC. Applying the pressure there.
The second half, it's much better for Zimbabwe, unlike their first half. And I think the coach had to make sense into them that they need to gear up themselves and compete and win every loose ball. As you can see that DRC Congo was very dominant in the first half in the middle of the park, but right now the stability in the right middle of the park from the Zimbabwean team.
You can also see Zimbabwe maybe standing their ground a bit more, going for that second ball as well, which is something we were not seeing in the first half. So maybe took their time to warm up into the game, but a bit concerning to see two players on the ground now, the captain Kaninda and their defender Christian Vinyema. And that is how it all unfolded. Okay, a bit of high boot which got her down. And the cluttering of the Zimbabwean players as well. No bad intentions in that one.
No. She was going for the ball. It's unfortunately the follow through. It's to land on the captain, number 10. And this is why she had to have that knock. But it wasn't intentional. She was going for the ball.
So that is the captain, Voldi Bungu, who's getting some treatment. She's been really, really explosive right from the first whistle. Was very influential and at the heart of most good things, breaking those lines, threading those passes, and just pretty much controlling the tempo of the game. A modern playmaker.
When you are given the armband, that shows you are a leader and you should be leading in the field of the park. You are representing your coaches, so you should lead your troops to make sure that they're doing the right thing, and she has done well in the first half.
DRC causing further problems for Zimbabwe there. Miscommunication and full display as well, Rose. I mean, you know all about the weight and responsibility of having that armband on your arm, and but there needs to be better communication there for Zimbabwe between Zonde and her backline, particularly Zinoira. They seem to be going for the same balls all the time. Almost gifted the DRC a goal there.
The last person in defense, the goalkeeper, should have just shouted to Kateya that it's my ball, leave it. But because of the lack of communication, this has caused all that.
Another chance goes begging for Zimbabwe. Seem to be getting closer, but can't get their bearings right. And as long as it stays this way, DRC will be enjoying and might even get the luxury to double the advantage. It's played short. The pressure was there from Jaravani. And this could be promising for Zimbabwe. Communication yet again running into each other. And just like that, the momentum is stopped. It's been a bit more of a scrappy affair in the second half. We're seeing more tackles than we saw in the first half. So maybe an understanding that time is running out. A nice, interesting duel there between Neshiri and Yema.
The second half is much better in terms of entertaining, unlike the first half, where Congo DRC was dominant. But this time in the second half, it's now a balanced game, and we hope to see more entertaining football. The last 10 minutes to go, which we hope either of the two teams could gear up and make sure that it's more entertaining, unlike the first half.
So as we get into the 30th minute, we look for some more flair and hopefully some more goals. I think the best thing about this tournament across all divisions is that we've been seeing goals left, right and center, and more chances now being created for Zimbabwe. Bit of heavy-handed, some protest there. I guess some of the Zimbabwe fans expected a bit more than just the play on waved, but it's Luzolo now driving and cutting through that Zimbabwean defense, who are failing to clear their lines, and finally evasive action seems to work.
It's now scrappy, and it's now showing some tiredness from these youngsters, you know, playing 20 minutes and maybe they did not rest enough, especially the Zimbabwean team. As you can look, they need to gear up their game because it's only 9 minutes left until the end of the game. They need to make sure that they pull one back and maybe look for the winner in the last 5 minutes.
Yeah, so I guess we'll have to see. Really decent free kick again, taken from distance, but nothing to trouble Bubu. And maybe it might be time for some of those impact players to get on. There you can see the DRC having more goal attempts, but Zimbabwe having more on target. But unfortunately for them, of their 3, nothing has counted. 1 converted out of 2 on target for the DRC, so pretty clinical if you're looking for that cutting edge. Zimbabwe were forced to shuffle their pack early on in the first half. A double substitution by Chibanda. DRC are yet to blink in this game.
The reason why DRC haven't brought in, they've seen the stability within the team. They've seen that the girls have done well in terms of combination, in terms of starting at the back, and in terms of going forward. They're moving as a unity, and that has given them the edge against Zimbabwe.
And I think I have to agree with you, because even when you're looking at their outstanding players, they still seem to be working in tandem. It's not so much about the individual. And there you can see easily rolling the defender, creating space for herself. Gracia Kalala sending that cross in. And this is something that Zimbabwe had to deal with very quickly with Chiwutsu, who's had to do a lot of defending. And I think it's a very, very good signs for the future. You love to see a defender who stays on her feet, not diving into challenges, especially in the box. But it is still with DRC. This one going just wide. More attempts, but less on target. Time running out for Zimbabwe to get something on the board. The heavy touch there from Jaravani, but she's bailed up by a teammate, Neshiri, and it's going to be a free kick. Our referee Eduardo Mwanza from Angola stamping authority on proceedings. Play to the whistle always, and these are things we should always be instilling into players from a very young age.
I think all the nations have done well in terms of making sure these girls are prepared for this tournament, and as they are learning, we are developing them. It's good for them to make mistakes, and they will learn from these mistakes and going forward. And this is exactly what this tournament is all about: is to develop them, to make sure they understand the tactical aspects of the game. And as coaches, they should work on the technical ability of these players as well.
Absolutely, a platform for refinement as well, as we polish the future stars of African football. And now a bit of a stop-start nature in the last few minutes as tackles have been flying in. Zimbabwe's who assumed they were going to be pumping this one forward. They are chasing the game after all. Tauro trying to tee up Mapua there. Could not quite get it going. Eviel Mayengo. She had a heroic clearance in the first half, and we seem to have another player down.
That's Tauro, and she came in as a substitute, and maybe because of the injury, and we are hoping that it's not serious for her to continue this game, because her team needs a more the last 5 minutes that she's left for them maybe to equalize and maybe to score.
I think you can see she landed a bit awkwardly, but she's back on her feet, still hobbling a bit, and just showing some of that mighty warrior spirit, eager to plow on. I mean, their time is running out and expected to carry the burden of getting the goals. Picked towards our own goalkeeper, this would have been a very awkward moment.
A very good attempt from the defender. She had she had lobbed the ball above the keeper. It was going to be something else, but this was a very good attempt from her, and we hope that they will continue. And with a DRC team that is tactical, good, and above of the Zimbabwean team, it's going to be very difficult for the Zim team to equalize.
That was a really tricky free kick as well. Just pumped into the thick of things there. So they will get this moment maybe to get some last minute instructions and hydrate a bit whilst the goalkeeper, Diane Bubu, gets some treatment. She hasn't been fully tested, but she's been really up to the task with 4 saves for the shots she's faced this morning. And seems to be some trouble with the muscle, but she's back on her feet to resume her duties as the guardian of the goal for the DRC. There you can see some of the coaches. This is where game management comes into play. The last few anxious moments, terrible and devastating to concede at this point. So you get a feeling that the next goal might be of great significance into this game. DRC showing some signs of fatigue, lapses in concentration as the game peters out. So maybe, who knows, if Zimbabwe keep on applying the pressure and being alert, they might just sneak this one.
And if they manage to get a corner kick out of it, and I hope they will make use of this corner kick, because with only 3 minutes left, they have to utilize whatever they've got. And this is a half goal. If you have a corner kick, it's a half goal.
So let's see Mapua's delivery looking really good, and the goal flashes just wide. I know a lot of people time stood still there for the DRC. That was a really decent take from Anatisha Tidaishe Noira, all the way from defense to meet that inviting cross from Winnie Mapua. And unfortunately for her, it flashed just across the face of goal. Bubu seemed to have been well bitten, but also encouraging to see there was a defender right there on the line covering all the bases for DRC. And as they make that late surge, looking for a goal that will kill this game. Zimbabwe, on the other hand, have to keep going forward. So a bit of a nasty one there. Another free kick, which might as well be a lifeline. You can see the Charavani just signaling on
Time.
the clock. It's a nice take. Zimbabwe have to keep going forward now. And you can see DRC congesting their defense. Another cross comes in, but there was no one to take it. And Mapua will keep it alive, looking for support. Threads it, but Bubu yet again standing in the way. So another corner kick for Zimbabwe. They came close with the last one. And as we get into the final minute, it's expectation from the Zimbabwean side and a bit of anxiety for DRC.
I give credit to Coach Irene Mwanza when she changed in the second half. The formation and the players are moving Winnie on the right and making sure Jarawaza, the number 20, comes in. Tauro comes in at the middle of the park. It showed more stability in the second half than the first half. So and they created more chances again going forward.
Yeah, definitely. If you're looking for positives, it's been a bit more enterprising in the second half. But too many stray passes in the end, Rose. And I think if you have to dissect where it probably went wrong, it has to come down to that sharpness, especially when in possession. But now we can just see that's how Luzondo went down. Goal scorer. If it does end like this, which it seems likely, of course, I mean, that's a goal worthy to win any game. It was really, really well taken in the 8th minute. And some of the fans are already in song, and you can see the contrast of emotions in the jerseys. That one in the Zimbabwean shirt.
But when we are talking of under 15, we are developing them, and it's all about enjoyment and learn. We don't concentrate much on the winning aspect. The winning aspect will only come when we are dealing with under 17. But right now, it's for us to see how good have we taught our kids. Are they learning? Are they making sure they're taking the instructions that the coaches are giving them? It's a good to all nations that they've participated, they are learning, and they will improve going forward.
So a proper developmental platform for both teams, but Bubu seems to be in some serious discomfort there. Let's just see how she picked that knock. It was all floated into the box, and then maybe a bit of a late challenge from Jaravani. And unfortunately, she caught the goalkeeper there. So Jaravani goes into the referee's book, picked on a yellow card. She was on target against Morocco, introduced as a first half substitute today, along with Tauro, but unfortunately she could not find the back of the net.
These were the two players who were very influential yesterday against Morocco, but I don't know why the coach decided to put them on the bench. But the moment she introduced them, there was a lot of improvement in terms of going forward, in terms of even coming back to mark at the middle of the park.
So we've seen plenty good signs from these two teams, a very positive outlook for the future, but DRC walk out the winners, 1-0 victory over Zimbabwe. They get their first win. And the goal came in the 8th minute from Quintil Luzolo. So at full time, DRC 1, Zimbabwe 0. Celebrations all around from the Congolese. And why not? It's been a perfectly executed game plan. And it's time to celebrate with their fans. While Zimbabwe can take reflections from this, there were some positives, of course, but unfortunately, they were found wanting on this one. And in the end, it's DRC 1, Zimbabwe 0, full time.
Okay. Am I fine? I can't see there.
Wow. Can you tilt? Yeah. Better. Now you can.
I'm gonna try. I don't have very good eyes. only with these things I can see there, but I can't see here.
These jerseys aren't 100% polyester. They are 30% lessons learned the hard way, 50% hope, turning threads into memories, 20% triumphs dreamed and prayed for. This is Africa, 100% made of us.
Rooted in culture, driven by connection. These stories flow between continents, leading a new generation of talent and opportunity. Africa and Europe, together we rise.
For the future of Zimbabwe, you gotta, yes, we lose some, we win some, and we want to win this tournament because it's an international tournament. But there's bigger fish to fry if you take the bad and the good out of this tournament and help your players grow to be better players.
Well, looking at the total shots on target there, we could see that Congo had just 2, didn't they? But when it comes to the host nation, they had twice as much, but they're only half as good as them on the statistic that actually matters, that 1-0 victory for the DR Congo. What lessons you take, by the way, as a coach who's been in the under-15 setup and with Zimbabwe at heart?
I think with today's game, the coach, as a coach, you concentrate more on ball possession, keeping and rotating it, and when it's not on, and making sure we can have those penetrating pass, and as well as the compactness in terms of our defense. If we looked at Zimbabwe today, the sweeper, which was Kateya, she was leaving a lot of gap between her and the other defenders, as well as at the middle of the park. We were not as much as compact when the Zimbabwean girls lost possession. In terms of pressing, the pressing started later in the second half when the number 18 and Tauro were introduced. We could see that pressing coming from up front. But as a coach, you will say to the girls, you have done well. There's room to improve. We go back to the drawing board. We start with our basic controlling and passing, the movement, the mobility, and making sure that they complete their runs in terms of going forward in the penalty box, where Zimbabwe was lagging behind in terms of numbers in the box. And if they had people who were completing their runs, especially when on the blind side, they could have maybe scored 1 or 2, as you have seen that they had more chances than Congo, but Congo were more composed, and they took the chance, or one of the chances that they had, and they won this game.
Yeah, they could have, would have, probably should have, but woulda, coulda, shoulda is usually the story that we can have after the full fixture is over. Speaking of fixtures that are over, we saw at the first game, the opening of day 2, right here at the Africa Schools Football Championship, Zimbabwe Harare 2026, Zambia. Opening the day, another Southern African team losing, only this time to Benin. We've seen a very good result against the home side for DR Congo. Morocco and Zambia is ongoing way back there. I'm sure you could see some of those shots as we were doing this. But our focus, though, will be on the game that is up next. We just came from seeing them earlier. Benin are back in action, only this time they are facing the one and only defending champions Tanzania, who have had a torrid start to the tournament. Tanzania from East Africa. You'll of course know about East Africa. The Africa Cup of Nations 2027 comes to mind. In fact, the phrase for Tanzania in that trinity, Tanzania, Uganda and Kenya, has been the Pamoja bid. If you know any Swahili or you don't, Pamoja in Swahili means together. And for Benin, it'll be dumping East Africa alongside the team that they did from the south, as they put them Pamoja in the beating that they're hoping to hand out. But these are the defending champions, and this will be quite the game.
These jerseys aren't 100% polyester. They are 30% lessons learned the hard way, 50% hope, turning threads into memories, 20% triumphs trained and prayed for. This is Africa, 100% made of us.
Rooted in culture, driven by connection. These stories flow between continents, leading a new generation of talent and opportunity. Africa and Europe, together we rise.
Of the CAF African Schools Football Championship. It's Group B boys, Tanzania against Benin. And Benin already a victory earlier on this morning. It's their second game of the day. Matches at Gateway High School in partly sunny conditions. It's been hectic. This is the third round of matches already today. There are 5 rounds of games with 14 contests as the group stage ends today. So Benin beat Zambia 2-0. That was in a 9 a.m. local time kickoff. This one's going to be midday. Then heartbreak or big concern at least for the host nation. Zimbabwe losing 1-0 to DR Congo, and DRC have got themselves in a very strong position in Group A. To come up now, it's Tanzania against Benin. That's a boys game in Group B. Then we've got Group B girls. Tanzania against Guinea also coming up. And Zambia had a 1-0 win over Morocco in the girls section to get themselves 6 points in Group A in a game that was taking the same time as DRC and Zimbabwe. So Zambia's girls have got maximum points. They're looking really good. Benin here, as I say, were 2-0 winners over Zambia this morning, and they did the job very well there. They defended well in the second half when they needed to, got a great goal on the break, and you would fancy that they are in with a big chance of getting through to the semi-finals.
These jerseys aren't 100% polyester. They are 30% lessons learned the hard way, 50% hope. Turning threads into memories. 20% triumphs dreamed and prayed for. This is Africa, 100% made of us.
Rooted in culture, driven by connection. These stories flow between continents, leading a new generation of talent and opportunity. Africa and Europe, together we rise.
These jerseys aren't 100% polyester. They are 30% lessons learned the hard way, 50% hope, turning threads into memories, 20% triumphs dreamed and prayed for. This is Africa, 100% made of us.
Rooted in culture, driven by connection. These stories flow between continents, leading a new generation of talent and opportunity. Africa and Europe, together we rise.
These jerseys aren't 100% polyester. They are 30% lessons learned the hard way, 50% hope, turning threads into memories, 20% triumphs dreamed and prayed for. This is Africa, 100% made of us.
Rooted in culture, driven by connection. These stories flow between continents, leading a new generation of talent and opportunity. Africa and Europe, together we rise.
These jerseys aren't 100% polyester. They are 30% lessons learned the hard way, 50% hope, turning threads into memories, 20% triumphs dreamed and prayed for. This is Africa, 100% made of us.
Rooted in culture, driven by connection. These stories flow between continents, leading a new generation of talent and opportunity. Africa and Europe, together we rise.
Right then, Tanzania up against Benin here. The defending champions have to win this, otherwise they are heading out on day 2 of the CAF African Schools Football Championship. Benin winning earlier on today. They've got 3 points. Tanzania and Zambia have a single point. Senegal on 6. This is going to be very, very interesting. Benin are in the yellow colours, Tanzania in the black and green. They only played 3 hours ago, did Benin. 2-0 winners over Zambia. First game of today. This is for Tanzania, who played twice yesterday. Let's get the national anthems ahead of what is going to be a very interesting do or die contest. Okay, this is going to be very interesting indeed. It's a midday kickoff. It's really warmed up here in Harare. Bright sunshine right now. Pitch is still holding up well. 14 matches today, 10 yesterday. It's really intense. The group stage at this tournament taking place over the first 2 days. Tomorrow it's placement matches for 5th to 8th for those who fail to make it to the semi-finals. So that's a day that they would want to be resting rather than playing. So Benin in the yellow colours. Tanzania are the defending champions, as I say, but if they don't win this, they will be out. Good conditions here, definitely. A little bit of breeze, although it's much warmer than it was early on. Benoit, the captain for Benin, and Dismas, the captain for Tanzania. Referee is Eduardo Muans from Angola. Assistants from the DRC, Comoros and Cote d'Ivoire. The young referees course which took place in the 5 days ahead of the tournament had referees from all over. Djibouti was there, Angola was there, Mauritania, Tunisia, Algeria, many other nations, Lesotho as well. So for Tanzania, coached by Mwini Yaya, they're going in a 4-3-3 formation. Watch out for Seleman, Deus up front, Faisal and Sultan. That's the front three, and they're going to have to deliver in this game. Dismas in midfield is the captain. Centre-backs are Hamsi and Juma, retaining their places in the starting 11 for Tanzania. For Benin, they've got a decent lineup. They're quick on the break, good down the wings. The star player who's really impressed us thus far has been their number 10. Let's take you through the lineup quickly there. Gerard's the right back. Asikbe is the one who's been playing so well. Also, there was a goal for Bachiru in the last game earlier today, and the captain, Benoit. They'll be going a 4-3-3. They can defend. Kevin Johnson is with me, esteemed coach with so much experience in setups and of head coach as Kaiser Chiefs, Al Ahly and many others. This is going to be tough for Tanzania, and they've got to take risks, haven't they?
As defending champions, Steve, they have to. They have to take the game to Benin, and they both play 4-3-3. So let's see how they cancel each other during the game. But Tanzania has to take as many risks as they can, especially in the beginning of the game.
As for Benin, a point would probably do for them. A 3 would be better. Captain moves that across very nicely there. Dismas, as we see Tanzania indeed are going for it in the opening seconds of this contest. Group B boys. Senegal have qualified already with 6 points. They're playing after this game against Zambia.
There's our favourite, number 10.
Okay. The pace down the wing, so impressive.
Number 10. Number 10 of Benin.
And we've been seeing so much skill. Asikbe, he's an absolute star, one that definitely has made an impression here. At the back there, that's Hamzi. Sulu playing at right back. Defending champions in having won the title in Ghana last year, but they found it pretty difficult, while Senegal looked to be certainly one of the best teams here. Lost 3-2, having led actually in one of the last games played yesterday, lost 3-2. And before that, picking up a point against Zambia. That was a 1-1 draw. Let's see what they can work here. Captain Dismas is getting plenty of the ball. But Benin have got tall centre-backs. And they do enough there. That's a corner kick. Certainly there's early intent here, Kevin.
Yes, I said this early on, and it looks like they're a little bit more comfortable on the ball. Tanzania, they look like they want to play. They're not just hoofing it up to get the result. But let's see. That's nice first corner.
Whistles past. There's no takers there.
No, sir.
Swung in quite well though. For Benin, Abel, number 7, came on as a sub in their first game today, and he made a good impression in midfield. Watch out for him. Dosu is anchoring the midfield, number 8. Benin were 4th 2 years ago. And here he comes again, Asigbe. Can he go all the way? Just runs out of space, but still holds on to possession. Yeah, he's a delight to watch, is Asigbe. He did not want to give possession away at all.
No, not to the number 10.
So first real attack for Benin, but that's comfortable for the keeper. Watch out for the captain, Benoit, jersey number 17 for Benin. He's another key player. And then these defenders, they look pretty comfortable. Alassane has started all the games, number 6. Interesting tactically, Benin know that a point is probably enough, depending on, and also these final 2 games in this group are not being played at the same time, which is an unusual situation, but that's so that we can fit in all of the fixtures on a really packed program. So 4 minutes gone, no goals here. What's your impressions of Tanzanians, Kevin?
So far they're holding the ball very well, and they're looking to go forward. And it looks like they coming down the right-hand side of the, or left-hand side of the Benin team. But they need to get a little bit more comfortable in the last third, and they need to be moving a little bit better.
Up front there, they've got Sultan, jersey 10, Faisal is 17, and Seleman, 11. These academy players from Tanzania. Here's Hamza, the left back for Benin. So they've only had a break of
a few hours.
2 hours, yeah, because they finished around 10 a.m. This is a midday local time kickoff. The games, again, if you're new to this tournament, it's 40 minutes, 20 minutes each way. Now, that is good breaking up of play from Abel. Lovely play from Noureni. Noureni, he still goes, tripped there, no doubt about that. Yassir is the offender, and a yellow card, absolutely.
First yellow card of the game.
Yeah, I mean, they're boys, but they're learning the tricks that you have to do.
Exactly.
In football, Kevin, eh?
But he is late.
Yeah.
The Tanzanian player is late because the Benin player was on his way through.
That's what is expected of a defender these days, hey? It's Benoit and Noureni, the 2 players by the ball. Certainly you can score direct from here. It's Noureni.
Goes wide.
He started every game so far for Benin, has Noureni. Obviously, the more they attack, the harder it becomes for Tanzania, who are so hungry for goals here. Noureni again. So 2-hour break between games. What do you do, Kevin?
Relax. If you have any ice, put them in ice. And the best is try and get them to rest 45 an hour sleep, and put as much nutrition in them as possible.
Interesting.
But very difficult for youngsters to do that.
Yeah, sure. Then they would have got a nap. But certainly as much rest as possible. 7 minutes played here. Tanzania, Benin is goalless. Disappointment on this field for Zimbabwe's women in the previous game, losing 1-0 to the DRC. And then I got to catch the last few minutes of game in the same girls group. Zambia beat Morocco 1-0 in a physical, hard-fought game. Now this Captain Dismas is getting lots of the ball. It's another cross that doesn't have any takers though. It's the biggest schools football tournament in the world. More than 3 million participants through the qualifiers. Keeper Baruba comes out to block there. There's Abdu. At the moment, Benin slightly the better of the play. Not really much in it though. That's defended well, Hamza. Hamza manages to switch play as well. It's been a while since Asigbe got the ball down the other side. Seleman. Dismas, the captain. Looks like he's the playmaker, dictating things for Tanzania. Looks to be influential.
Yes, I can see he wants to go forward. He wants to do it for Tanzania, but they're trying to build up, Steve. They're not getting it into the last third as they'd like to.
Defending champions under pressure. Earlier today, Benin 2-0 winners over Zambia. We had that game live on CAF TV. Guinea beat Burkina Faso in the girls section 2-1 in another early kickoff as they'll try and launch this one. Seleman. More pressure here from Tanzania. This is Sultan.
When I look at it, Steve, they go trying to get through a sea of yellow jerseys.
Yeah, it's a sea indeed, and they're in a hurry. And they'll get themselves a corner kick, which will help the cause of Tanzania as we approach the halfway stage through this first half. 19 there is Batshiru, the centre forward for Benin, having to defend at the moment, obviously. But they need to capitalise on the second corner of the game for Tanzania. Sultan up there, good in swinger. It went into the side netting. Getting closer.
Good, very, very good delivery from the left-hand side of Benin.
They're breaking up play. Their winning balls are Benin. Abel and Dosu. Dosu, the number 8, he started all the games. Also on, Zimbabwe's boys are playing Morocco in a Group A boys, Uganda, DRC in Group A boys as well. We'll keep you posted on those. So much happening on day 2 of the CAF African Schools Football Championship here in Zimbabwe. It's taken by Hamza. Alassane, the other centre-back, Gondonu. They've been solid. Now this is their favourite outlet, Asigbe, decent ball as well. Opportunities here, Nureni hits the post. That was a swift move and they come within a whisker of taking the lead.
Almost, but again, Benin coming from the right-hand side, crossing, moving the ball over to the left-hand side and then attacking the play, Steve.
Smashes against the post, and this is the best game that Nureni's had. We did watch the 2 previous Benin games. He's doing well. Left side in that front 3. Abduli for Tanzania. Flicked with the outside of the foot. Very nice. Here's Abel. Best they can do is to give the ball away to Benin. Corner kick, 12 minutes played and it's goalless.
Remember how they scored their goal against
oh yes,
this morning?
Yes.
Let's see if they do
Came from
a similar tactical movement, which was a flat ball.
It did it from a corner. Hamza is going to deliver this. The left back, so it's going to be an out swinger. Hamza, that was too low though. Some reinforcements. Alassane. Let's see if they can do anything on the break. Nothing constructive there. So as it stands, Senegal 6 points, Benin 4, Tanzania 2, Zambia 1. Senegal, Zambia comes after this game as Seleman.
As it stands, Tanzania are almost out of the tournament.
Well, you watched them in Ghana last year, Kevin. What differences are you seeing?
They're a little bit less physical this year, Tanzania. And remember also last year it was not that easy to analyze because we were playing in a swimming pool.
Right.
So it was a different tactical game completely, Steve.
Some heavy rains.
Yes, some very, very heavy rains.
Yeah, I saw the pictures. Wow.
And now, you know, they press in to go forward, and they, in all respect, they have got possession, but they're not making much of it. Whereas when I look at Benin, they look a lot more composed going forward, even though a lot of their attacks are on the counter attacks.
Yeah, and this man Abel, I say, came on as a sub earlier today. In their first game, he's earned himself a starting place. There he is again. This time, Asigbe not able to control. This is Shafi, the left back for Tanzania. Number 4 there, Gerard, the right back for Benin. No, that ball had no takers at all. We played nearly a quarter of an hour, 20 minutes each way, so just over 5 minutes to half time. Raimi, they'll play it out from the back. Hamza wins a throw in. There's Hamza. Tanzania committing a lot of boys up front now. High line, want to get as close to the danger zone as they can. So they could be vulnerable on the break. And we saw Benin getting a good goal on the break against Zambia earlier on. This is Juma. There's a hint of a handball, I thought, there.
Yeah.
Referee didn't blow.
Benin has actually put a lot of players in defense, and they're looking to play on the break, I think, Steve.
Most of the players are in the Benin half much of the time. Tanzania desperate to get something here. Referee wants that taken again. Dosu and Shaifi. It's going to be a little frustrating, this, for the defending boys champions Tanzania. Defending girls champions Ghana are going great with 2 wins from 2. There's so many players up there in and around the Benin half. Abel and Nureni Nureni couldn't control. Dismas. Also seeing quite a bit of the ball for Hamzi, one of the Tanzania centre-backs. Juma. They're looking for an opening. As Kevin says, there's a big packed defence that Benin have set up. This is better. Dismas, the captain. Alassane. They get closer, but the flag is up for offside.
Offside, unlucky. But in saying this, Steve, when I look at Tanzania, and I think I need to make this remark as far as development is concerned. Whenever you play the ball over the top, no matter how you play the ball, it always turns into a 50-50 ball. If you understand what I'm saying. So, when you look at Tanzania, when they have the ball on the floor, they look much better. But the minute they get halfway, they play the ball over the top, and it becomes 50-50, and they lose. They lose the competition.
Keep it on the floor. Dictate. Kevin Johnson, highly experienced. Decades of coaching experience. Okay, here come Benin again as they look for this player who's entertained us so much, Asigbe. Benoit, the captain's been fairly quiet for them. Into the final 2 minutes of this first half. Other matches in progress as well on a really hectic day. Uganda boys are leading the DRC 3-0. We watched them against Zimbabwe, and I'm not surprised that they've been banging in the goals, Kevin.
Yes.
3-0. Uganda could have, they drew 1-1 with Zimbabwe, but could have got more. Here come Tanzania. Chance here for the captain, but it is repelled. Dismas. And there's a flag up for offside. Dying seconds of the first half here at Gateway High School in Harare, day 2 of the CAF African Schools Football Championship.
Tanzania 0, Benin 0.
Frustrating and unsatisfactory first half for the defending champions. Dismas, but he can't keep it. Nureni's done really well, the number 14 for Benin. Bachiru had that effort. So that update again, it's Uganda 3, DRC 0 in the boys in the first half. Let's check this again.
This is the push. It's a real foul.
Right.
For Tanzania.
That's Gerard, the right back, who is the offender. 5 fouls committed by Benin, 3 for Tanzania. This is another teasing one. But the captain, Dismas, cannot get that on target. They'll need quite a half-time team talk. They'll need to regroup. That is the half-time whistle. No goals here. Not looking good for the defending champions, Kevin.
No, Steve, not at all. I mean, they probably show you that they have a lot of possession, but they have a lot of possession in the wrong areas of the pitch. They need to go, like I say, the minute they get almost into the last third, they play in a long ball, and Benin just wins the ball because they're sitting back. There's a sea of yellow guys there. So you need to try and pull them out in order to go back. And that only way to do that is by playing the ball on the floor.
Sure, otherwise losing a lot of opportunities. Big roar there. Zimbabwe must have scored just now against Morocco. We'll update there later. Half-time here. It's Tanzania 0, Benin 0.
These jerseys aren't 100% polyester. They are 30% lessons learned the hard way, 50% hope, turning threads into memories. 20% triumphs, trained and prayed for. This is Africa, 100% made of us.
Rooted in culture, driven by connection. These stories flow between continents, leading a new generation of talent and opportunity. Africa and Europe, together we rise.
Yeah, making sure that they try and maybe be in the semi-finals as the holders of last year's cup. But they found Benin very compact in their defense, and we are hoping that they will continue to upset Benin and try and get a goal out of this game.
These, of course, you're watching right here, the highlights of the Congo, the DRC game, the game in which they beat the host nation, Zimbabwe. Speaking of Zimbabwe, the boys are doing a better job across on pitch, the second pitch that we have in store. They, of course, have definitely done the business. Good start to the game. They lead 1-0. We'll get updates of this as that goes on. But that was the previous game that you've just seen, the highlights of the DRC Congo game, and they win that particular one. But our focus is on Tanzania and Benin, where the possession was rather even and could tell you a lot when you look at the goals, shots on target with just one to Benin, albeit having been Tanzania holding their own, Coach Kevin, to be honest with you.
In all respect to Benin, I think they've packed a sea of yellow players at the back, and Tanzania have to be able to hold the ball and play behind those players. But when I've been watching the game, they keep on playing a ball over the top. And any football team, coach will tell you on the side here, that whenever you play the ball over the top, there's always a 50-50 chance that you will lose that ball. So that is what Tanzania have been doing now, and that is their mistake. I hope they're able to come out and hold the ball on the pitch, but draw the yellow nation that's in front of them, draw them out in order to score, because they have to win this game, Tanzania, in order to show the tournament that they are champions.
The defending champions are struggling. That can be said very confidently, at least not in the first half of this particular game, the highlights of which are on your screen. And there's been inside creating opportunity after opportunity, but it's the pace of Tanzania that could prove to be a problem for the Benin side.
For sure, the pace of Tanzania, but there's one player that Benin have in their pocket that is really, really good going forward, and that's the number 10. He's proven that over the tournament now. He's really, really good at holding the ball and playing forward. But like I say,
ooh, that was the one that hit the upright, off the upright.
Yes,
could have gone in.
Tanzania have to come out and they have to show why they are champions and why they come in to Zimbabwe to defend their trophy. They have to come out better.
So as we stand, how does this group shape up? Let's take a look at Group B, which will formulate the final two fixtures of our day. The Tanzania girls will be coming in action shortly. But as it stands, it is Tanzania on 2 points. If the game ends this way, and Senegal topping that group, they've been sensational. Perfect start. Benin, in spite of that unfair or undeserved loss at the hands of Senegal, look good to qualify.
Yes. As it stands now, I think Benin and Senegal look good to qualify.
What about you, Coach Rosemary?
I'm thinking the same as if you have seen that Benin and Senegal, they came in here prepared for the tournament, and it's showing that they are well prepared, and they, especially for Senegal, they want to win it when they lost it to Tanzania last year, so they are here to win this tournament. But I hope Zambia will pull an upset in their last game against Senegal, and then we can see how it goes.
I like this. Well, it's all about preparation. What do you expect them to do in the second half if the champions, the defending champions, are to survive this one? Coach Rosemary.
I think Tanzania now need to be more patient in going forward and make sure they play the combination play and make sure they keep the ball on the ground because of their stature. They are very short, although they are winning those aerial balls in terms of their jumping ability, but now they have to keep it on the ground in the attacking third and to make sure they utilize their chances in the attacking third as well. And not to forget to defend, because as you know, that Benin, in terms of counter-attack, they're very good and they're very quick in going forward.
Well, this is going to be interesting. Look at this. I like the shot right here because, as you can see to my left, two former coaches, both in shades, looking cool, but it is Tanzania, the defending champions, who are about to lose their cool if they can't find some good result in the next 20 minutes. That action live on CAF TV next.
These jerseys aren't 100% polyester. They are 30% lessons learned the hard way, 50% hope, turning threads into memories, 20% triumphs dreamed and prayed for. This is Africa, 100% made of us.
Rooted in culture, driven by connection. These stories flow between continents, leading a new generation of talent and opportunity. Africa and Europe, together we rise.
In the competition as Benin are back on, Tanzania on as well. 20 minutes to decide their fate. The first half where Benin were the better team, managed to frustrate Tanzania. Other updates: Uganda 3-0 DRC in the boys, and Zimbabwe 1-1 with Morocco at half-time as well. So there's 3 games on at the moment. That's Zimbabwe boys, same group as Uganda and the DRC. We're good to go. 7 there as Abel had a good first half.
Uganda staying. Stevie? Uganda staying.
So Uganda are in action 3-0 over the DRC. They're looking like, I would say, early pace setters in this
Uganda
tournament.
And Zimbabwe and Morocco are the 1-1 or 1-0?
At the moment, 1-1 Zimbabwe and Morocco. We are good to go for the second half here at Gateway High School. In the sunshine, Benin in the yellow kick us off against Tanzania, defending champions, with quite a predicament here, with a lot to do. Remember, Senegal already on 6 points and Benin on 3, so a draw will see Tanzania eliminated. 3 points will give them a chance. Seleman, they switch it out. Sultan. See already that Benin just packing that defense, aren't they? That is the strategy, to defend well, see what they can achieve on the break. For Benin, a point will probably see them through, but no guarantee there. I saw a legend from Tanzania earlier on, Sophia Mwasikili, former national team player. She's one of the 10 official legends here. Just amazing how many stars, past and present, there are around here, Kevin. Eh?
Yes, yes, yes. There's many legends, and they all bring something to the table. And like you said, CAF has done a fantastic job in opening up this tournament to a lot of things.
Here's the impressive Nureni, but that run is thwarted by Sulu. Other legends here, Spio Chabalala, we're expecting on Thursday. Tresor Alwa also is expected here. Newcastle and Portsmouth. Ezram Nyandoro of Zimbabwe is here. Karim Hagi of Tunisia. And Chimunya Mwitwa of Zambia here as well. Amanda Tlamini, well, she's a legend and she's on the commentary team with us as well. Lamia Boumedi, CAF Women's Coach of the Year from Morocco. She's here. Got to say hi to her yesterday as well. Such a big event, this. And the group stage all done in the space of 2 days. This is Gerard, the right back for Benin. A bell in there and a lovely chest control from Asigbe. They work it well. Basharou, the centre forward, had a chance there. Hamza will advance, the left back. But he'll lose out to Sulu. No, Hamza gets it back. Determined play. Opportunity here. Benoit, the captain. Still Benin with the chances. Asigbe. And the move will end in a throw-in for Benin. Tanzania found it difficult to deal with. 11 there is Selaman. So far, so good for Benin, isn't it, Kevin?
Yes, they come in. If they can catch them on the break to score the goal, Steve, then so be it. But Tanzania, again, like I said early on, they have to come out. They came out in the first few minutes looking to hold the ball on the floor, but there's a sea of yellow players in front of them, and they have to get it to the influential players to get behind the Benin defense.
Yeah, they certainly do. Sultan and Selaman, Hamzi in a midfield scrap. Now that's better, space there, Selaman. Selaman still goes, he's brought down, that was in the box, and it's a penalty. It's a penalty to Tanzania. Definitely that was inside the box. It's actually right in front of where Kevin and I are seated. And I don't think there's any doubt about that, eh?
No, we have the opportunity to have a replay. Let's see what happens, Steve.
Yeah, but we had as good a view as the referee because it's right in front of where we are. There we are, he's in the box. Yeah.
Number 4. Yeah, he takes him late.
It's Gerard. Made it easy for the referee to point to the spot, I would say. So, this is interesting. A lifeline for Tanzania. Two-time defending champions. They don't want to go out at the group stage, obviously.
This is where development works, Steve, where I said you've got to find a way how to take the sea of yellow players in front of you out. And this is where you find the individual flair, that you take the player on and he commits the foul.
Yep, the darting run has yielded results there. Yassir earning the penalty. This is interesting, 5 minutes into the second half. Referee still having a word with some of the players, and we're waiting
the number
for him
13
to go off. It is a penalty to Tanzania. Sultan is going to take it.
And number 11.
Oh, so it's Selaman actually who's going to take it. Jersey 11. A chance for Tanzania to take the lead from the spot. Selaman against Raimi. Referee says, let's go. And here is Seleman, just hesitates and he gets it there, and Tanzania have gone ahead with Seleman's penalty. Well, halting run up there. It's getting a bit nervous for him, but he did the job, Kevin.
Yes, he puts them back into the pot as champions.
Well, so as it stands now, Senegal 6 points from 2 games, Tanzania 4 points from 3, Benin 3 points from 3, and Zambia 1 point, with them still to play Senegal. Intriguing as the group stage comes to an end today. There we are, just hesitated there. Is that the way you want to drill a player to take a penalty? I don't know.
You know, they all, I'd always say, take it low, put it to the far post, but your actions before the penalty, that's entirely up to you as a player, Steve.
Okay. How are you feeling, is it?
Yeah.
Well, that makes this contest very interesting indeed. 13 minutes to go, so Benin.
It complete. Benin has to come out now and score the goals.
Yep, they're going out now.
Yes.
And Sultan with that challenge there against Gondanu. Seleman with a penalty, 27 minutes in. Exciting stuff here at the CAF African Schools Football Championship. Doesn't quite come to Asigbe. Keeper seems to be hurt. So just to say again, the last game in this group, Senegal against Zambia, kicks off at 1:30, which is a few minutes, about 30 minutes after this game finishes, less than an hour from now, local time. Back underway, Baruba. Well, that's a huge boost, that, for Tanzania. As Kevin was saying, the striker was doing his job there, earning the penalty with that excellent run into the box. Positive play yields results. This is Shafi. Back there in, just scrapping for the ball there, Asigbe, without his usual space. Okay then, what can they do from here? Benoit, the captain, he's got a goal at the tournament. Benoit, keeper got a hand to it.
Yes. Good in-swinger free kick, but the keeper was away.
But more pressure for Tanzania to deal with. There's tall defenders up for this one. And so now the situation reversed with all the players in the Tanzania half, after it's been most of the players camped in the Benin half for much of the game. It's a testing one. Still lovely touches we're seeing from Nureni, the number 14 for Benin. They're now playing in a hurry. What a difference a goal makes. Can they work something here? Asigbe. 10 minutes to go. Now that's strength in defence, but it's one well. Nureni. Now can Tanzania get something on the break here? Need to watch the offsides, but they'll win it back. Abel. Asigbe still goes. There's a cluster of players there on the edge of the box. Benoit. They're looking for some opening here. And a switching play again. Now, what's the referee going to say this time? Asigbe. Looks like it was quite a forceful challenge, but
He creates the foul. And like you said, Steve, the game has turned on its head now. It's Benin that has to push. And Tanzania have to defend. But I like what Tanzania, they're still maintaining the ball on the floor. And they're still looking like they want to go forward.
Down there is Seleman. He's the player who converted the penalty 27 minutes in. Yeah, that was forceful collision there. Not sure what the decision was from the ref either. We shall see.
It's Tanzania's kick.
Now they're getting a little bit heated. Not surprisingly, because things have turned around completely for Benin. They were heading through to the semi-finals. Now, as it stands, they're heading into the placement matches tomorrow. And I know we say this is all about development, it's all about the workshops happening around the games themselves, but also in terms of winning, the prize money is so huge that you want to win as well. $300,000 for schools projects for the winners of this tournament. So certainly if you don't win, you're going to learn lots, but if you win, you get $300,000. Could be a sports project, could be a classroom project. It all counts for the winners of this tournament. So he's going to come off.
The number 11 for Senegal.
That'll be Seleman to come off, yep. So he did get hurt there. Some of our coaches, CAF coaching courses on all the way to Thursday. Started, I think it was last week, Thursday. Really intense, these coaching courses, and so good that there will be players, will be coaches getting their badges. Those were the Tanzania women looking on. That's a bad injury. So he's made his contribution, has Seleman, by putting away that penalty. But he looks badly hurt. Also, there's been a course for team doctors and medics. We've got a safeguarding course coming up as well. So much happening here at this tournament. So we are back underway. He takes a tumble. Only 8 minutes to go, 6 minutes to go, I should say. Abel for Benin. Impressive midfielder. Noureni, I think, has been the best player on the pitch, although his team losing at the moment. Sultan. Bachiru and Asigbe. Asigbe is fouled. This is another potential big moment in the game. Dismas, the captain. Free kick here. It's quite a way out.
Yeah.
They dink it goalward. Nothing comes out of it. Here's Abel. And Sulu. Anything on the break? No, that'll be dealt with by Alassane. Remember, Benin were 4th in this competition 2 years ago. It's only their 2nd appearance. What a difference a goal makes.
You're taking the time now.
Yeah, they were playing with such urgency early on. Now they've got the goal that they needed. They're managing things. See how much distance he can get here.
2, 3, 4.
Referee's blown for a foul. Benin don't have much time. Abel. Noureni still so forceful up there for Benin. Bachiru and Sigbe is just outside the box, but they've got to get the ball to him. Can Tanzania manage these final few minutes to keep themselves alive in the tournament? Faisal. Sigbe with his skills. 2 men in his way though. Yeah, that was a sliding challenge to get possession back. Sigbe has been a player who's caught our eye. Gontanu. Dosu. Chances here. Abel with the touch. But again, Tanzania are doing enough to repel these Benin attacks. Not even too bothered about attacking now, are they, Kevin, by the looks of it?
No, they just trying to hold possession, trying to play out, but they haven't changed their game, and that's something that I admire about the Tanzanian team. They're still trying to hold the ball and keep it, whereas Benin has now gone a little bit long, and if I were them, I'd go down the right-hand side where the number 10 is playing.
Sure.
That's the live wire for Benin.
Won't get on this time. Uganda 4-0 against the DRC in the Group A boys. Wow. I would say they're among the tournament favourites.
What's the score on either side? What's the score on that side? 1-1.
Uganda 4-0 against DRC. Saddam with a yellow card.
Wow. On target.
Shot on target for Benin, but only 2 minutes remain now. Tanzania with a penalty that really eased their worries. Abel. Bit of power on that. Committing men forward. They just have to now. Put away by Juma. Keeper's going to dispatch this fairly swiftly. Going direct. But he couldn't find Abel, couldn't find Bacharu either. Tries his luck. Yeah, that's what happens when you try something on the break, eh?
Yes.
Hamza. Into the final minute. Sigbe. Alassane.
Save.
No, that has petered out. Referee wants the stretcher on. There's an injured player close to the benches.
Tanzania.
That's Sultan.
So that's the number 10?
Yeah.
He's been very influential for Tanzania in the midfield.
Right.
He's been very, very good, the player that's injured. He's been there and he's been playing. I've been watching him. He's done a good job, Steve.
If they do progress, tomorrow would be a rest day, which would be very welcome, as this has been a tough game for Tanzania. 2 players stretchered off for them. Well, the 40 minutes are up.
Yeah.
Could be a last chance here for Benin. A point would put them back above Tanzania. Nureni, one of the best players that we've seen here. Keeper again. Doesn't have to make a save because the defense does enough. last chance maybe. Doesn't want to let it go out. Raimi. As expected, he goes very direct again. The tall Abel was the target as Abel goes past him. It's cleared by Hamzi. Whistle could go any time. This is Hamza, the left back who's been hard working. Hamza with a touch to Benoit. But Tanzania now with possession. Do they just want to hang on to the ball or try and get a second? Now we've gone a minute over. Whistle could go anytime. Faisal. Still a chance for another one here to wrap it up. Keeper can't hold on to it. There's Sultan. Absolute last knockings of this game, surely now. Referee's going to allow this to be taken.
Tanzania have really come out like I thought they would come out in the second half.
Right.
And now they're managing the game even better.
Replaced by jersey number 17.
Late substitution. Absolute last chance you would suspect here now. Gerard.
The number 10 is out. What's his name?
That was Sultan.
Sultan out, yes. And in comes someone
17
else.
is on. That's Bakari. Abel! Oh, they've done it!
Oh, they've done it in the end.
In the 3rd minute of stoppage time.
Wow.
What a dramatic finish. Abel has put it across. And Benin have levelled deep into stoppage time.
Oh, that puts the game, that puts the whole competition in another phase. Steve.
Wow.
That is.
3 minutes, a lot of stoppage time as it's a 20-minute match. One of the players in there is injured. I think that is Bachiru. Hope he knows what has happened because his team are now heading into the semi-finals. That went. Did he get a? He didn't get a touch there.
I think
Bachiru.
he got the chance. He's the guy.
This Bachiru.
Yes.
Abel put it over. Bachiru and the ball end up in the back of the net. Well. Well, Noreni. What a game.
What's the number scored?
That's Noreni, 14, who has scored. It's 1-1. Injured player, Bachiru. Although we just checked that because I think it was Bachiru actually
who touched the ball.
Who touched it, yeah. We'll take another look at that when we can. Full-time whistle has not gone yet. There may well have been a touch from him. Oh, yeah, so there's been 2 Tanzania players stretchered off, and this is an injury for Bachiru. Well, this has been a dramatic game. The penalty from Tanzania put them in the semi-final places, but now deep late on. Surely the whistle's going to go soon. Yes, that is the full-time whistle. It's 1-1, Tanzania and Benin. So Benin end on 4 points. Tanzania are on 2. Zambia, if they beat Senegal, would take second place ahead of Benin. But you'd fancy Zambia's chances there. Look at that then. Senegal 6 points. Benin 4. Tanzania 2. Zambia 1. Zambia still to play Senegal. Well, this tournament gives us one of the most dramatic matches that we've had in the group stage. A thriller. Because of those 2 players stretchered off, the referee added plenty of stoppage time. It was Seleman with a penalty on 27 minutes. We'll still confirm the scorer there for Benin. We'll see if there was a touch or not, but right at the end, 3 minutes into stoppage time, they've equalised. As it stands, they're heading through to the semis. Tanzania 1, Benin 1, and what we can say, the 2-time defending champions are out.
These jerseys aren't 100% polyester. They are 30% lessons learned the hard way, 50% hope, turning threads into memories, 20% triumphs dreamed and prayed for. This is Africa, 100% made of us.
Rooted in culture, driven by connection. These stories flow between continents, leading a new generation of talent and opportunity. Africa and Europe, together we rise.
When you look at what Tanzania did to come out and make sure that they are champions or they are past champions, they came out and they played good football. And like the coach said, they came. And in order to break the yellow line in front of them, one player had to take the responsibility, and in all respect, he gets the penalty and he scores the goal. Thereafter, it's what they do. They still maintain, but like the coaches said, they maintain, but guys, the game is not over until the fat lady sings or until the last whistle. And what happens is, I think that is the last kick of the ball when Benin take a long ball and the blind side is not closed, and that's what happens. But this is all about, at a later stage in your life, that you have to stay switched on all the game, and it's only about development that this gets better and better, and we have to teach our players this all the time. It turns the game, or it turns the competition now on its head, because Benin stand a chance to go through, and so does Senegal. I'm not Senegal, I'm in Tanzania. They have to win their last game, Tanzania, in order to be competitive enough in order to go through.
Well, stages in football that you are susceptible to conceding a goal usually are just before halftime, immediately after halftime, before the end of the game, and of course after scoring a goal. That's when lapse in concentration happens. But this is the CAF Africa Schools Football Championships. This is where we teach the next generation of football.
Yes.
This is the learning platform. Yes. So let's get a few lessons from here. We've seen two contrasting reactions. Benin, rightfully so, with that goal, walk away with the point. They were ecstatic. Coach Kevin, I want you to handle that. Coach Rosemary, I want you to talk me through what you would do, because you were the coach of under 15 side, what you do to the Tanzania side. Heartbroken, body language far from ideal. What do you tell them in that locker room?
Right now, they are down and out, but we need to pick them up. You just keep tell them that, guys, we did very well. and it's a learning curve. This is all about development, and will improve as time goes on. Let's always concentrate whenever the game is about to finish, because most goals are scored in the first 15 minutes and the last 15 minutes because of lapse of concentration. And dealing with under 15, they were thinking maybe the game is now over, and they relaxed, not knowing that the game is over when the referee says so. And it's a good learning curve for us, and let's pick ourselves in our last game and make sure that we do well in our last game.
Absolutely, Coach.
For
Gavin,
Benin,
you're looking at a Benin side that have just got a big result, and with it comes a big bullseye target on their back. You look like someone who can withstand the heat, considering the sun and your jacket. So what do you tell this team to calm them down?
for Benin right now, as youngsters, my personal opinion, leave them alone.
Oh,
Give them a few minutes to digest their glory. And then you have to go back, dissect it, but make sure you get the recovery. Treat them like angels now. And then make sure that you tell them the wrongs and the rights and what you think of them. Because as children, if you give them the wrongs and the rights now, it goes in one side and comes out on the other side. Nothing is settled. All they want to do is enjoy the moment. So give them the time to enjoy their moment.
and they get a chance to enjoy the moment, sitting second on that group standings. Group B is B for bad news, considering they held their own against the team that tops the table, Senegal. As for the defending champions, they would need a miracle. Chance still there. Reality stock. Well, it's been quite the interesting morning section. We still have one great game coming your way. The boys couldn't do it. Can the Tanzanian girls do it? They will be coming up next. Meanwhile, across on pitch 3, we've had quite the game as well. Halftime 1-1 as Morocco are playing the host nation Zimbabwe, and Zimbabwe weathering wave after wave of Moroccan attack. It is currently the game that is going on pitch 3. When we do come back to talk you through this Tanzania game, we'll give you those results. Meanwhile, keep it right here on CAF TV. We'll be back after a short break to bring you the final match of the day live in action.
These jerseys aren't 100% polyester. They are 30% lessons learned the hard way, 50% hope, turning threads into memories, 20% triumphs trained and prayed for. This is Africa, 100% made of us.
Rooted in culture, driven by connection. These stories flow between continents, leading a new generation of talent and opportunity. Africa and Europe, together we rise.
Wow. That was good. Yeah. So Tinashe is coming back.
This one. This one is waiting. Okay, just a moment.
Who's playing?
Tanzania.
Tanzanian.
national pride when it comes to football is evident with the turnout that we've seen right here at Gateway High School. This is where the group stages are taking place. We'll be letting you know on the final day, which happens to be Friday the 10th, where you can catch the action. The action, though, whether you're here or you're not, will be live and available for you right here on CAF TV. This is the moment where we get another treat from East and West Africa football, back-to-back games in which Tanzania, the hosts of the 2027 Africa Cup of Nations men's senior team, will be taking on Guinea. So it is the girls that we turn our attention to, having seen the boys let that goal slip out. Coach Rosemary, Coach Kevin, by my side, looking at this particular one with a bit of anticipation as we see what West and Eastern African football from the girls has in store. Kevin?
Wow. The boys, the game is Benin and Senegal, am I correct? But yeah, we're looking at a very good game this time of the day. The sun is shining, it's hot. I think it's the third game that all the girls teams play. So we're looking at a game that will bring us something where we are seeing whether you make the group or whether you don't make the group, whether you make the next stages or you don't make the next stages. And what's happening as far as development is concerned, this is where the actual child starts coming out and really competes. And whatever their coaches have said them, whatever the coaches have said, how tactically they got to play now, it basically goes out the window, and we look at a lot of individual flair that will come out in this game, Chico.
Well, Coach Rosemary, when it comes to girls developing in football, Coach Gavin actually pointed out that he feels they miss out on the opportunity of being focused on when they should, and by the time they bloom, it's a bit too late. They were having this conversation with, of course, one of the legends of the game from South Africa's Banyana, Amanda Tlamini. Do you feel this is the case or the story across Africa?
It is, Kelvin. It is, sorry, Chico, as you understand that, especially in Africa, women were not supposed to play football. It was taboo. But with the changes of time, now our parents are allowing us to take up football as a sport. And it's one opportunity that we have been given. And I'm happy that at this early tender age at schools, some of the schools are now having the girls play throughout the year and in other countries, and we hope all the countries will follow suit to have football as a curriculum for them to be playing during the year. And as you know, with boys, they started under 8, under 10, and us as a coach at Harare City Football Club, we are partnering our 34 council schools that we need to start it in under 9 and make sure that we have an under 13 and under 15, and those girls will develop to play for the Harare City Queens. We've got a team that is in Division 1, the Northern Region, and 1 that I'm coaching with, which is in the Premier Super League for the women. And it's a plus to have CAF doing this for women. And let's make sure our associations will take it seriously to make sure that women is developed and every child is given an opportunity and not to look for boys only.
Absolutely. If they were not meant to play the game, well, they're showing us how to play it, because that action has been sensational every time we see the girls in action, including that DRC Zimbabwe game. Heartbreaking for Zimbabwe, stunning for DRC, entertaining for us, Tanzania and Benin, as was the case with Zambia and Benin. Benin getting results when it mattered. All right, so now we know we still have 2 more games to come your way right here live on CAF TV, and we start off right here with this game, Tanzania and Guinea. And just a quick run through Group A girls, Zambia topping that table, looking very good. The DRC did themselves a favor with that victory. Morocco and Zimbabwe will be looking at this one and thinking we really need to come up with the goods. Come up with the goods is the same story Tanzania will be telling, as they are sitting bottom of the table and capable of finding a result. Can they find one? We'll find out. They have 40 minutes, 20 each half, standing between them and their first 3 points or point at all. That game, live commentary, walking you through it next.
So action continues here on day 2 of the CAF African Schools Football Championship. Tanzania now against Guinea as the group stage ends today with the 14 matches being played across 3 fields. It really is a non-stop action. Lots to play for here, and we're going to have the national anthems.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the national anthem of Tanzania. And now the national anthem of Guinea.
So this should be an interesting one. Guinea getting themselves back into the picture, beating Burkina Faso 2-1 earlier on today. Ghana already with 6 points and through to the semi-finals. Tanzania's boys being knocked out in dramatic fashion just a few minutes ago on this same field. So can the girls do something here in Group B on day 2 of the CAF African Schools Football Championship? It really has been very, very entertaining. So Guinea in the white colours, officially the away team. Tanzania, the home team, in their home colours, with the famous blue shirts with the yellow trimmings So for Tanzania, Rukia is in goal, Zipporah in there, coached by Adam Mbwana, captained by Elizabeth Chenge. And for Tanzania, they would fancy their chances, but Guinea, who were really outplayed by Ghana in their opening match, then getting back into it. Sekou Kamara coaching them. Mariama Bangura has had a pretty good tournament so far. Aicha is in goal and Mariama Silla at the back. Tanzania's girls losing 2-0 to Burkina Faso in their opening match. Our referees from Lesotho, Lekuba, assistants from Zimbabwe, Algeria and from Ghana. The fourth official with our young referees course, which took place ahead of day one for 5 days, has given great experience to so many referees from all around Africa. Goalkeeper there, Rukia for Tanzania. So we got 2 games taking place at the same time. It's absolutely action-packed here. This is the 4th round of matches today. There's another round after this kicking off at 3 p.m. local time. This will be 1:30 local time kickoff in bright sunshine. Pretty warm now. There was a chilly-ish start to the day, but warm and still. Plenty of sunshine right now, and the pitch is still holding out well. For Guinea, the goalkeeper is Yvonne Dramu. And Rosemary Mugadza with me, former Zimbabwean national team captain and coach as well. CAF Cup winner as a coach, pioneer of Zimbabwean women's football. Your thoughts on this one, Rose?
Thank you, Steve, and good afternoon, everyone. About this game, Steve, as you have seen, that Tanzania lost the game, and they are here to make sure that they win it. And there's also Guinea true. Their game, it has got 1 point. So these 2 teams are here to make sure one of them will win and maybe be amongst the best losers of the tournament. And we are hoping for a very good, entertaining match, because it's now in the afternoon and they've a little bit of rest which they had. So in terms of recovery, they've had their recovery very well, and we are hoping for an entertaining game.
As Tanzania are going to kick us off on the main field here at Gateway High School in sunny conditions. Mwanja is their number 9. Performance of the day in the women's section. Zambia 2 wins out of 2 in the other group, and they beat Morocco 1-0. I did manage to see the last few minutes of that. A hard-fought encounter it was. A physical game, and Zambia showing themselves to be among the favourites to take the women's title, although Ghana in this group as the defending champions, probably the overall favourites. DRC, well, they beat Zimbabwe earlier on by 1-0, and they're playing Morocco in the last game of the day on this field. Bit of a surprise, that really, wasn't it?
It was.
Welcome for Zimbabwe.
it was, Steve. We expected as the host to push a little bit, but they tried their level best, and it's a learning curve in terms of development, and we hope that they will continue and they will retain them as a team for continuity sake, and to make sure in the next edition, our regional edition, they will do well and make sure qualify for the finals wherever they'll be going to be held.
As Tanzania kick us off, both the Zimbabwe boys and girls are still alive because they've got a point with a game to play, although it's not looking great for them. So Tanzania in the blue and black, Guinea in the all-white in this Group B contest. And for Guinea, really outplayed by Ghana yesterday, not surprisingly, because the Black Damsels of Ghana were overwhelming there. Suspect this one might be quite a tight contest, and neither side among the the favourites to win this. So at the back for Tanzania, there's Eva, there's Hafsa, Rachel and Mkamba. You can see the flags of Ghana there at the top of your screen. They're going to be in action concurrently as well. And second game of the day, this for Guinea, having had a break of a couple of hours. Rose, they're back in action again, Guinea.
Yeah, they've been rested for a while, and they must be the one team to settle first and upset Tanzania. But as you can see, that Tanzania is now detecting the pace in the middle of the park, and Tanzania being a team that can knock it around and keep position. But we are hoping for the best for the Tanzanian team, at least to get a point or to upset Guinea.
20 minutes each way, these games at the CAF African Schools Football Championship. We really had drama in the previous game on this field, as Benin scored 3 minutes into stoppage time to draw with Tanzania in the boys and to knock Tanzania out, and Benin may well go through depending on the result of the contest between Senegal and Zambia. Just needing to sort out herself there. So early attack from Tanzania. Mawanja up front for them. For Guinea, in opening again against the Gambia, Silla at right back was pretty good. We'll see what they're going to be able to produce here. With a bit of speed there, that's Silla and Keita.
A good skill from the number 11, but it's fortunate that the Tanzanian team managed to come back and defend as a unity, and this is exactly that you need from your players.
Yeah, that number 11 is a Yebe Keita, looks to be quite promising for Tanzania. Here comes Hamad. So end to end in the early exchanges here.
But still, from look of the things, Tanzania have settled a little bit earlier than Guinea in terms of going forward and in terms of detecting pace in the middle of the park. And we hope that Guinea will raise up their game and see what will come out of the Tanzanian team in terms of defending.
Yeah, some promising signs there. That's Dramu. So Tanzania yesterday losing 2-1 to Ghana. Actually, 2-1's not a bad scoreline. They did better than Guinea did. But got a bit of pace down the flanks, have Guinea by the looks of it. Tanzania also losing to Burkina Faso yesterday. Those teams that don't qualify for the semi-finals will be in action tomorrow in placement matches for positions 5 to 8 in both the girls and in the boys as well. There's Sauli.
As you can see that the Tanzanian side are very comfortable starting from the back and building up from the back. And as you can see that they are now attempting to have a goal. What a misser from the number 15. We have just missed a sitter. As you can see that Tanzania have just missed a sitter here, Steve, with the number 15 after their build-up from the back, and they've done just very well.
So early intent there. Here's Keita and Camera. They break that up pretty well, do Tanzania as well. So as I say, those teams that don't make it through to the semi-finals go into placement matches tomorrow, and their tournament will be done. Those that qualify for the semis are going to go and have a rest day tomorrow. Semi-finals are on Thursday. Good skills there from Keita, the captain. Finals day is on Friday. Tanzania managing to deal with these Guinea attacks, Rose.
They've done very well in terms of defending, Steve. As you can see that there's a little bit of compact, although most sometimes they there is a lapse of concentration in terms of going and press the person with the ball. But in terms of defending, they've done well. They've got numbers in terms of when they're defending, and also they join the attack as quickly as possible.
It's into a dangerous area, comfortably taken though by goalkeeper Rukia. We've got a Tanzania legend here amongst our 10 official legends. Sophia Mwasikili got to greet her this morning. She was quite a player for them, Rose. The Tanzania legend, Sophia. Now this looks promising again, so they've had one decent chance so far, have Tanzania. Also among the women's legends here, Clementine Toure, the Côte d'Ivoire coach. Have you seen her yet?
I've spoken to Clementina because we did our CAF instructors course together.
Wow.
And Clementina and Lamia from Morocco, the coach for DRC, we have done our CAF instructors course together from 2011. And I've seen them grow in football, as you know that.
That's going in direct from the corner. Tanzania have taken the lead in the 7th minute, direct from a corner kick. Well, that's absolutely brilliant. Absolutely fantastic there. Nabia has scored for Tanzania. Wow. You're seeing a bit more of that these days. Goals going in direct from corner kicks. You would not expect it at this level. That really is something exceptional. Gets the height on it. I don't know if that took a touch off.
I think it took a deflection from the number 4 of Guinea, from the look of things. Yeah.
Oh, yes, it has gone in as an own goal there. Yes. Yes. So that's unfortunate there. That's actually an own goal coming on in off camera of Guinea. Tanzania take the lead. 7 minutes in. Very good corner though that was, Rose, wasn't it?
It was, as you can see on the first post, we had about 2 or 3 players of Tanzania, and they were congesting that place with the Guinean players, and this is why they forced them to make the own goal, because they were not anticipating it to be dropping down, and it eventually dropped down, and it fell to her, and it's an own
goal
goal
there, the number 12. Yeah.
Yes.
Unfortunate that for Camera. Well, she just have to lift her spirits and fight on. Long way to go here. That was in the 7th minute, and Guinea free kick in a promising position here. Jakite. She's gone direct. Oh, worth a chance, I guess. What do you expect from set pieces from girls at this level, Rose?
3/4 of them, they're just kicking it direct, because maybe we haven't taken much time in terms of giving them variations as coaches, and as a development side you expect it to be this way, but as we go on and we teach them different variations to how to take these free kicks.
And I think it pays to test the goalkeeper as well, doesn't it?
Yeah, at times, yes, especially as you have seen that 3/4 of the goalkeepers, they're a bit shorter,
yeah.
And this is why they're trying those long balls, the lobby ones, above the goalkeepers.
Here comes Camera. Keeper has committed there. Wow. Came right out, did Rukia. She has got injured in that collision with the captain. Guinea's best player so far, Yebe Keita. Yeah, they've both been badly hurt there. There's the incident. Keita, she's come way out, and that's actually a bad challenge, isn't it?
I think the player, she was a little bit later. The number 11 was a little bit late. As you can see that the goalkeeper was more nearer to the ball than the strike, the captain of Guinea. And at one time you can get it as a penalty if other referees have seen it. Not
Sure. Let's review that goal, that own goal from camera. If you get the ball into a dangerous area, it was whipped in really well. This corner. Deflection, yeah, it comes in off of her finally. Last touch from camera, yeah. That's unfortunate for her.
I think, Steve, first of all, it had the number 4 flicked the ball between the goalkeeper and the number 12, and it has to hit her. And she wasn't anticipating it, and it's unfortunate to hear that she was just facing her own goal instead of being on an open stance where you are seeing where the football is coming out and where it's going.
Yeah, I mean, as a defender yourself, sometimes you don't even know where the ball is, or you can't get out of the way in time, isn't it?
Yes, so you need to be at an open stance, seeing where it's coming and where probably it's going to end.
So Rukia is only 13, the Tanzania goalkeeper. Keita, who was in the collision, looks as though she's going to be all right. But Rukia came way out of her area for that. Lots to play for, of course.
There is, Steve, in terms of knowing exactly where you are as a nation. When you play the best losers, then you can measure yourselves and make sure you go back and do your homework and make sure that the next time you come to a tournament like this, you are readily prepared. As you look at Tanzania, they've always been going to the finals. If you remember, the Fortune Gates started in 2023, and up to today they are still pushing and making sure that they'll do well and maybe win the championship one day.
Yep, could do. So Rukia is okay, the 13-year-old. We're going to resume, so there will be a bit of stoppage time at the end of this first half. We will resume play with a drop ball here in Harare, day 2 of the CAF African Schools Football Championship. And Guinea will leave that for Rukia to collect and restart play.
As for Tanzania, they're not even scared of making mistakes when they're building it up from the back. This is a very good for them. As they grow, they know exactly what they are supposed to do.
Yep, certainly. Learning curve for Tanzania, no doubt. Macau here. Good ball too, see if they can generate something. Cisse is going to get there first.
A better combination play going forward. They're very comfortable on the ball, and they're not shy in terms of moving forward. As you can see, the number 11 was there on the blind side, and this is exactly what you need to have your players supporting their teammates when they're going forward and coming back to defend as well.
Yeah, and number 20, the captain Elizabeth in midfield. She is dictating things as well. That was a foul throw, but referee let it go. Tanzania with much of the play in this first half. Early goal was an own goal. Corner was swung over.
And there's one thing they're doing. They're winning all the second balls. They're very fast in terms of in the middle of the park. And
so Guinea have got a lot of work to do here. They really have. But did beat Burkina Faso earlier on. Opportunity for 2. Straight at the keeper, though. That was a squandered opportunity. Hamad with a big chance.
As you can see that the Guinea side, they are not even putting more pressure in the middle of the park. They are all standing at the back and try and win it when the Tanzanian team attack them. But you need to stop play from the build-up, Steph.
Yeah, and to say against Guinea's second match today, so that's not easy. But they did have a break of about 3 hours. 15 minutes played here, 5-2 half-time, plus a bit of stoppage time because of that bad collision between Keita and the Tanzania keeper, Rukia. Haven't seen a clear opportunity for Guinea thus far. Action happening on other pitches as well. We'll keep you updated there.
As for Guinea, Steve, they have to keep possession and make sure they unsettle the defense of Tanzania, which they have not troubled in the entire 16 minutes which they've played. They need at least to build and play and be patient, and they might get something when they do that.
59% possession for Tanzania, 41 for Guinea. That's very clear from watching that Tanzania have got a big possessional advantage. Also on at the moment, Ghana 0, Burkina Faso 0. Ghana just need, well, they've already qualified, so no pressure on them. But if they win, it would give these two teams a chance of sneaking through. Well, we are getting some rough challenges here, and that's painful for the captain, Keita. Too physical some of the time?
Yeah, at times, as you know, that these are youngsters. They don't know when to pull back when they're going in for a challenge, and it's very normal because they want to get the ball and play it, and this is why we are having so many knocks within the game.
Oh, yep. So yellow card for Keita for that.
As you can see, that she was late for the challenge.
And gets into trouble for that. Keita yellow carded. Tanzania leading 1-0. Own goal 7 minutes in. So the outcome of the other game between Guinea and Burkina Faso is going to be critical. If Guinea do get 9 points from 3 games, then any other team could get through even with 3 points.
I wonder why Tanzania lost maybe the game against Ghana, because Ghana is they're more technical and they're more physical, and unlike Tanzania. But in terms of playing the ball around, they're doing very well.
They certainly are. Camera. Keita, the captain, in that advanced midfield position, looks like a really key player, but she has actually been struggling, as we saw with that poor challenge that led to the yellow card. Hamad. Oh, keeper has missed that and survives as there was nobody there to punish her. Tanzania get it back though. Keita's got hurt again, the captain.
I think it has been more physical on Keita as the playmaker of Guinea, and I think the Tanzania have read that she's the influential player, and they are watching on her much of the time. We are having 2 or 3 people covering her each and every time she's on the ball.
I think it's fair to say Guinea are looking pretty tired here. Final minute of the first half, but there will be a couple of minutes of stoppage time as the young keeper Rukia gathers that one easily. 0-0 Ghana and Burkina Faso in the other game in this group. The pitch is still in good condition. So many games, 4 yesterday plus an opening ceremony on this pitch, and 5 games today.
The surface of the pitch has been very wonderful in terms of playing and seeing if the girls have learned and are adapting to whatever they learned in terms of possession, keeping possession, and as well as making sure that they know exactly how to hold and pass the ball, and it has been fantastic in terms of that.
So there we are. That's the first half, and Tanzania very much alive in this group now as they have the 1-0 advantage over Guinea. Own goal 7 minutes in, which came off camera, the number 12 for Guinea. Guinea do look tired. Tanzania look a little bit more focused. We've got a pitch side analysis coming up shortly. Half time here in this girls' contest. Tanzania 1, Guinea 0.
These jerseys aren't 100% polyester. They are 30% lessons learned the hard way, 50% hope, turning threads into memories, 20% triumphs dreamed and prayed for. This is Africa, 100% made of us.
Rooted in culture, driven by connection. These stories flow between continents, leading a new generation of talent and opportunity. Africa and Europe, together we rise.
Coming into this game, Tanzania had none, and now they look like they have 3. They could go to the next level, and as a development person or a development coach, you've got to look at all those things now, and then encourage girls to, guys, you've got to come out, maintain the structure, because we've had 50% possession. We've only had 1 shot at goal. We need to try and improve that, but at the same time, be aware that Guinea is not far behind us. They're actually competing with us very much. So your half-time talk is all about settling down, making sure you maintain, and if you can get the next goal. But, like I always say,
I love that. I love that. Halftime talk is what is happening right now for this side that is trailing Tanzania 1-0. What are you telling your team if you are in charge of this Guinea young side?
For the Guinea team, I'll tell them, let's be composed and make sure let's move as a block, let's move as a team, let's try and keep possession and rotate it, and we will get our chances, and let's move as a unity, because we are, let's try to be very quick in terms of moving forward and closing those gaps behind us, our lines, the defense at the midfield and the strikers, and let's join as quickly as possible in terms of our attack, and we'll get the goal. As long as we are patient enough, we'll get something out of it.
Coach Kevin, the pace of the game for these girls, quite impressive as well, considering the heat.
Yes. So for me, the pace of the game at this time of the day, the sun is at its highest, and they really moving on the pitch. But you know, you've got 20 minutes either half, and they've got the last 20. You don't know what the recovery is as far as the exhaustion of the body, and who has it more. And like Coach Rosemary says, come out, tear the block, move as a block, the unit. That could be a telling point if Tanzania don't look at that and then right now.
Coach, what are we thinking as you and Kevin, of course, play, share the mic here for a moment? What do you expect to have from these girls?
For the second half, I think Tanzania will push because they want to win this game. And also Guinea will tell themselves that we are not yet out. We need to push ourselves and make sure we equalize or look for the win. It's very possible if they work as a team and if they communicate between themselves and their lines to make sure that they're composed and get something out of it.
You can see the coach there animated, trying to galvanize this Guinea side to come back in this second half and get something from a Tanzania side that is desperate for the 3 points, which will be their first points in the championship so far and would put them in a good position to potentially qualify and have a shot at qualifying for the knockout stages, Coach Kevin.
That is exactly what their coach should be telling them. We have the goal in our pocket. Be composed, be a unit, and let's watch the danger players that are moving the ball so that go away. Either going to get the next goal because you know the 1-0, 2-0 is even worse. So 20 minutes to go, 2-0 would be comfortable. But you've got to go out there and want to win and want to move to the next stage of the competition.
Absolutely, Coach Kevin. Coach Rosemary, she'll be going back to commentary. We've told you about the young reporters, the medics. We've told you about the referees and how they're being trained as we look to capacity build when it comes to coaches to ensure that from the grassroots going up, we are teaching quality, proper football to the future of football on this continent. That is what CAF is doing with the Africa Schools Football Championships. And you can see there are young teams, young players, and that's why one of those pillars, safeguarding, is all about protecting the dream and the dreamers. Those dreamers give us an exciting 20 minutes of the second half next.
These jerseys aren't 100% polyester. They are 30% lessons learned the hard way, 50% hope, turning threads into memories, 20% triumphs trained and prayed for. This is Africa, 100% made of us.
Rooted in culture, driven by connection. These stories flow between continents, leading a new generation of talent and opportunity. Africa and Europe, together we rise.
Here in this Group B girls encounter, it's that own goal from Hamadi that sees Tanzania 1-0 ahead of Guinea. Guinea having played earlier on and beaten Burkina Faso 2-1 to get themselves 3 points. Interestingly, the other concluding game in this group is being played at the same time. Burkina Faso lead Ghana by 1-0. Ghana with the 6 points already qualified to going into their last match, so it's very intriguing indeed, this group. So Guinea in the all-white, that's a Bangura. Captain Keita, influential, got a couple of heavy knocks in the first half. They do look a bit fatigued. We'll see what work rate they're going to be capable of in this second half. Tanzania, knowing that they have a chance if they can win this game. So it's intriguingly set up. Bit of breeze at the moment. Guinea in the white to kick us off with their captain Keita. Tanzania in the dark blue and black. They were more creative, more inventive in the first half. Here's Noadia. They can come away with Keita as a Fatu Keita. Intercepted by Sidibe and Manamba. Good run this from Manamba. Chance if they can go all the way. And this young keeper, 13 years old. Wow. Rukia with another important save, Rose.
Yes, it was another important save. But as you can see, Steve, that the Tanzanian team, they're still building from the back. They are not pumping the balls forward. And in terms of keeping possession, you reserve your energy because you are letting the football run for you. And that will be good for them, at least to continue to manage the game that way. And they should thank their goalkeeper. What a brilliant save, because as you have seen that they were outnumbered and it was a 1 versus 1 with the goalkeeper. But the goalkeeper is... she did very well in terms of swatting that attempt from Guinea.
And she's up, she's okay, she's really tough, this 13-year-old keeper, Rukia. But that was a roving, dangerous run to get her one-on-one with the keeper. But it remains Tanzania leading by a 1-0. Group B, girls action. So Ghana a goal down against Burkina Faso in the other game in this group that is in progress, just going into the second half. But Guinea coming in with more impetus here. Here's Keita. Keita brought down. Showing a bit of skills there was Keita.
So it's a penalty.
Penalty's been given
to Guinea.
Well, it was soft, wasn't it?
A penalty is a penalty, Steve. When you tackle inside the box, you are bound to get a penalty, and this is exactly what the Guinea players did, and it's from their captain.
Fatu Keita to level. Oh, she's put it wide. Fatu Keita with a very poorly taken spot kick. You might say justice was done by, I guess Rose is correct, because it was a foul in the box, so it had to be a penalty. But it was very weak, was the challenge. We'll take a look at the incident. One way, then the other, deceives the defender. Well, fair enough, fair enough. The kick itself, though, was horrendous. That would have been very handy for Guinea to have got level in the game.
Yeah, it's so disheartening to other players at this tender age when you miss a penalty. But it's a learning curve that she had done very well in terms of taking far and away from the goalkeeper. But it was just unfortunate.
Now the other end, it's 2. Onside. Tanzania have now gone ahead. No, the flag is now up, in fact. Referee did point to the centre spot, but now there's been a flag from the assistant referee, so very upset there is Sauli. Guinea were caught out there at the back. Going to consult with the assistant. These young referees, aged 15 to 20. Yep, offside. She concurs with the assistant ref.
You know, Steve, if you miss your chance and you're eventually going to be punished, and this is exactly what had happened to Guinea when they felt that penalty.
Over the halfway line. Look at that then. Where's the offside? Where is the offside?
There.
Yeah, but well, when the ball was released there were two defenders keeping onside. Probably that was a mistake from our young referees. This young referees workshop has been great. It'd be costly for Guinea, that error. And also you don't often see the referee pointing to the centre spot to say it was a goal and then to go back and consult. Probably she should have done the consultation first. Searching one straight to the young keeper. So to be fair and objective, the referees got that wrong, in our opinion.
Steve, they can, as human, you make mistakes, and it's one of the mistakes maybe, and it's a learning curve for these referees, and they need to be taught to move in line with the football.
Right. Well, we applaud the initiative totally for this young referees workshop that CAF has made part of this tournament. Crunching challenge in the centre. Elizabeth is the Tanzania captain. So Guinea could have been level, Tanzania could have been 2-0 up. Certainly we're seeing lots of drama on this second day as the group phase comes to an end at the CAF African Schools Football Championship here in Zimbabwe. This is Silla, the right back for Guinea. And that's the danger woman, Keita. Oh, that's Fatu Kamara who missed the penalty. And Keita got quite a roving role. She's right up there with the strike force right now. Sidibe.
This second half, Guinea have geared up, and they're fighting for every loose ball in the middle of the park in terms of defending. They're even going back to defend, and this is good for them. If they can put pressure on Tanzania, they might get a goal out of it.
Yeah, just the whole game has picked up in the second half, really, hasn't it? After a pedestrian first half, can she get her chance this time? Sauli, who was denied as the offside was called. Here's Sauli, determined play, but had to shake off three defenders. Outside of the foot, that Nkamba. Referee with work to do here from Lesotho, Lekuba Lipsonta. So drop ball for the restart. Kuruma in goal for Guinea. They're going to push, they're going to try, obviously.
But Steve, the Guinea team has not yet read that they're playing against the wind. So they need to keep the football on the ground and to pump them up front.
Yeah, there's a bit of breeze heading the other way, isn't it?
Yes.
Silla with the throw. Tanzania leading by a goal to nil. Other game, Ghana were losing 1-0 to Burkina Faso. In the boys, Senegal leading Zimbabwe. Leading Zambia by a goal to nil. Lots of space here. No Adia. Straight into the defender Silla, though. Wins a corner. Second goal would be very useful for Tanzania. No Adia will take it.
She's got full of energy in terms of going up and down. Also, she's very skillful in terms of dribbling.
That corner was overdone, however. That'll be a throw into Guinea.
Tanzania is playing Guinea. The scoreline: Tanzania
There's Keita.
1, Guinea 0.
Good little spell this from Tanzania. Sauli, nice ball across as well, but that'll be cleared away by Camera. Oadia. They do look quite fired up to Tanzania. Remember, their boys team was knocked out about an hour ago as there was a dramatic late equaliser from Benin for a 1-1 scoreline. So very much carrying the hopes of their nation now are the Tanzania girls.
What they've done well the second half is they've just continued from where they left in terms of keeping possession, in terms of making sure they use their width, the right and the left, and also at one point they are using their mid to bypass the mid and make sure they go through the midfield.
Right, and possession 59% for Tanzania, so serious dominance there. Makali, there they are, holding on to the ball. That's Elizabeth, the captain. Noadia and Sauli both looking quite dangerous up there. Mwanje is the other striker. Haven't seen her with too much of the ball. So into the final 10 minutes we are here in Harare. And Noadia recovers after losing her footing, but Sauli won't be able to keep it in.
I think the Guinea, the first game that they played, drew all their energy coming to this game. As you can see now, they are not moving as a block, and they've started to be second on the ball. Although they are fighting very well, very hard for them to make sure that it's still 1-0.
Yeah, you're right, because they came into this second half with much more impetus, but they seem to have tired again. But opportunity now, Fatoumata. Rukia does enough. Generating a half chance at least there were Guinea. 6-0 losers to Ghana yesterday. Ghana, the defending champions, then a useful win over Burkina Faso earlier on. Substitution coming up.
Jersey number 18, Mariame Diakite comes out, replaced by jersey number 13, Adama Ba.
So Ba is on for Diakite. Sadio Ba. As in Sadio Mane, or Sadio Mane, it's spelt that way as well. Sometimes S-A-D-J-O, Sadio. Keita. And that's Bangura. Needs to get it over though, does Bangura. Still goes, referee says that she's fouled the opponent though.
At this tender age, Steve, when you are talking of under 17 and under 20, that's when you tell them you don't keep the ball for too long. You need to make sure you do combination plays. And if she had released that ball as quickly as possible, they could have maybe tried a shot at goal. But at this age, you know that they love the football, so they want to keep it to themselves.
All right, which is not always the best thing, but that is a youth junior football for you. That's a good challenge there from Nkamba. Elizabeth. They'll start to work it up slowly, will Tanzania. That's the number 9 Mwanja. Playing it all the way up the field. Noadia. She did have Sauli there. Sauli now, they'll put it back into the danger zone. It deflects off there, Mwanja. Love the way they carried the ball all the way up from the back there, Rose.
They're very good in terms of building from the back, and they're more composed in terms of ball rotation. As I said earlier on, Steve, they're using both their flanks. At times they're coming through their midfield, and that strike hitting the upright post, that shows they have got the hunger to win it, and they're looking for their second goal.
Which would probably wrap things up with 6 minutes to go. Noadia. Well, that was swinging in really well, and it's hit the defender in the stomach by the looks of it. She'll get straight back up though. Another chance, Noadia.
As you can see, there are 3 people, 4, and making that first run in the box. It shows they are well trained in terms of who's attacking the first post and who's going at the center and who's staying at the blind side.
So how the other game plays out is going to determine how this group finishes. Burkina Faso were beating Ghana 1-0 the last we heard. Here comes Elizabeth driving forward for Tanzania. Keita trying but visibly tired. The 2 captains clashing there. Keita. No foul, says the referee. Here's Elizabeth, the tall midfielder and captain. They're all playing 3 games in 2 days. Some had 2 games yesterday, like Tanzania. Today it's Guinea with 2 games. That's good skills here. Can they level it? What an opportunity. Tamely taken though. Fatou Keita, she's the one who missed the penalty. And she squandered a big chance there as well.
Steve, if you look at why she missed this ball, it's because maybe she's running up and down, and in terms of strength, she was tired to kick the ball. But
sure,
it's very encouraging that now
Keita tests the keeper.
Now they're shooting at goal, as you can see that the goalkeeper spilled it up.
And it is worth trying from range at this level, at this age, because the keeper can fail to hold on to it, as we saw there from Rukia. Guinea wants something here. 4 minutes to go. Elizabeth. That's a teasing ball there to Mawaja. Mawaja gets it over Noadia. Oh, spins off in the wrong direction, Rose.
She was not looking up to see where the goal is, but that was a very good effort. And as they are trying, and if you look at this Tanzanian team, you are talking of youth, and this is going to be a team to watch in the next years to come.
Certainly. We said before, imagine if this was here when you were playing football as a teenager, Rose. It would have been amazing, wouldn't it?
It was going to be amazing, Steve, and maybe our football as in Africa, it has been, we have managed to win the World Cup, but
sure,
it's good for us that we are starting now, and we make sure that we'll continue to have our associations keeping these young ladies together for continuity's sake.
Elizabeth lays it on. Great work from the captain, but it's dealt with by Sidibe. Guinea are going for it, but Tanzania are looking good. Oh, that's lovely play, beautiful play there from Keita. She'll get it back, but can they get themselves a goal? Good cross from Keita. Goes past camera, and Tanzania repel that one. No Adia back there. Keita, poorly taken. The striker came back to help out in defence.
This is the biggest thing that Tanzania managed to do today. They defended as a team and they attacked as a team, and it has given them the goal that they have. And in terms of keeping possession as well, their energy level will always be high because they are not running with the football; they are letting the football run.
And Guinea, on the other hand, looking tired. Yep, 2 minutes to play here in this girls' Group B contest. Tanzania lead Guinea by 1-0. Rukia in goal. She's been quite a hero for Tanzania. All depends how the other game pans out, but they're in with a chance of progressing. Kamba. Camera. Fatou Camera. That's the sub Bangura. Again, they win balls in the middle of the park, Tanzania. Goes weakly with that attempt. This again is the girl who missed the penalty, Fatou Camera. She won't have fond memories of this game unless she produces something late. Substitution coming up.
replaced by jersey number 6.
So Makali off for Tanzania. Nima Nyagawa replaces her. We're in the final few seconds here. Another goal would absolutely finish it off. That one goes just wide. Now Guinea won't get many more chances. That one was from Mawanja. They want to launch it as far up as they can. And Sauli now picks it up. Elizabeth, can they get a second here? Sauli, it is Sauli still. They defend just about enough, and it's going to be hoofed out by Silla, but they need to get the ball up the other end to Guinea. Otherwise they will find themselves going out. Still she goes, Mawanja, Sauli. Well, Guinea are pushing, but exposed at the back, and it's Tanzania who have certainly been the better team. Referee not blowing yet.
Because of the injuries that was happening, this is why I had to add at least maybe a minute.
Fatu Keita, I was going to say this might be the last chance. Well, they have lost possession already. Elizabeth now. Whistle could go any time. That's Silla. Keita.
She have tried her level best as the captain of the team to lead the troops, but it's unfortunate that they failed to utilize that penalty which they got.
Yeah, totally. And you can't carry a whole team by yourself, but she has tried, has Keita. The penalty miss costly. Elizabeth, the Tanzania captain. Good precise pass. And Kamba, offside. Still we play on for now. Referee from Lesotho could blow any moment though. Camera, the left back. Fancy this could be an absolute last chance for Guinea. It's all over. Tanzania have got themselves 3 points here, and we will have to wait for the result of the other game. Burkina Faso have beaten Ghana by 1-0. So now Burkina Faso are on 3, Tanzania are on 3, Ghana are on 6 points, Guinea are on 3. Well, this group is going to look very interesting indeed. In terms of the play here, it was an own goal from Camera, 7 minutes in, corner kick deflected in, penalty miss for Guinea in the second half. It ends here, Tanzania 1, Guinea 0.
That marks the end of the match in pitch 1. The match has ended. The scoreline: Tanzania 1, Guinea 0.
These jerseys aren't 100% polyester. They are 30% lessons learned the hard way, 50% hope, turning threads into memories, 20% triumphs dreamed and prayed for. This is Africa, 100% made of us.
Rooted in culture, driven by connection. These stories flow between continents, leading a new generation of talent and opportunity. Africa and Europe, together we rise.
Tanzania have finally found, I should say, a point. Not just one, but 3 in the ongoing Africa Schools Football Championships right here in Harare, Zimbabwe. 2026, the 4th edition, and it is 3 points for the team from East Africa and a lifeline, to be honest with you, depending on the standings. You heard from commentary as Stevens walked us through this particular one. Now we get a chance to get reactions from the two coaches who've been keeping an eye on the 40 minutes of football that the girls from both Tanzania and Guinea have given us, starting off with Coach Kevin.
Yes, good afternoon, and Chico, you know, we've been watching the game, and the Tanzanian ladies gave themselves something to think about. They can get up into the next stages. Depends on their last game, I think. Yes, unlucky for the Guinea team. I think they had 1 point initially, but now it's going to be difficult for them.
Absolutely,
going forward.
60% in terms of possession for this Tanzanian side, and they made use of it with that vital goal. As you can see, Guinea did have their chances. In fact, 4 times better in finding the target. Problem is, they couldn't find the back of the net in that particular one. So, as it stands, Guinea will be ruining these missed opportunities that they had. Coach Rosemary, Tanzania will be quite okay taking this win home.
Sure, Chico, as you have seen that Tanzania did very well in terms of ball possession. And as for the Guinea team, the penalty that they missed, they missed when the chance to equalize and maybe look for a winner. But it was a very good game, as that Guinea played in the morning and they were a bit tired in terms of meeting the ability and the skill of this small Tanzanian team, which were more composed in terms of ball rotation, in terms of keeping possession, in terms of moving as a block. But to Guinea, they have themselves to blame when they missed that penalty, which they got after a very brilliant move from their captain, who has done brilliant well the entire tournament, and we hope that she will continue to be one of the best players for the Guinea senior team and playing for the under-20 and 17 as well.
It gave us everything, didn't it, this particular game? It gave us a goal, a disallowed goal, a penalty opportunity, and flair. Speaking of flair, there was one specific winger who caught the attention of Coach Kevin, and you couldn't stop singing her praises as we were watching with you. She could use both her left and right feet. She was just brilliant to see, ultimately falling short in helping her team, but making a statement
again,
all the same.
Chico, from the development point of view, I'm looking at that, and it's the right winger of Guinea, the number 11. And she moves her feet so well with the left foot and takes you on with the right foot and crosses the ball with the right foot or crosses the ball with the left foot at ease. But she's got very, very good technique. So these are the type of things that I look at to see the future of Guinea. We look at the captain of Tanzania. We see the future. She's played for the under-17s. That's what Rosemary says. She plays for the under-20s also, I think, Rosemary. And now we're saying, can she make the step up? Because then when she does make the step up, as developers, we are able to say, we saw that girl 2026 in Zimbabwe playing against Guinea.
Let's talk about something very interesting, because do not forget, when it comes to the CAF Africa Schools Football Championships that are happening in Zimbabwe, as the 4th edition started off in South Africa, went to East Africa, found its way in Ghana and West Africa, and it's back to the southern part of Africa, as we look forward to possibly in the near future maybe seeing the north side of Africa handling it. It's all about development of the game. One aspect of the game that we tend to overlook while they're very young is the mental one, the football IQ. What are we seeing in terms of football IQ from the teams that we've watched, keeping in mind, focusing mainly on the one that's just ended, Tanzania and Guinea? Coach Rosemary.
As for Tanzania, I think they've done very well in that aspect in terms of making sure that you keep possession and you move as a block. The mental aspect, you could see it, they were still pushing, going forward, searching for the second goal. But as for the Guinea team, I think because they played earlier on, I think for the Guinea team, because they've played earlier on and with the sun coming hard, they felt even to keep the position, they need to work on their mental aspect. It's a psychological aspect that a game of football, you need to keep possession and make sure you don't lose it, and you reserve your energy when you do that.
Coach, you keep saying, Coach Kevin, time and again, look at how they're playing. That's intelligent movement. Football IQ is something that we don't instill from a very young age. Are you impressed with what we are doing here as CAF?
In moments, yes, I am impressed. I'm very, very impressed. But like the question you asked, Coach Rosemary, is what do we do? I think the technical team of each different country that takes part here, they have to write a technical report back to CAF. CAF has to write an overall technical report and say, you know, Guinea lost this game in this time because they played 2 games. What is your recovery period? Because it's only 2 hours. What is your mental recovery period? What is your physical recovery period? Do we have, I don't see any ice baths around for the players to do when they're playing. So there's other things we can add to make it a better tournament, a more successful tournament. I'm not saying that CAF has not improved, because they have improved by 100% for me from last year to this year.
But there's still room to improve and grow everything, as is the case with anything in life. Let's take a look at those results, which you can find on our CAF online website. Zambia, of course, losing out to Benin. Benin played back-to-back games. You're talking about time to rest. They didn't need much time to rest, holding the defending champions 1-1. In fact, duration or stamina came into play for Benin, so that could argue against that statement, Coach Kevin, as they waited till the very last minute to draw 1-1 with Tanzania. Tanzania girls, of course, victorious in this game against Guinea. And now all eyes, all focus turns to Morocco up against DR Congo. Now, the last time we seemingly wrote off a DRC side, it was the girls, and what we saw against the host nation Zimbabwe surprised us. What do you expect in terms of surprises, if any, considering Morocco are desperate for a good result as well, Kevin?
This is the ladies team, right?
The boys.
Is the Moroccan boys?
Morocco boys game is coming next.
Wow, this is going to be an interesting game, because Morocco needs the result, and so does the other team need the result as well. So for me, it's going to be a tactical and technical development game that needs all the pressure that comes with playing in this tournament.
Coach Rosemary, your thoughts on the final game of the day from this pitch?
This pitch, we are having Zambia and Zimbabwe. And it's going to be a very tough encounter for both southern teams playing together. And Zambia has got an edge because they've won their last game. So they're aiming maybe to collect maximum points to remain in the tournament. As well as Zimbabwe, they will be looking forward to redeem themselves as the host of the tournament for them to win it.
Well, thoughts of Coach Rosemary, Coach Kevin, and you'll be dealing with commentary where we will have our legend Amanda Tlamini, former Banyana, Captain Fantastic, on that commentary for you. We are gearing up for a big game. That game will be live on CAF TV. Teams gunning for maximum points. We right here on CAF TV are gunning to give you maximum entertainment and a slight peek into the future of African football. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Is it the girl?
1, 2. So, my brother, this is the mic. Can you hear me? Hello.
Well, welcome back to CAF TV. We're live from Harare, Zimbabwe. Gateway High School is the venue that we will be at until Thursday, and on Friday we're off to the stadium for the final. Morocco and DRC, they come from Group A in the girls category, and this is a group that has given us some big surprises. We'll walk you through those surprises in just a moment. But interestingly enough, while the group consists of DRC, of Morocco, of Zambia, and Zimbabwe, the host nation, no one would have thought Zimbabwe would be bottom of the table. No one would have thought Morocco would be just above them. And I can tell you this, no one would have thought DR Congo would be sitting pretty in second place. And that's exactly what we're seeing with Zambia topping that table by a mile. Coach Rosemary and Coach Kevin next to me. Starting off with you, Coach Kevin. You were wondering if Morocco are in trouble. I dare say they are.
Yes. Again, Chico, from what I know of last year and the type of football they play and the type of players they have, I always look at the number 9 that they have. What an improvement she showed me this year. But when I look at the standings now and I see where they are, then this game is a final for them. They have to win this game to take Morocco to the level that they are projecting to be within the African continent. When you look at Morocco as a whole, where the senior team is, where the senior ladies team is, and how they've developed the game in Morocco, they've really done well. When you go back to the other team, yes, we wouldn't surprise that they've taken one step forward and now they find themselves above Morocco. So for them, it's also a win game, and if they win that, then they know they put out one of the title contenders, which is Morocco.
Now, on the back of it, when you look on the face of it, it looks like DRC have been sensational. But when you take a look at just their recent game, Coach Rosemary, you realize the host nations failed at dominating that game in spite of having the first half, so to speak, with dominance. It is going to be, in spite of what the tables say, a tall task for the DR Congo to beat or play well against a hungry and almost desperate Morocco side.
Yes, Chico, it's going to be a very tricky encounter for DRC Congo. As I had said earlier on, that the Moroccan team, in terms of their technical skill and in terms of their technical skill and in terms of their tactical, they are very above the rest of the teams in here. And with them now, they want to make sure that they qualify for the semi-finals, because they've been there since 2023 and losing out for again this time to be in the finals. It's going to be disheartening to the Moroccan team, because they've done well in terms of development in Morocco, in terms of uplifting the girl game in Morocco. And we are going to watch a very entertaining match, because both teams want to make sure they qualify for the semi-finals.
There's a young lady in the jersey number 9 from this Morocco side, Coach Kevin. This is their striker, and this is one we will have to keep an eye on. There's a young lady, I apologize, let me repeat that technical issue right there. But I was talking about the striker of Morocco, jersey number 9. She was there last year. She is back again. She is a sensational player. They just haven't been able to bring her into this particular game, have they? There she is. Her footwork, her movement, her football IQ, which we were talking about, is just on a different level.
For sure. What we saw last year, yes, it was in the rain and the pitch was muddy and wet and things like that, but we saw a quality lady or a quality girl that's going to go places. This year, she's really, really standing out. And like you say, Chico, we need the team to bring her into the game so she can score the goals. But again, I go to Coach Rosemary, what she said. This is going to be a hard task for both teams. One wants to stay in the competition, which is DRC, and Morocco want to stay even better in the competition, because they've always been a thorn for lots of African nations within this tournament over the last few years.
Absolutely. Coming to you, Coach Rosemary, as we look at this DR side, if there's one player that will be the focus, has to be the young lady in between the sticks. She is the goalkeeper. She will face a lot of shots, and she hasn't really looked very stable in that respect. If anything, you would advise Morocco, if you were the coach, to try and hit as many towards her?
As Morocco, as you know, that they build from the back, they're not a team that always rely on a counter-attack. But when they're playing against a team like this, you need them, especially when they're attacking where we are seated, the far end on our right. They need to use the advantage of the wind to make sure that they try and make those long shots and make sure that they are following up for any rebound, in terms of that she doesn't catch a ball once and there's always the second time she will catch it up. And this is the time that they will try to make sure that they test as early as possible to see your strength and your weaknesses.
Well, when you look at these two teams, Morocco are better, technically more gifted, so to speak. Their game is something that you can look forward to. But coach, if you are the DRC coach, considering physically they're taller than you, technically they're slightly more gifted than you, to be honest, how do you approach this game as DRC, and keeping in mind how they stunned us against Zimbabwe, if you're to cause yet another upset?
Again, Chico, development is all about you do what you do when you have the ball. And I will advise my DRC players that let us not think about pressing the ball like this, like that. When we don't have the ball, pick up the man that is closest to you in order for them not to play a ball into the space. So be as honest you are with and without the ball, but always take care of the man next to you. And he shouldn't turn and face your goals.
Well, like Morocco, myself and Rosemary have been very consistent in our outfit, constantly dressing the same. But in the morning, Coach Kevin had a jacket, then he had shades, now he has shades and a cap. He's changing his game, something we expect to see from DRC if they are to walk away with a result. This afternoon it is Morocco and the DRC. It is live on CAF TV. It is next.
We are ready to get things going. And that is our team of officials coming in. And the two teams are lining out now, the DRC and Morocco, and this clash in the Group A, the girls' encounter. And as they line up, of course, we will be waiting to see how they take it on.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the national anthem of Morocco. And now the national anthem of the Republic, Democratic Republic of Congo.
passion on full display in this match between Morocco and the DRC. And now we do start. There we go. As the teams go through their pre-match rituals and pleasantries being exchanged right now. The Moroccan team dressed in green shorts and red shirts. And we can see DRC. Of course, DRC collected a win earlier on today in the morning, 1-0 over Zimbabwe, whilst Morocco announced their arrival to this tournament with an electrifying 2-2 draw against Zimbabwe yesterday. Showed plenty of fight to come back from 2 goals down, so there's plenty of fight in that team. And so this is how Morocco will be lining up. A very fluid 4-2-1-3 formation. And they're led by their star striker, Fosu Ganami, who was on target against Zimbabwe. Of course, so was the captain as well, Zerwali, in that hard-fought 2-2 draw against Zimbabwe. And whilst the toss is going on, to see who will be attacking from where, those are officials: Azumat Sofia from Ghana, assisted by Breta Nyika, Trida Lisoko from Zambia, and Limponsa Lekuba from Lesotho. So they will be holding things down for us, the center of the pitch, to make sure that everything is going according to plan. The DRC, they maintain their goalkeeper, Diane Lukau, who was in the goals over their 1-0 victory over Zimbabwe, and they carry on their frightening front line of Priscilla Mantobo, as well as Voldi Bungu, the captain, who carries a lot of threat going forward. Very physical and well-coordinated team. So Morocco do know that they've got their work cut out for them in this one, and we're looking forward to a really exciting game as we spotlight the future stars of African football. So the team huddles going on now, final instructions, unity of purpose as they prepare. Morocco, of course, are sitting third in Group A. Just Zambia lead the way with the DRC on number 2, while Zimbabwe anchor the standings. But of course, at the end of the day, it's more than just the results here, as we get to see the stars, the players get polished. So we brace for kickoff now, and the coaches might take this moment to get a few final instructions and hope that the perfect game plan comes to the fore. So it looks like Morocco will be taking us underway at kickoff. And it's Ganami who gets the ball rolling as they knock it all the way back to start with some patient possession play. Steady and composed to start with, but it will be a throw-in for DRC. And of course, Amanda, we are really looking forward to be seeing more precise play. I think if we look at the way these two teams have been playing ever since the tournament started, there's some serious chemistry going there, something solid to build on.
Absolutely, especially for Morocco. They've been working on their combinations, great technical ability. And of course, for DR Congo, they have to be a bit more organized defensively.
So they showed some of their mettle in their earlier kickoff today, really organized in defense. With Christian Viniema and Meville Mayengo really shining in that victory over Zimbabwe. But now let's see if this Morocco team that does carry some goals in them can pose the correct questions. Easily rolled down by Ganami, taking them all on a merry dance, and the support comes. And it will be a free kick for Morocco.
This is going to be some of the areas that DR Congo have to be mindful of. The technical ability of the players like Nami, set pieces in those crucial areas are going to be the defining factor if it is that the game is tightly contested.
Absolutely, those twinkle toes. I think Morocco really seem like they love utilizing the wide areas, so a lot of defensive discipline will be required. But in this moment, some medical attention, and it's good to see that Salma Musamia is back on her feet. Sip off the water and we wait for the kickoff to be dispatched.
And I think that's been one thing else to really track with these young boys and girls, how they quickly adapt to the weather conditions. Some get to start quite early in the morning. Temperatures are a bit low, and as you progress throughout the day, the temperature is a little bit higher. So they have to be a little bit more effective, but save their energy.
Yeah. So I suppose the opening stages are all about conserving your energy and making sure that you last the game. And it's really good because there's a... So the free kick is floated in, met by Garami, but easily dealt with. The DRC have to fall back into shape after early questions from Morocco. The right channel of attack, left channel of defense for DRC has seen plenty of action in these opening phases. We are yet to see the left flank get a taste of the action. So maybe a bit of overloading down that channel. Whether it's part of a game plan or not remains to be seen.
Yeah, I think with Congo, they are much more athletic. They like to use those wide channels, but of course for Morocco, they usually congest that midfield where the creativity is, build from the back and then use those wide channels.
Yeah. So it's another long ball floated forward, and DRC have just been knocking them out. Haven't really had time to settle and create some neat passages of play, but it's still early days. It's a fairly sunny afternoon here at Gateway High School, and the weather is certainly obliging for some really good football. Fast-paced it can be. Morocco play really fast on the break. But so far it's been a patient build-up, and you want to see those variations in all the teams that are taking part, because these are the essentials, especially at this developmental stage. You can't be one-dimensional.
Absolutely, they have to show how fast they are in terms of diversity, range of play, and just how easily they take instructions.
So we're going to get our first corner kick going the way of Morocco. A lot of intention around the goalkeeper with Keltoum Sbiti, looking really interested in attacking this corner kick. And let's see if anything can come out of this. Unfortunately, no takers, but a chance for the DRC to run it forward. Showing a clean pair of heels there, Elise Jedja, but she was stopped promptly in her tracks. And I think once the DRC settle, you can expect that to be one of their key action areas, if anything, if we are to read into anything from their past few matches. But it's a yellow card for Kiswamu, goes into the referee's book for that challenge.
I thought DR Congo really did well to get out of their blocks, to really try and catch Morocco on that fast break. But of course, good cover from the defender Murad. Morocco really trying to intervene there. But maybe good signs for DR. Once they get that break, they're really quick.
It's really important to make sure that they haven't conceded yet, despite being under some pressure in those opening stages. Morocco might have something to say from this free kick. There's a bit of power in this one, but no one to attack. Jela again. She's done this throughout the game, but there needs to be more support play because she's failing to beat the second player every single time. But you know what they say, you have to press with caution. She's really comfortable with the ball at her feet.
Yeah, really comfortable with the ball on her feet, but she certainly needs a little bit of support from her teammates. They know she's quick and she's going to get the ball out wide. Some of those midfielders, Pundu, Mumba as well, need to really sharpen support.
Yeah, so Mantobo and Logos really have to come to the party, and I guess it's all about the shape.
Yep.
And this is something obviously the technical team might be keeping an eye on. But Morocco might be happy with how they've started. Again, down that right channel. And as we have seen time and time again, Yema nodding it out for another throw-in. So as far as Group A is concerned, it seems like Zambia are cruising. They're sitting top of the pile. But these two teams have a chance to get something on the board. The DRC have already tasted victory, of course. And Morocco might be feeling that this is their chance. We've seen they can play. Great attitude as well all around. So well into the 8th minute, and it's another free kick going the way of Morocco. The chance is still on, but unfortunately Amin was not on the same wavelength there as Ganami, who is showing all the signs of a centre forward.
Love her work ethic, her work rate. She loves to drop in that midfield to really try and receive the ball, because she opens those channels for the wingers to really get into space. And they're really just looking at recycling the ball and getting those crosses to capitalize on.
Brilliant. She's seen quite a lot of the ball as well early on, so that box has been ticked so far. But here comes Jella for the DRC. Tried something different this time, but yeah, she's been crowded out most of the times. And there she goes with the press, and really neat work there. Krashia Kalala are failing to get her final pass in, but standing firm there, trying to pick some holes in that Moroccan defense.
And this is what we were talking about. Mumba this time around joining the attack, coming from the deep midfield position to really try and support Okito, who made that run on the right side.
So it's all coming to the fore again, but something we've been seeing pretty much from the first whistle. Another ball headed out for a throw-in down that right side. I wonder how long they will hold on to that.
Yep.
So now I guess the worry for the Congo is what then happens if Morocco decide to switch things up. And also played centrally going in. Was Ganami looking for that challenge, but the defense stands firm. And that chance for a break falls apart yet again. The numbers game up top, really thin for the Congo. I think for Amazian, that's the first touch of the ball. And it's unfortunate we've got a player on the ground. Hiba Kacham. I think she was caught in the face there when they were tussling for the ball. I think there was a bit of a flailing arm there, but Ganami was ready to unleash there.
That's it, playing as a second striker for Ganami, always have to be lurking, finding that opportunity, and she's got great technical ability. She can shoot both left and right. So the hard work that has to be done for the other strikers. Kasham, I think this is the second time she's experiencing an off-the-ball kind of incident where she's had a hand flacked at her face, and this time the referee does a good job to really stop play and really attend to her.
But good signs, she's back on her feet and looks ready to continue.
See, she's signaling a ref, please keep an eye. It's the second time it's happening off the ball incidences, and I guess the officials should really be mindful of that.
Absolutely, at some point you have to call it in, because psychologically as well, it can get you off your game. But it's been a pretty friendly affair throughout, in the true spirit of the game. And now Amazian looking to distribute. It's got plenty of runners in this Moroccan side, but they've been building it from the back very patiently. Well, maybe spoke too soon there. Long ball punted forward. And guess what? Another throw in.
But I think you touch on something very important, that we can't wait to see how Morocco actually switch things up, because this is not how they usually play. But we spoke about the weather and its impacts. Maybe they're trying to conserve the energy a little bit. That's why they want to bypass the midfield with the long balls. Then play from the second ball. It's closer to goal. And then maybe they can punish DRC.
Yeah, and it seems like so far it's something that has been happening well. But the stop-start nature of the game continues as we have another player hit the deck. That is Yema, who's been really outstanding for the DRC. Back up on her feet, ready to continue providing cover for Odayen Lukao Bubu. So maybe if you're a student of the game, you'd probably have been picking one or two things about the way these two teams are setting out, where they are moving the ball around. It's been a bit of a slow burn as an explosion, because I think the last game DRC played, got their goal in the 8th minute. Yesterday, Morocco conceded early, 7th and 13th minute, so definitely tightened things up defensively. And they got their goals late on as well yesterday, so they really take their time to settle before taking the fight on. But they've had a couple of chances, should be testing the goalkeeper at least.
I think psychologically both teams coming back from that bounce back ability. You always chat about Morocco really need to make sure that they win, but also DRC. A lot is at stake for them as well. How it is that both teams at this age really deal with that kind of pressure is quite impressive.
It's really, really impressive, and interesting setup in the box. Some shoving there between Kanami and Mumba. Is it? Kanami and Kasakula, rather. Well, I guess for some of these things comes as part of the territory.
Yeah.
The corner kick comes in. Not too convincing on the take, but guess what? Snuck in, and Morocco are off the mark in the 14th minute. DRC won't be happy. Some might go as far as saying a soft way to concede, but the chance was there and it was taken. There was the corner kick, floated in. And you can see totally unmarked, missed by everyone. And it was more speculative. It looks like an own goal. But kudos to Tualeb getting to the end of that one. And now Morocco, who have shown that they can fight back, have a lead to defend. DRC have to chase the game. Was a lovely corner kick.
Lovely corner kick indeed. A very appetizing ball in the box. But of course you thought that DRC were defensively organized and they set up quite nicely. And unfortunately, an on goal from Kiswamu, who really tried to direct and steer that header, but steering it into her own goal.
Really unfortunate, and there was nothing the goalkeeper could do there. But full credit to Tualeb for just lashing it goalwards for the best. It was more speculative than anything, but this is another testing free kick, and it's fantastic. From range, perfectly measured over the goalkeeper. It had everything, precision, the power, and just the right spin on it. 2 goals inside 2 minutes. The Congo do not know what hit them on this one.
Yep, goalkeeper Lukao really just stunned. You talk about precision, you talk about power. And if you are at the stadium or not, there's a sense of a breeze that really carries that ball through. And I think the goalkeeper just misjudged it and just floated way through over her head.
She was a fair distance out, but just look at the deep on that ball. Perfectly executed.
That has to go down as one of the favorites for goal of the tournament.
Absolutely, this is a fantastic strike. Goalkeeper, not really much that could be done there because the ball dipped at just the right time. So a 2-goal cushion for Morocco. they've been coasting throughout the first half. And I guess what's frightening is that they haven't actually hit second gear yet. And that barrage of attack continues on the left, on the right channel. Plenty of defending being done by the DRC that side, but they can't string their passes at the moment. Possibly a bit rattled after conceding in succession. And another shot will be taken. This one flies just wide. I think the message must be floating around, Amanda, that if you see the goalkeeper try to stray off a line, you know what to do.
Absolutely, you know what to do.
But full credit has to be given. Not an easy technique at all, striking the ball from that distance. So really exciting things.
We spoke about a technical ability that the Moroccans possess, and that's always just the first touch, how they strike the ball. And if you see Captain Fantastic, she just goes right through the laces, and it's very difficult to lock an ankle. So clearly there's great technique within the team.
Yeah. So plenty of hours, you would assume, being put into the training there. And now something for the DRC with their inspirational captain. Does she have the legs? Fortunately, slightly overran that one. And Jamizan only getting her second touch of the ball. It's pretty much on vacation so far. DRC have been restricted in their own half. And the so some treatment being administered to the player there. Looks like Ganami. Always so full of running, and she's got so many variation in terms of her attacking play. The coach there will be really pleased with how the team has set out. 2 goals in the first half. You can't really complain much there.
No, not at all. This is a perfect way to actually start, because once you get that goal and a cushion, you settle into the game, and maybe we might see Morocco who's much more confident putting the ball down and getting those passes going.
So let's see if the DRC can stage a fight back on this. But more importantly, they've stuck true to their philosophy. Bit of confusion in the box there, but nothing comes of that. The defense getting involved in the attack as well, trying to halve the deficit before the halftime break. But it's the fantastic hold-up play there from Gadami. And I think Yemi sliding into that one. It's how quick their transition is. They're defending 1 minute, 2-3 passes later on, they're already in the attacking third. And I guess that's why maybe we've been seeing a lot more fouls being committed in this game.
Yeah, and I think the team really also knowing where to find Nami and how she positions herself to receive the ball. Also just the presence of mind to wait for her fellow teammates to catch up and really play that through ball.
Yeah, movement will give anyone a Tory time.
Yep. That's what we talk about when we say we want mobile strikers, mobility. And I think she's doing exceptionally well.
Exceptionally well, and she's tested all the back line now, because they've all had turns to try one-on-one marking on her. She's still coming out on top. I think in the last 5 minutes or so, she's been playing with a back to goal. That is sort of allowing the midfielders to provide those late runs forward as well. So yeah, it's been something akin to a tactical masterclass in some way.
Yep.
Another teasing free kick, floated in. And yeah, the goalkeeper seems to be in some bit of trouble. The challenge from Kacham, but floated in. Probably would have been offside anyway, but it was well within her rights to challenge, because you play to the whistle always. But it seems like boo-boo.
Yeah, Kasham seems to be one of those strikers that really enjoy the
physical
combative
aspect.
elements of things. She can put her body on the line for the team. And I guess that's how they complement one another with Okanami. The one does the dirty work and the other just spaces out.
Yeah, and also you've got that flair and that steal as well, which means you can hustle for those loose balls, you can hold that possession. But yeah, possibly some bits of concern there for the DRC as their goalkeeper. Bubu continues to get treatment off camera, but this is how it ends after first half action. Morocco 2, the DRC 0.
These jerseys aren't 100% polyester. They are 30% lessons learned the hard way, 50% hope, turning threads into memories, 20% triumphs dreamed and prayed for. This is Africa, 100% made of us.
Rooted in culture, driven by connection. These stories flow between continents, leading a new generation of talent and opportunity. Africa and Europe, together we rise.
You guys to talk through the highlights. You can see the screen?
Through the highlight.
Welcome back. It is the 4th edition of the Africa Schools Football Championships happening right in Harare, Zimbabwe. What a game we have on our hands. Morocco, we expected them to be dominant. They needed a result. And when pushed against the wall, these Moroccan sides know exactly how to react. And react they did. Feisty affair, Coach Rosemary, Coach Kevin.
Yes, Chico, when I look and I see what is happening and how the Moroccans came out in this game, I predicted that they would come out knowing that they need to win this game and score goals. Yes, the Benin goalkeeper made 2 mistakes and a goal, but we noticed this in the previous game as well, that she's not really good at aerial goals. The second goal that the Moroccans score, the captain takes a nice free kick from outside the box and she just puts it over the head in the goal. I thought she should have taken 1 or 2 steps back into her own goal so she could come out and punch the ball out, but she didn't do that.
Fawzi, of course, the captain, and you're rightfully so. A feisty player as well. Coach Rosemary, we could talk about that number 9 and leading up to the first goal. You saw the way she was pressing them early, the predatory instinct, which was then creating defenders having to come to her, and she draws away defenders left, right and center and allows Morocco to have not only possession of the ball, as we can clearly see from the numbers here, but also chances to go at the opposition's goalkeeper. And that's exactly what they did. 1 shot on target, 2 goals, not too bad at all.
It's not bad, Chico, as I said earlier on, that in terms of Morocco, they are technical and tactical sound compared to DRC Congo. As you can see, the number 9, she's drawing all the defenders up to here. 2 of them, they are coming to double up to make sure she doesn't have that free roll. But she's managing to leave spaces on the right and left attackers to make sure they utilize the spaces that she's leaving behind. And also another attacker is coming in to join. And we have seen the first goal is a similar goal of the earlier game that we watched, an own goal from the DRC defender. Instead of her to stand at watching the ball at an open stance, she was facing her own goal, and this resulted in that goal. And the second goal, we are talking of pure brilliance from the captain. She just lobbed the ball over the keeper because she saw very well that the keeper she's shorter, and with the dipping the ball dipping towards the end of the goal, and it resulted in a goal. And this is exactly what Morocco wants for them to progress. And we have said earlier on that they've been participating for a very long time in this CAF championship, as well as DRC. They were there last year and they are here again this year. So they want to see the progression in terms of that development to their players. And Morocco have shown superb, especially this first half.
Talk about Morocco wanting a victory. Forget that. They needed one and they're getting one. We were talking about during the build-up the keeper, and it's good that you brought that up, Rosemary. Coach, we spoke about her questionable ability when it comes to the aerial ball. Morocco seemingly realizing that, and now they're going for it. Do you expect more of the same?
Yes, Chico, you know, we saw when the first game we saw of the DRC, we said the keeper has to position herself better, they have to make her aware that the high balls are going to cause her problems, and I think this is what Morocco done when they analyzed the DRC. So that is where they're going. They're going into the far corners of the top net, and it shows you the captain of Morocco scores the second goal like that. And again, even with the own goal, if they come out correctly, if she attacks the ball correctly, she's able to punch it out. But she's not able to do that, and what happens is the other girl is facing a goal and she scores an own goal.
Absolutely. We left DRC keeper Boo Boo on the ground. That was the final whistle of the first half. We're seeing another reserve keeper already training. They expect a change. Would that be good?
I think they're expecting a change. Maybe she's unable to continue, and it's an advantage to this young lady to come in and participate in this tournament. We need all our players when they come to tournaments to have a feel of the tournament, and this is very good for her to come in, and maybe she will do a great job for DRC Congo.
I'm glad you brought that up because that's something Kevin has been mentioning. Listen, I know when you come to competitions, there's a danger of just wanting to win every single game, but this is specifically all down, Coach Kevin, to development of the players. So seeing more of this is something that is welcome in your book.
Yes, I don't say it's good because the goalkeeper went down as an injured player. Now you bring in the new one in, but you need to change your players as often as possible in these tournaments. Be sure that you don't bring second and third players. You bring all of them are number one players, and you introduce them as and when the tournament goes along.
Waiting for the players to start walking onto the pitch, but very quickly, what do you do for the DRC defensively to sustain or to stop Morocco from getting any more?
I think the DRC team needs to be a bit compact, especially in the middle of the pack. As you know that as defenders, we always close our goal, and so they need at least to be very, very compact at the middle of the 18-yard box, as well as the midfielders to come and join in the defense and maybe push forward when we have got possession. But for right now, they should be compact in each and every area of the DRC Congo.
I've heard time and again that when you look at how players are warming up, it gives you a whole lot of what to expect in the second half. Maybe quick passes, faster runs, more pressure on the ball from this DRC side as they trail Morocco by 2-0. Need of change might be the case for their keeper, and we will be sending you back to commentary where Tinashe will take us through the leading commentary, joined by a lady from Banyana who really didn't like to be changed, really didn't like to come off the pitch, but had to. We're coming back with the second half. Over to Tinashe and Amanda Tlamini.
Bracing for second half action, Morocco and the DRC Congo. While Morocco are making a substitution, they really had a flying start to this game, a 2-goal lead in the first half to really set a bit of a task for DRC. Quite the margin to chase in the second half. And coming in is Camelia Jawi, who enters the fray, and let's see what sort of impact she can have on this game. And you'd love to believe at this point for Morocco, it's all about managing that lead and possibly seeing how they can shut out the game. But the DRC have a lot to fight for.
Substitution for the Democratic Republic of Congo.
So that's confirmation of the substitution for the goalkeeper. I think the last piece of action in the first half, Diane Lukaububu seemed to be in some discomfort, and she's now been replaced by Shadel Nkulu. And it's her turn to see what she can do in trying to shut out this really fluid Moroccan attack. So 2-0 Morocco, and second half action is underway. Some attention for Twaleb, being knocked down early. So just one change for Morocco. Not really much to pick on in terms of things that need correction from that first half performance. But Amanda, we spoke about the overloads we're seeing down that right channel from Morocco, and knowing, you know, just how much variation they've got in their bag. It would be really interesting in the second half to see if they will try to switch things up a bit, especially with the introduction of Shawi. Seems like the DRC are still sticking on how they started, and those are some of the fans. I was hoping for a blast of Vuvuzela at some point, but she was so immersed in the action, as we all are.
I think on match day 1 yesterday, they came out with the drums and speakers. It was such a party at the DRC stands. But again, same attitude once again from DRC. They need to come back, keep the intensity, and apply a good attitude and really fight back.
Absolutely. And also, as it is with every game, you have to make sure you learn something from that. And the defense, I think they do have something really solid there. Maybe the bit of the midfield, the way they've set up against this dynamic Moroccan midfield, has possibly been the soft touch as far as this game is concerned. So free kick goes to the DRC. A goal right now would really spark things into life and set us up for a thrilling finish to this game. Still some way to go before the final whistle. But I know a lot of people out there would want to see more action from the likes of Luzolo, Kaninda, obviously Kiswamu. Another chance for the DRC, get one back, and it's a classic, fantastic curling finish from Gracia Mumba. And we do have a game on our hands here, Amanda. We've been seeing lovely goals throughout. And yes, the Vuvuzela, the horn is out in full song again. Gracia Mumba making an impact on this game. Just here lining up that shot, the posture was perfect. And so was, oh, what a tidy, beautiful finish.
Ooh, what a strike. We spoke about keeping the intensity. We spoke about applying the right attitude to the game. And this is how you respond to DRC. Mumba with the perfect opportunity. She lines it up with the left, power, precision. And that's how we want to see the game panning out. They have to fight back.
Definitely, and the goalkeeper probably feel like she could have done better there, but take nothing away from that strike. There's beautiful football on display and something to fight for now for the DRC. Of course, it would have been folly to consider this game done at halfway stage. And they're probably thinking if Morocco could score 2 in the first half, we can. So those goals from Morocco came in rapid fire succession. 2 goals in 2 minutes. Over to you, DRC. Sweetie winning that free kick. She's been dictating the tempo of the play, deciding when to hold back. Really lovely. I think her ball retention is possibly well advanced, and that has allowed Morocco to have that freedom to knock the ball around and pretty much pick out their passes at leisure. And there she is again, Smitty, battling against two players, out-muscled. Neat interchange of passes, a well-timed tackle. You know, you only go to ground when you're sure about it. And that's exactly what Morocco did there, perfectly timed. Not much joy down the flanks for DRC, is it?
Not at all. They seem to want to exploit those channels, but the timing of these slide tackles from the Moroccans, it's almost as if it's their speciality. Good interceptions, and I mean, they break down play very well. And of course, I think for DRC, they have to really find some creative ways, maybe one, two passes, combination passes to beat the defenders.
Yeah, and I think I have to agree with you there. They do have some bold players, so I think sometimes you might want them maybe stay on the ball a bit more, subtract one or two markers, because every time they've tried to run with it, Morocco have simply been too good. Okay, so there'll be nothing in that there. The goal kick. And so the goalkeeper who came in, Shadel Nkulu Banza, hasn't been tested yet, and this is the first feel of the ball after replacing Diane Bubu. And she's coming in at a time when her team is beginning to find rhythm, as we can see there. Oh, misjudged from the skipper there. And the break is on with DRC. Hacked down Elise Jela. So Nadia Sirwali scored a fantastic free kick in the first half, scoring for the second game running after also finding the back of the net against Zimbabwe, but putting in a shift defensively as well. And in true modern day footballer, she carries just as much strength, as much threat going forward as well.
You spoke about momentum favoring DRC. Now the confidence as well from the centre backs, Kasakwa, really carrying that ball through and forcing a set piece.
Exactly, and we saw one good one. This one, maybe a bit more acute angle. But I've been really intrigued by the technique on that. Some daring right there. It is Kristen Vinyema, for me, absolutely standout player for DRC. Nice sweep on that, just couldn't get it done in the end. And now Morocco were pushing things there. Kakram fighting a lone battle. Goalkeeper way out of a line, sweeper keeper if you please. But DRC maintain the pressure with Jela. There must be something about that side of the pitch because in the first half Morocco was swarming that right channel. Now the DRC, all their best plays are coming down that right side as well. So there's still plenty of time for DRC to get something from this game, get back on level terms. But of course, the same opportunities are accorded to Morocco to extend the lead. So it's all about who blinks first from this stage. But what we know is that the next goal will be really, really crucial in this encounter.
I mean, if the previous results have anything to go by, DRC are known to be those people or that team that fights back. And certainly a 2-1 score margin is not the safest.
It's not. Absolutely, you're sitting on that one. Well, I hope for us from a neutral perspective. We want to see goals flying.
Yeah.
It's not always so kind for the goalkeepers, but it's pure entertainment value. So we're seeing more enterprising passages of play from both teams now. It's becoming a bit more of a balanced affair.
Substitution for Morocco. Jersey number 6, Hiba Kasham comes out, replaced by jersey number 16, Saye El Quatat. The scoreline is...
So second substitution for Morocco as Safaya Quatat comes on to replace Kakram. And now on the 30th minute mark, it's going to be a bit tense heading into the last stages of the game. But I guess at the end of the day, it's been really clinical from a finishing point of view. 2 shots from Morocco, 2 goals, 1 shot for DRC, 1 goal. So chances might have been coming at a premium, but the finishing top order.
Top order indeed, and I hope DRC coach or the technical team really try to advise the girls to avoid committing those fouls in and around that 18-yard box, because it will really expose the goalkeeper. You look at her height when she came on, and therefore the defense really need to try and protect her.
Yeah, I've been wondering about that as well in the second half, because I think after the 7th minute we saw Morocco really trying those shots from distance, just trying to get some height on the goalkeeper. But now it is Luzolo was muscled out. She hasn't really shown up in this game. She's been kept under lock and key by Inz Murad. And I guess that has affected the creativity for the DRC. Sometimes you just have to cut the supply line and it's all done. So we're just getting updates from the other match. Zambia leading Zimbabwe by 3-0. The girls are on fire. We've also witnessed 3 goals in this match, so we've been well taken care of.
It's lucky number 3.
Let's go. So gonna kick now for DRC. They've been probing more in the second half. I've always wanted to ask, you know, former players and everything, Amanda, all this jostling that goes in the box whenever a corner kick is about to be taken, is it something you train for, or it just comes in the heat of the moment?
You have to, the coaches always really insist, tight marking, yes, but also make it a little bit difficult for a defender, make it a little difficult for the goalkeeper as well.
Yeah, always extra work for the referees, always. Yeah, the corner kick didn't clear the first player, so a bit poor in execution there. Far from the usual quality we've seen from set play. Nice recovery from the DRC. And play has to be stopped yet again. So maybe this has played a bit of a part in killing the momentum, you know, the stop-start nature. You can't really build up a proper rhythm if the play continues to get interrupted. But it's down to the players as well to keep things tidy.
It's quite funny how we actually see how much it's in the DNA in terms of the identities of teams. Moroccans love to play this kind of game where they draw the fouls, they break down the momentum of play, and just really try and keep the tempo at their pace they would like.
Yeah, and then you capitalize from that. So I don't know if it cascades from the senior teams or it works upward vertical, but you can clearly see identity in that. I guess that's one of the main reasons for tournaments like this, where you are crafting out a proper football DNA. It's all part of that developmental stage.
Yeah.
And you know where it'll be. So the DRC are being forced to hurry things along now. They are racing against the clock. Otherwise, their hold on second place might slip away. It's Yema again steaming into that challenge, and play is allowed to continue. Goalkeeper, pair of safe hands, maybe caught by a trailing leg there. I think coming together with the Congolese captain of Voldi Kaninda. It was well within her rights, of course, to chase that loose ball. If you look closely, you can just see that trailing leg. Oh, that looked painful.
Nah, I don't think so. Nah, I don't think so. Pungu didn't touch the goalkeeper at all.
Barely.
Yeah, it's just playing the game. We spoke about it. I mean, she's at an advantage, and she knows that the referee is probably going to blow in favor of the goalkeeper to protect goalkeepers, but there was no foul. No contact and no foul.
Take out some steam out of the game, because at first look, I thought it was the knees that came together, but that replay now, yeah. And you know, the Congo are just desperate to resume the play. They had the momentum going their way. So that's Marwa Amezian, the Moroccan goalkeeper. A rapid treatment. Kind of feet. Some hints of a hobble maybe. And the goalkeeper was already warming up in case there was need for a change. Malak Menua. But it seems like Amejan is well enough to continue as Morocco protect their lead. DRC growing in confidence, composure, swung out from way out by Kaninda. Oh, that's the battle we didn't expect to be seeing Kaninda and Amejan trading some football pleasantries. So it's been a day of high-octane action here at Gateway High School, action all around as we continue. And today we bring the curtain down on the group stages. And it seems like Morocco want to shut things. It's a bit of ping pong at the moment. No one wanting to really commit. Game management has to come into play as we wind down the minutes. Frustrating for DRC though.
It's frustrating for DRC. They had just really gained that momentum, a little bit of courage after scoring that goal. And how the Moroccans really smart in breaking up the play and really making it frustrating for DRC. But of course, this is a time where they just really have to keep chasing and force matters.
So they continue with the fight, and I guess at this stage of the game, defeats can only serve as learning curves. That is the most important thing, and at the end of the day, very few things beat that winning feeling, of course, but you take everything you can. Mayengo waits to send the throw in.
Substitution for Morocco. Jersey number 10. Keltoum Sabti comes out. Replaced by jersey number 7, Kadia Mazuki. The scoreline is...
And so the last few minutes will probably be with DRC applying intense pressure as they go on, while Morocco have to defend for their lives. Yemi. It bobbles nicely for the captain. It's turned into a proper scrap.
That's exactly how they should be doing, just applying the pressure, forcing the defenders to commit those mistakes.
To the final meeting, and we can see the boys looking on from the DRC, and that ball flushed out. She has to keep it in play, unfortunately. So another chance from the throw-in. You have a feeling that this might be the last throw of the dice for DRC. Ksana giving chase there. If she had gotten to the end of that one, well, that would have been it.
But also just the presence of mind, knowing that the score is 2-1. She had no chance. She could have gotten back in her defensive block with her teammates, but just applying that pressure, forcing the defenders to commit mistakes, and once they're in their own half, the clock is winding down.
And so that's it, full time here. Wild celebrations from Morocco, 2-1 victors over DRC. And you can see how much it means for them. Probably had very little chance heading into this one, but they made the most of the opportunities that came their way. And well-deserved winners in the end. Disciplined performance.
Disciplined performance, talk about efficiency, talk about the conversion rate. Morocco very efficient, and of course a good fight put up by DRC to come back and score that one goal.
So plenty of character as well from both teams, but at the end of the day it is Morocco who collects the points. 2-1 victory over DRC, full time.
Partner, look good next to me. Thank you. Hey? They haven't qualified yet.
Does a victory mean? Take a look at your screens. See how Morocco reacted and understand what 3 points could do to a team at the Africa Schools Football Championships. Coach Gavin, Coach Rosemary by my side. We've been watching the games from the sideline. A bit of a scare there, Coach Gavin, for Morocco, as DRC did what DRC do. Came back, threatened, surprised us against the run of play.
Yes, for sure, Chico. And when we look at it, you know, DR, we said they're going to come out and try and make a game of it, and they did come out. And they scored the one goal that would give them the boost to try and get the second goal. And in the end, Morocco had to defend for their lives, because I think in a lot of moments, the DRC had many opportunities to score the equalizer. But it is what it is. Morocco needed this win to go to the next round. I think I just have to look at the permutations and how it went, because I think DRC and Morocco are now both on the same points. I don't know. I have to look at the permutations of what 3 points mean for Morocco. I know 3 points for Morocco meant they go on to 4 points. DRC, if they had one before, they now have 3, or they're still on the same points. But I thought the Moroccans really came back, and they need to cement why they have been at this particular tournament for the last 4 years.
Actually, let's take a look at what that will mean for Morocco. It means that they now jump over the DRC with those 3 points, having drawn already, now on 4 points and looking pretty happy. And the DR Congo will look at the opportunities that they created, the chances that they had, and rue them, as it often is the case when it comes to football. Zimbabwe, the host nation, will be sitting down, looking at what's happened in this tournament and taking a few lessons, some of which we get to hear from Coach Rosemary.
Zambia has been dominant, winning all the 3 games that they've played, and they're topping the group with 9 points. And then follows up Morocco with 4, and DRC Congo with 3. And Zimbabwe, they're sitting on the bottom of the group with 1 point, which they got yesterday when they played against Morocco the first game. But as a Zimbabwean person, as a Zimbabwean coach, I think we need to go back to the drawing board, maybe give our kids ample time together, maybe have periodical camps for them to make sure that they gel as a team, they get to understand one another, As you know that they only grouped after the schools closed on last week on Thursday, and I'm happy that they've put up a good performance considering the short time of period that they had together as a team, and they should come at least and learn from other countries and watch what other little girls are doing, and maybe evaluate themselves and continue from where they left today.
Absolutely. Well, the girls from Zimbabwe will be looking at this tournament, and as every other team will be doing, we'll be taking some lessons learned from that. The technical team have a few things to work on as they build these girls for the future. Ultimately, Coach Gavin, back to this particular game. Morocco victorious 2-1 against the DRC. Could this be the injection that Morocco needed to bring what we all know they have the potential of bringing?
We hope so, Chico. We hope that going forward they're able to come out of their skin and show us more about why Morocco is one of the best developing countries within Africa. But I'd like to go to Coach Rosemary's idea of what Zimbabwe, where they are. We are the host nation. We need to plan better in the future, especially when you're the host nation. And we need to make sure that whoever selects the team, whatever affiliation we belong to the team or we belong to, that association gives all the resources they have to a particular technical team in order to make sure that they have the best young girls and boys going to these tournaments in order to develop the future.
Absolutely. It is quite a taxing job that these people have, not only Zifa, but those who are behind the players throughout the qualifying stages. So it's a learning in progress. It's a learning curve, not just for the players, but also for every single person involved. Day 2 of the Africa Schools Football Championships right here in Harare has given us goal after goal, a 2-goal thriller between Benin and Zambia. Zimbabwe also, Benin coming back and managing to draw against Tanzania in that particular one. The final game, of course, being this 2-1 win for Morocco, which sees them in second place. A reflection of where their boys are as well. That's the boys group A standing Morocco on 6 points, while Uganda are looking good to make it past the group stages and on their way to the semi-final, where they fell just last year. Speaking of last year, Senegal didn't fall at the semi-final place. They fell at the final. They'll be looking to do better this year, and the people who stressed them and pipped them to the title happens to be the team that is in third place on 2 points, Tanzania, the defending champions. As for the girls, Zambia top this Group A, Morocco climbing back to second position, that at the expense of DR Congo, and of course the host nation Zimbabwe with a few lessons to go home with. Burkina Faso have been sensational, sizzling hot form, and it reflects on that standings. Ghana, the defending champions from the girls of 2025, are in second position. They'll claim to be doing better than their male defending champions counterparts. As for Tanzania, the other team from East Africa, they find themselves in third position. Quite an interesting run of 2 days. And now tomorrow, we find the final qualifiers ahead of the final knockout stage. Kevin.
Now it becomes exciting. Now it becomes who wants it more. Now it becomes who rests more and how they rest them and what they do with them from now until the next game. So we wish all the teams that need to play in the semifinals the best of luck. And again, at the end of the day, may the best team win.
Best team win. That's the final statement. Your thoughts on the 2 days of group stage football that we saw, Coach Rosemary, and what you expect in the final stages?
To be honest with you, Chico, the games have been entertaining, and we have watched brilliant football from both teams, the boys and the girls. And going to the semi-finals and finals, this is where a do or die comes in. the team that is prepared very well will surpass to be in the final and maybe probably get the championship. But as Coach Kelvin has said, it's the recovery period now. How enough are the teams going to rest, especially those went through to the semi-finals? They must have ample time to recover as quickly as possible, and this is where we need our medical and scientific people within our technical teams to make sure that our players recover very quickly, and they have ample time to do so, as tomorrow some of the teams will be off because they won't be participating except all the best losers who will be playing. So they need at least enough rest for them to carry on Thursday for us to watch the most entertaining football before the final. It's going to be played on Thursday.
Well, let's take a look at that Thursday. Now, tomorrow, don't get me wrong, we have some good games as we fill up the other positions from 5 going downwards. But at the top 4, well, that will be decided on Thursday. Great actions coming your way with the first semi-final game for the girls. Burkina Faso in sizzling form against the Morocco side that have just barely squeezed themselves into that one with victory over the DRC. Coach Gavin, then we see Zambia and Ghana up against each other in the second semi-final. Ghana, of course, the defending champion. Zambia with the most interesting team, the dark horse that has not failed to surprise us. For the boys, Senegal, Morocco, Uganda, Benin.
Oh, yes. For the girls, you say Zambia and Morocco. I think that is going to be a good test for Zambia, because I think Zambia kicked out South Africa and they qualified for the tournament. For the boys, yes, you have, I think Senegal is there.
Yes.
Morocco is there.
Senegal and Morocco is quite an interesting fixture.
Senegal and Morocco is a very, very interesting fixture, because in 2025, I think Morocco lost at the very same stage to one of the other countries. So Morocco will be looking to go ahead, and Senegal will be looking to play the final again.
Well, this is promising to be quite an interesting one. When you look at the girls' fixtures, which one tickles your fancy or floats your goat, Rosemary, Coach?
I think the Ghana game versus Zambia game is going to be very fascinating and entertaining. As you know, that Ghana will be here to make sure that they repeat what they did in Ghana last year. But Zambia has got a point to prove from the southern region, that our southern region is not pushovers, and they've done very well in their group games when they've won all the 3 games. And we hope when they meet Ghana, that's where we see their level of tactical as well as the technical ability, their structure as a team. And as for Ghana, in terms of structure, in terms of technical ability and the tactical, they were superb at the first game which they played against Guinea. And also the Morocco-Burkina Faso fixture for the women. Morocco, they are here to prove a point that we have been here for 3 times the Cup Championship, and they here to make sure to play in the semi-finals and maybe try to win it against Burkina Faso, being their first time to come and compete at the CAF Schools Championship. And those 2 games are going to be very entertaining, and we hope the best teams will win and they will carry the glory back home.
Absolutely. That is where we wrap it up, as we thank Coach Kevin and Coach Rosemary, including our commentary team being led by Tinashe and, of course, Stevens, alongside that final commentator in the final game of the day, Amanda Tlamini. We are looking forward to Thursday. We have some action tomorrow, but Thursday is the day that we're all eyeing, where we'll have 8 teams, 4 games, 2 categories, 1 intent to make it to the final. Who'll be there? Space and opportunity and time for us to find out. We'll see you tomorrow for more games, but do not miss Thursday. It is the Africa Schools Football Championships.
These jerseys aren't 100% polyester. They are 30% lessons learned the hard way, 50% hope, turning threads into memories, 20% triumphs dreamed and prayed for. This is Africa, 100% made of us.
Rooted in culture, driven by connection. These stories flow between continents, leading a new generation of talent and opportunity. Africa and Europe, together we rise.